Oh, excuse me, before that, of course, we will have the singing of O Canada. Thank my colleagues for their assistance, led by the Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand embrasse porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open. Que la nouvelle part. Order. À l'ordre. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, last week, the National Assembly of Quebec passed a unanimous resolution to begin negotiations for a unique tax return for Quebec. And what was the Prime Minister's reaction? He rejected the idea or didn't respond. But the answer we got was unusual in this case. He didn't reject the idea of having a single tax return for Quebec. He ridiculed the idea. He ridiculed the National Assembly of Quebec and all its members and all the Quebecers they represent. It's indecent, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister isn't even hiding the fact that he makes a mockery of a unanimous opinion in Quebec. He was elected in Quebec, and if he has no respect for Quebec, he should simply not represent that riding. He should run in a different riding outside of Quebec or not run at all.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in this House with a heavy heart. After a long and tough battle with cancer, my dearest aunt, Parmjit Kaur Deol, passed away this week. She leaves behind a loving husband, 4 children, 8 grandchildren, who will always remember her as the rock of their family. Like many Canadians, she came to Canada in 1974 in search for a better life for her and her family. Grateful for what she had, she always made sure to give back. In the 70s, one immigrant found a similar name, the Deol family name, in the phone book and called her and asked for help. She invited them, a complete stranger, to stay with her family until they could get settled in Canada. This is just one story of many. Thanks to Parmjit Kaur's efforts, several new immigrants got to achieve their very own Canadian dream. To my mamaji, Tina Karen Kashwat.
Sorry, honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my riding of Calgary Heritage shares its name with one of Western Canada's great attractions, the Calgary Heritage Park Historical Village. The park brings the history of Canada's West to life through recreations that chronicle the frontier from the 1800s to the middle of the last century. From forts and trading posts, First Nation encampments and rail lines, to a replicated 19th century prairie village and the popular Gasoline Alley Museum, life in the West as it was once lived unfolds with the help of 1,800 plus volunteers. And the park just recently announced a new project to honor the pioneers of Alberta's oil patch while exploring the past, present, and future of our energy sector. Heritage Park is truly a grassroots operation and one that enhances our sense of community. I urge all Canadians to visit there when they travel to Calgary and see firsthand why this remarkable place is rightly called Canada's largest living history experience.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Melanie Paul is a well-known young businesswoman in my riding. She's from the Maastricht community and has training in social services and business. She set up a number of commercial partnerships that promote Indigenous knowledge and that attempt to deal with a number of social problems by providing high-quality jobs. Through her outstanding work and proactiveness with many undertakings, Ms. Paul was awarded the Young Entrepreneur Award on April 27th by the Quebec Management Council. She sets an example for the community on a human and business level, and I'd like to congratulate her on this remarkable award, which reflects both her value and her incredible contribution to our region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate students at Chambly High School who were awarded the Best School in Canada in the Robotics Zone 1 Challenge category for the fourth time in as many years. I'd like to recognize the efforts of Noémie and Stéphanie Dussault-Balancé, Tristan, Alexandre Cailly, Simon Blanchet, Loïc Sabourin, François Bonin, Dylan Sylvestre, Jérémy Zarazoga, Justin Boucher, Justine Blanchet, Jacob Gatton, Mathieu Ouellet, and Jean-Franc Leblanc, who all won various prizes. My congratulations to Emmanuel Nadeau-Etier, the robotics teacher, whose efforts have borne fruit and led to the growth of the program. I had the opportunity to visit the school a number of times and see just how important these educational opportunities in robotics are for young people, which is a huge asset with the rapid evolution of technology. I'm so proud of the success of this program and especially of the students and their teacher. Congratulations to the school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, I've seldom met a politician more skilled in the art of politics and policy than Bob Rae. On May 16th, the Canadian Association of Former Parliamentarians recognized Mr. Rae for a Lifetime Achievement Award. It is a recognition well deserved. Many more eloquent than I have highlighted Bob's many political accomplishments. From my perspective, keeping the Liberal Party in the game from 2011 to 2013 was easily one of Bob's most significant political accomplishments. Political leadership is required when times are darkest, and indeed times were dark until October 2015. In caucus, Bob was a pure joy. Not only does he have a wicked sense of humor, but he can and did quickly summarize complex political and policy positions with insight, perspective, and clear direction. Bob, I'm glad to know that you're not retiring.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about a cultural organization in my riding. It's called Beauce Art. Its mission is, among other things, to contribute to the development and spread of arts and culture. Every year, Beauce Art puts on an international event from May 27th to June 17th. There's a symposium, and the theme is Sculpting History in the Great Outdoors. Artists from 8 countries and various cultures will gather in St. George to provide the public with a live creation experience. During this period, each artist will express themselves in their own way and offer their own interpretation of history. This international competition is a major tourism draw in the Beauce, and I would encourage you, Mr. Speaker, to come and discover the world and Beauce. Honourable Member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Awards for teaching excellence in early childhood education. There were 4 recipients from Manitoba, and I'm extremely proud to say that 3 of them work in my riding of St. Boniface, St. Vital. Laureate d'un certain...
Yvette Sorin won an award of excellence for early childhood education. She set herself apart with her inclusive approach, inclusive of families, and novel approaches to encouraging curiosity and self-reliance among young people.
Education. Stephen organizes the Youth Biolab Jeunesse, a unique science program for school-aged kids at the St. Boniface Hospital Albertson Center.
and Megan Chopek, a teacher and librarian at the brand new Sage Creek School, received an award, a certificate of honor in teaching.
Her commitment to bringing the world to the school is having a positive effect on her new school. Congratulations, merci, and thank you.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, it's Tourism Week in my riding, so let's all embark to see true rural living at Bon Echo Park. Head south to Stone Mills where the day turns to night because the dark sky viewing is a true delight. If you go to Newburgh, you'll all be shoo-ins if you poke your head in at Art Among the Ruins. And thanks to the volunteers who always pitch in on Amherst Island at the back kitchen. Take the ferry from there to steer your path to the Canada Day Parade in historic Bath. You need to quench your thirst, and you're already near, so stop at Napanee, Bancroft, Signal, and McKinnon Brothers for craft beer. And Mr. Speaker, pay close attention now, because I'm sure you would love the Mohawk Powwow. But if it's rodeos you need, then please take heed, saddle up your steed for the Stampede in Tweed. And so, Mr. Speaker, all this to say, summer in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington is all sunny ways.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 340 Canadians lives with multiple sclerosis. I got a personal connection with this disease. My dear Edmonton friend Ted Marianix died from MS 3 years ago. But there's hope. Another friend, Julie Kellendorfer, has lived with MS for 14 years. She's seen the difference research makes. She tells me that 20 years ago, there were only 1 or 2 drug therapies for people with relapsing, remitting MS. Today, there are 14 drug treatments. And people with MS today are getting a better quality of life by research done into stem cell treatments. Since 1948, Canada's MS Society has provided about $175 million in funding for research. We're now a shining light. May is MS Awareness Month, and today is MS World Day. I ask all of my MP colleagues to join me to support the MS Society's quest to accelerate MS research. Together, we can find a cure. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Barossa. Mr. Speaker, it's been around for 50 years. Yes, I had the honour as the member for Barossa. I have the honour of highlighting the 50th anniversary of the Henri Bourassa Secondary School, my alma mater. In 1975, when I attended, it was a technical school. Today, I commend the current principal, Mr. Tremblay, and the Pointe de l'Île School Board and all staff and all cohorts of students over the past 50 years. HB, as students affectionately call it, played and still plays a key role in knowledge and life for thousands of young people from all origins. Happy 50th to Henri Bourassa Secondary School.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Day. I remember our colleague and friend Rick Wackett, who was taken suddenly by this disease at a very young age. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have one of the highest rates of multiple sclerosis in the world. It is a progressive illness, and the ability to perform basic activities that many of us take for granted is lost over time. Medication, equipment, treatment services, and transportation pose significant economic challenges and burdens. But despite these obstacles, persons with MS and their families live lives of quiet and courageous dignity. Let us raise awareness of MS as parliamentarians, pledge for more funding for stem cell research and support services. Mr. Speaker, I urge us all to renew our commitment to end multiple sclerosis. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend in Grande Prairie, the Red Deer and District Chamber of Commerce was honoured as the Alberta Chambers of Commerce 2017 Large Chamber of the Year. The Red Deer and District Chamber and its members all work tirelessly to help build a vibrant community in my riding. Recently, the Chamber, in partnership with Westerner Park, hosted the most successful agri-trade to date, attracting thousands of attendees and adding over $250 million to our local economy. That partnership also resulted in a successful bid to host the Canadian Finals Rodeo in Red Deer for the next 10 years. This event will bring an additional $25 million every year. The Chamber's advocacy campaigns also help local farmers and businesses as they lobbied the government to end the Canadian wheat board monopoly back in 2011. This year, the Chamber's advocacy for Red Deer College resulted in a successful bid to pursue its degree-granting status. Today, I'm proud to congratulate our Red Deer District Chamber and CEO, Robin Bobicel, on this well-deserved recognition.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this week is the week of victims and survivors of criminal acts. It gives us the opportunity to think about progress made and next steps towards our common goal of transforming the criminal justice system in order to provide better support to victims and survivors.
Women Committee, I've been trusted with stories from many brave victims and survivors. These stories are the heart of our report, Violence Against Women, which shaped the first federal strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence with an investment of nearly $200 million. This work could not have been done without the heroism of our witnesses, and we'd like to thank them for that.
I'd also like to thank all of the volunteers and community organizations such as the Saint Laurent Women's Centre, the Young Immigrant Women's Training Center, and the Amal Center for Women in Saint Laurent, which dedicate their time to improving the criminal justice system and ensuring that victims of crime are treated with compassion, dignity, and respect.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 9th annual Walk a Mile in Her Shoes International Men's March to Stop Rape, Sexual Assault, and Gender Violence, hosted by White Ribbon in Toronto. I stand here today in high heels to support these walkers. Our former NDP leader, Jack Layton, was one of the co-founders behind the White Ribbon campaign. Now in 70 countries, men and boys are working in the prevention of violence against women and girls, with more than 4,700 Canadians who are involved in workshops and speaking engagements. But sadly, women and girls continue to face crisis levels of violence in Canada, with rates of violence against women remaining largely unchanged over the past 2 decades. Canada has fallen behind many countries when it comes to prevention and protection of women and girls against gender violence, and successive governments have failed to do enough to make this a priority. This needs to change. We urge the Canadian government to demonstrate leadership by walking the talk and dedicating resources to meet Canada's long-standing domestic, international, and constitutional commitments to make a safer world where women and girls live free of violence.
I thought he was standing a little taller than usual. I thought he was standing a little taller than usual there. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin and his Kremlin kleptocrats continue their illegal occupation of Crimea and wage war in Ukraine's Donbass. The Russian Federation has been intensifying its war in eastern Ukraine this spring, killing more Ukrainian soldiers, civilians, and dissidents who speak out against Putin's invasion of Ukraine. This must stop, and Canada must do more to help our ally, Ukraine. That is why a Conservative government in 2019 will provide lethal defensive weapons to Ukraine. And that is why Conservatives brought forward Magnitsky legislation to hold Russian kleptocrats and human rights abusers accountable. While our Conservative caucus has been a world leader in its support for Ukraine, it's shameful that this Liberal government has failed to follow suit. Putin is provoked by weakness, and that is why Canada must stand fast by our friend and ally, Ukraine. Only through action and strength of resolve can we help Ukraine protect its sovereignty, regain its territorial integrity, and stop the illegal occupation of Putin's proxies in Ukraine.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, members of the House and TELUS volunteers packed Kits for Kids backpacks, filling them with school supplies as part of TELUS Days of Giving. Participating members will have the opportunity to select a school in their community for children who may not have access to the tools they need, providing them with necessary school supplies. This year, I have chosen Inglewood School, a wonderful school in Edmonton Centre, to receive these school supplies and backpacks. TELUS Days of Giving inspires us to give back and make a positive difference in our local communities. This year celebrates the 13th annual event with thousands of volunteer activities taking place from May 1 to June 30th.
TELUS and their team have contributed over $1 billion since the year 2000 through their various prizes and awards. All goes to improving the vitality of Canadian communities. A huge thank you to everyone who's taken part in the TELUS Volunteer Day all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister's legacy when it comes to the energy sector and the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who work in it has already been established. Not only has he driven out tens of billions of dollars of investment, but he's killed several important energy pipeline projects. Energy East would have brought Western Canadian energy to Eastern markets, displacing foreign oil and creating jobs in New Brunswick. But this Prime Minister killed that project by imposing a double standard on Canadian energy that foreign oil is exempt from. Why is the Prime Minister opposed to Energy East?
The right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we have been consistent in demonstrating that we understand that growing the economy and protecting the environment must go together. As we move forward on a national plan to protect, to reduce climate change, as we also at the same time defend Canadian jobs right across the country, particularly in Alberta, we're happy to move forward on demonstrating that we understand what the Conservatives and the NDP simply do not. There's no choice to be made between the environment and the economy when it comes to creating good jobs for Canadians and into the future.
The Leader of the Opposition.
This Prime Minister has made the choice to kill thousands of jobs in Canada and give preferential treatment to foreign oil over domestic Canadian production. Energy East wasn't the only pipeline that he killed, Mr. Speaker. He killed the Northern Gateway project, which would have taken Canadian products to deepwater ports accessing Asian markets. He ignored the dozens of First Nations communities who supported it all along the way. Will the Prime Minister just admit that killing these projects is just part of his plan to phase out the energy sector?
The right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, across the country, people are talking about the pipeline investment we made yesterday, but the Conservative Party is actually talking about old news because they can't talk about the news that we had that actually moves forward on protecting jobs for Albertans, standing up for Albertan workers and indeed workers from across the country who get benefits when we get our resources to markets other than the U.S. They tried and failed for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, to get our resources to markets other than the U.S., and they failed. We got it done. No wonder they can't talk about it.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Under our Conservative government, taxpayers never had to pay for pipelines. Four major pipelines were approved and constructed without a cent of taxpayers' dollars, and when we approved the Northern Gateway pipeline, which would have brought in Canadian energy to deepwater ports accessing Asian markets, this Prime Minister killed it. He has created the scenario where taxpayers have to pay for his mistakes. Why has he waited so long and created this problem?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we see here is the Conservatives trapped by their rigid ideology and therefore unable to protect jobs and create jobs for Albertans. For 10 years, they tried and failed to get a new pipeline built to markets other than the United States, and they were unable to do that. What they seem not to understand is that public investment has always been part of developing the resource sector, and we are proud to make sure that we are supporting the growth in the economy, the good jobs for Albertans and all Canadians, while we protect the environment.
The Leader of the Opposition.
To date, the only thing standing in the way of getting Canadian energy to foreign markets is this Liberal government. And now the Prime Minister is trying to characterize the belief that when a private sector company wants to use shareholders' money to build a pipeline, that is somehow rigid ideology. Well, Mr. Speaker, when a Texas-based company wants to bring $4.5 billion of investment into Canada, Conservatives will support that investment and not ask taxpayers to pay for his mistakes.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the rigid ideology that this Conservative Party is showing is costing jobs for Albertans. They failed for 10 years. Perhaps a little history lesson is in order. Progressive Conservative leaders like Peter Lougheed understood that public investment in our resource sector was important to get our resources built and to markets. For 10 years, they tried and failed to get our resources to markets other than the U.S. We are standing up for Alberta and Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, tens of billions of dollars of investment in the energy sector has already left this country. And now the Prime Minister is telling Canadian taxpayers that they are going to have to pay for his mistakes. He is writing a check for $4.5 billion for an existing pipeline. Not a single centimetre of new pipeline will be built with this bill to the taxpayer. It is going to a Texas-based company who is taking that money out of Canada. Why is it that when Liberals are in power, taxpayers have to pay $4.5 billion for something they could have got for free?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Conservatives tried for 10 years to get our resources to markets other than the United States, and they failed. And now that we're actually securing access to new markets, securing Canadian jobs, securing Albertan jobs, their ideology is getting in the way. So I remind them, Mr. Speaker, that the great Peter Lougheed knew that public investment in resource development is essential to move forward as a country. That's exactly what we're doing for Alberta and for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
I would ask these honourable members for Chilliwack, Hope, and St. Albert, Edmonton by not calling out or yelling or speaking out when someone else has the floor and waiting till they have the floor before speaking, as the standing orders provide. The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, Basque.
Minister would put as much passion talking about the environment as he is talking about buying a pipeline.
Mr. Speaker, by taking $4.5 billion in public funds and sinking it into Kinder Morgan, what the government is doing is nationalizing a pipeline. Champions of the environment do not buy pipelines, and they do not choose to saddle Canadian taxpayers with the environmental and financial risk of a pipeline. Mr. Speaker, a champion environment invests in clean energy. What risk evaluation did this government do before buying Kinder Morgan? Mr. Speaker, when Rachel Notley announced her plan for the environment, the NDP here in Ottawa celebrated. They congratulated her on her vision and her plan for the environment. But today they're forgetting, Mr. Speaker, that there were 3 parts to Rachel Notley's plan to tackle climate change. Number 1, a limit on greenhouse gas emissions from the oil sands. 2, a price on carbon throughout Alberta. And 3, a pipeline to new markets for Alberta's resources. That's the plan that they congratulated them on, and that's what they're forgetting today. That is that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, Basque. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about the environment and the economy. They're putting the economy before the environment. It's clear. And what's also clear is that the Premier of Alberta respects her promises, but what we find unfortunate is that this government breaks its promises. The Liberals have decided to take on a risk that Kinder Morgan no longer wanted. And worse still, the government bought a pipeline that dates back to the 1950s for $4.5 billion. And that doesn't even include the billions that will be swallowed up. What will the impact be for Canadian taxpayers? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the New Democrats continue to fail to understand that you can't choose between what's good for the economy and what's good for the environment. They haven't understood a thing. Now, within our historic plan to reach our Paris targets is a pipeline that brings our resources to new markets. We know that by bringing our resources to new markets, securing better prices and securing jobs throughout Canada, we will be able to set a price on pollution throughout the country. We will be able to protect our oceans. We will be able to cap our greenhouse gas emissions.
Only Liberals would dump $4.5 billion on a 65-year-old pipeline and call that an energy strategy. Only Liberals would try to force through a pipeline and tankers through traditional First Nations territory and call that reconciliation. And only this Prime Minister would call himself a climate change leader and then be willing to spend $15 billion on a diluted bitumen pipeline to China. Watch, he's about to say the environment and the economy must go together. You know what else must go together? Making a promise to the Canadian people and then actually keeping it.
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think it would be worthwhile to remind this House and remind Canadians and indeed remind the NDP that they celebrated Rachel Notley's approach on protecting the environment and growing the economy just a few years ago. Yet they forgot that part of that plan involved three elements. One, an absolute cap on oil sands emissions. Two, a price on carbon that would apply to the Alberta economy. And three, getting our oil resources to new markets. That was integral in Rachel Notley's approach. That is what they have done. That is indeed what we have done to demonstrate the economy and environment go together.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Baltry Valley.
I must have missed the part where she said we should nationalize a 65-year-old pipeline with $4.5 billion of Canadians' money. Liberals do know it's not legal to smoke weed until August, right? Because this idea makes no sense at all. When he was asked about why he bailed out a Texas oil company, this is what the Prime Minister said. This is what he said. It was too risky for a commercial entity to take on. What? If it's too risky for an oil pipeline company to build an oil pipeline, why is it okay for the Canadian public to pick up all of that risk? Liberals have to learn one thing and one thing finally, that bailing out Texas oil companies is no way.
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the member brought it up, let's remind the House what Rachel Notley, NDP Premier of Alberta, actually said about this pipeline. This is a major step forward for all Canadians. We have met the deadline. This project has more certainty than ever. Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated that despite the actions of one province trying to block this pipeline, the project that is in the national interest and the jobs that will be assured and defended through this project are an integral part of our plan to fight climate change and grow the economy for future generations. That's what Canadians expect.
I would ask the member for Longueuil to please be respectful. The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. Canadian taxpayers will pay $4.5 billion because of the Prime Minister's lack of leadership. $4.5 billion to buy an existing pipeline. $4.5 billion that does not include its expansion nor the creation of new jobs. $4.5 billion that will go into the pockets of an American business that will then go and invest our money somewhere else in the world. My question to the Prime Minister is this. Can he tell us what the bill for his failure is? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Conservative government has tried to get a pipeline to new markets, and they have failed. For 2.5 years, they've been telling us to go forward and make sure that we have a pipeline to new markets. Yesterday, we succeeded in bringing certainty to the development of our resources so that they could be exported to new markets, while at the same time bringing forward a plan that will reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and reach our Paris targets. I can understand why the Conservatives have nothing much to say, because we're managing to do what they didn't. The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, here's some more facts in answer to the Prime Minister. 26th of January, 2016, February 13th, 2018, May 24th, 25th, and 28th. What happened on those dates? The Prime Minister and all the Liberal members opposed motions to support the Trans Mountain project. Now, those are the facts. Canadians, because of this failure, will now have to pay $4.5 billion. That's money that could have been used to bring down taxes or provide better services to the public. How much will this failure cost in the end? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, every year Canada loses $15 billion because we are prisoners of one market only. We have to develop our resources and export them to new markets that aren't just the United States, and that's exactly what we're doing. For 10 years, the Conservatives failed in trying to do this, and for 2.5 years, they're been criticizing us, and they've wanted us to do this, and now they're criticizing us, but we're creating jobs for Albertas throughout Canada, and we're ensuring that this economy will support future generations while protecting the environment.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals gave $4.5 billion Canadian tax dollars to Kinder Morgan to build pipelines in the United States, Canada's biggest energy competitor. The Prime Minister killed Northern Gateway, Energy East, and Pacific Northwest LNG, imposed an offshore drilling ban, a tanker ban, and a carbon tax. No other major oil producer in the world is hampering itself with these damaging policies, but the Prime Minister is ramming through even more red tape, and oil and gas investors warn it's suffocating the sector. But we all know he wants to phase them out. When will he stop attacking the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadian energy workers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I would respectfully propose that it is the Conservatives who are now attacking the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of energy workers across this country by standing in the way of this pipeline. We have actually moving forward on this pipeline to get our resources to new markets in a way that also will allow us to reach our climate agreements under the Paris Accords. This is what for 10 years they were unable to do. This is what for 2.5 years they've been shouting at us to do, and now that we're actually doing it, no wonder they're completely lost. This is, Mr. Speaker, a sad day for the Conservatives, but a good day for Canada.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But the reality is that the Liberals jeopardize investment in Canada at every turn, and the U.S. is poised to supply 80% of the world's growing oil and gas demand. Banks, economists, investment firms, they've been warning for months that investment is leaving Canada. The Canadian Energy Pipeline Association says, quote, uncertainty and potential implications of further seismic regulatory changes are driving energy investment out of Canada. Canada does not need nationalization. Canada needs certainty and to be able to compete. When will the Liberals stop undermining Canadian energy investment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the rigid ideology of this particular band of Conservatives forgets the long and storied history of public investment in our national resource sector. The great progressive Conservative leader, Peter Lougheed, understood that well and made significant public investments in our natural resources to be able to get where we are today. They are now letting their ideology get in the way of securing and creating good jobs for Albertans and indeed for all Canadians. That's what we are focused on. That's what we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in an interview, the Prime Minister indicated that the reason why the government intervened and decided to nationalize the pipeline was because they recognized that there was too much uncertainty for Kinder Morgan and it was in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, there's another pipeline that was in the national interest, and that's the Energy East pipeline. It would have provided jobs, competitiveness for New Brunswick, and more certainty for sure with respect to supply. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to know is, will the Prime Minister promise to enter into negotiations to provide the same level of certainty for Energy East?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting on the day after we actually are getting this important pipeline to new markets built, they're pivoting to try and talk about old news and other issues. Mr. Speaker, we are securing investments in Alberta and good jobs for Albertans and indeed all the Canadians who work in the oil sands industry for the years to come, and no wonder they're flailing about, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to stand up for Albertan jobs, for Canadian jobs, while we protect the environment for future generations. That's the commitment we made, and we're keeping.
Member for Milton.
Speaker, it's very distressing as a former Cape Bretonner that this government takes for granted the 32 seats that they were delivered in the last election. And I'll tell you why. As the Prime Minister stands up here and says that I'm talking about old news, it's not old news. Yesterday, the Mayor of St. John indicated he wanted to have the Energy East pipeline opened up again. It was a preeminent business leader in New Brunswick said exactly the same thing. And indeed, the member from St. John Rothsay told his local newspaper this morning that he's going to go in and tell the Prime Minister that we got to get this going again. So, Mr. Speaker, what he's talking about is we've got to listen to his own members and get this going again.
All right. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that it was essential, that it is essential for us to get our resources to markets other than the United States. The Conservatives know that, but they were unable to do it. For the 10 years they were in power, they were shouting at us to get it done for the past 2.5 years. And when we finally ensure and secure access to new markets for our oil resources, they don't know what to say. The fact is, their ideological approach and their playing of politics is getting in the way of Canadian jobs.
Honourable Member for Desnethy, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Cindy Blackstock said that Canada could have ended the underfunding of First Nations education, water infrastructure on reserves, early childhood programs, and ensured no sick child was ever transported alone in the North and more. Instead, the Liberals bought a pipeline. Yesterday, the Auditor General confirmed that the Liberals have ignored crucial data on the well-being of First Nations across Canada. Now that we know the Liberals have billions of dollars to spend, when can First Nations, Métis and Inuit expect the same investment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the NDP failed to understand is that every year we were losing $15 billion because we were prisoners of a single market for our oil resources. Accessing new markets will allow us to grow our economy and create good jobs while we invest in the things that matter. But in regards to Indigenous leadership, let me point out the quote that I am happy the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are delivering on their promise that the Kinder Morgan expansion project will be built and the construction will get underway this summer. This is good news for First Nations and all Canadians. Ernie Cray, Indigenous.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James-Inuvik-AU. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon there will be a vote on my bill whose purpose is to ensure that the laws of Canada respect the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, a principle that the Prime Minister himself supported. This government has a fundamental constitutional obligation to preserve the honour of the Crown in its relations with Indigenous peoples. Forcing the expansion of a pipeline, despite the strong and growing opposition of Indigenous peoples, does not respect the honour of the Crown and the United Nations Declaration. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Respecting Indigenous peoples involves and includes listening to all Indigenous communities. I do understand that there are Indigenous communities who are opposed to the expansion, but there are also those communities who support that along with the development it will bring about. We work with all Indigenous communities to ensure that we can respond to their concerns and so that we can work with them to mitigate their concerns. We will continue to build on reconciliation in partnership with Indigenous communities, including building a strong economy that works for everyone while protecting the environment at the same time. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we have never had a Prime Minister in the history of Canada who has so much contempt for the oil industry. Just remember that he wanted to eliminate Albertan oil. And then he said, well, things weren't going fast enough. And he also said that we wanted an increase in gas prices. Well, perhaps he did, but that's not what Canadians want. What's the last thing now that he's done? He's taken $4.5 billion in taxpayer money and he's sending it to Texas. My question is simple. How much will the purchase of Kinder Morgan cost Canadian taxpayers because of his lack of leadership? Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Conservatives have become completely lost We understand that workers need jobs in Alberta, and we understand that they need jobs in natural resources and that they will get there because we are securing a pipeline that will be going to new markets that are not the United States. That's what they tried to do for 10 years, and they failed because they did not understand that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. We are proud of the work that we're doing to protect the environment and to access new markets so that we can grow the economy, and that's the track we'll continue on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, Northern Gateway, opposed. Energy East, because of Liberal measures, set aside. Liberal tax on the carbon, and then taking $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money and sending it to Texas. Once again, my question is simple. In the end, how much will Kinder Morgan cost the taxpayers? The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the track record of the Conservative government that for 10 years tried to do something for Alberta but failed because they did not understand that protecting the environment and growing the economy had to go hand in hand. Now, what we have done by setting a national price on carbon, by showing that we understand that we can defend the economy and promote growth, we have proven that building a pipeline is good for the economy and the environment.
To the bailout economy. When Porter Airlines wanted to extend the runway at the Toronto downtown airport, this government said no, which led to the cancellation of $2 billion of Bombardier planes. And the government said, we have to bail out Bombardier. Now, they wrapped this Western pipeline in so much red tape and taxes that it becomes uneconomical. And they say, we have to bail out the pipeline. The question is, why don't they just stay out of the way in the first place? Will the Prime Minister admit that his economic policy is, if it moves, tax it, if it keeps moving, regulate it, if it stops moving,
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the desire of the Conservatives right now to play politics with an issue that they have been trying and failing to get done for 10 years is really disappointing. Mr. Speaker, we have always recognized in Canada that public investment has been part of our natural resource sector. Indeed, the great Peter Lougheed demonstrated that to great advantage for Alberta for many, many years. So we are going to continue to invest in ways that support and stand up for Albertan workers and indeed workers right across the country as we grow the economy.
Member for Carleton.
Well, the great Peter Lougheed probably had to do that because Pierre Elliott Trudeau was in the process of destroying the entire energy sector at the time. I was living in Alberta during the NEP. He was living in a publicly funded mansion at the time, Mr. Speaker. It's time that he got in touch. We had private sector money to build this project. Now we have a $4.5 billion expense and no pipeline to show for it. When will the Prime Minister finally get the job done?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I look forward to hearing from an Albertan who actually might know Peter Lougheed's history and understand the timelines involved. But let me just get back to the fact that we are going to continue to stand up for Canadian resources. We're going to continue to stand up for Canadian workers, and we're going to continue to stand up for protecting the environment. This is what the Conservatives have tried to do for years. We're unable to do. This is what they've been shouting at us to do for 2.5 years. But now they're playing politics that we are actually delivering on what Alberta needs. They don't know what to do, and they make things up.
Let me remind remind members of the way it works. This side, something that side doesn't like, then the opposite happens, and it goes back and forth. But we should only have one side at a time saying whatever the other side doesn't like. And we should listen to the answers and the questions. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
The Marathasso leaked 2,700 litres of bunker fuel into Vancouver's English Bay, costing the city more than $500,000 to clean it up. 3 years later, Vancouver is still fighting for reimbursement, but the government is only offering 30 cents on the dollar, leaving taxpayers on the hook. No wonder British Columbians are so concerned about a Kinder Morgan oil tanker spill.
Now, imagine a toxic dilbit spill with no technology in place to clean it up. Who will the minister leave on the hook to clean up that disaster?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I grew up spending my summers on the BC coast, and I have deep connections with British Columbia, so I too am concerned about the nature of our coast. And that is why we have invested $1.5 billion in a world-class oceans protection plan to be able to ensure that we are keeping our pristine and effective environment and a strong ecosystem safe from accidents and disasters. This is something that we take very seriously, and we've made the investments that demonstrate that.
Order. Shh. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said it himself, and I quote, "The Kinder Morgan pipeline was a far too risky project for the private sector." But here, he's taking $4.5 billion out of our pockets to buy the 65-year-old pipeline. If it's too risky for the private sector, why is he taking this risk on the backs of Canadian taxpayers? Hey, what is this Mickey Mouse decision? How can the Prime Minister justify this waste of money rather than investing in an energy transition?
J'inviterai l'honorable député d'être plus judicieux de...
I would ask the Honourable Member to be judicious in what he says and not to use any words that would lead to disorder in the House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, and I've said often, we have to come to an agreement where both sides can respect each other. It's very important for us, inaudible for the interpreter. We want to defend jobs across the country and reduce greenhouse gases. That's what Canadians expect of us, and we will do this all the time. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface.
Doing things differently when it came to building a strong economy, supporting the middle class through good quality jobs, and supporting a strong labour movement. The rail sector is integral to our economy, and many Canadians rely on this industry for their livelihoods. While previous governments intervened in the collective bargaining process, we have taken a different, more fair and balanced approach. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the status of negotiations between CP Rail, TCRC and the IBEW?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the MP for St. Boniface St. Vital for his question and for standing up for the interests of Westerners across the country. I'm very happy to see that CP has come to an agreement with their union partners. Our government respects the collective bargaining and the important role played by organized labour. In our 2.5 years of government, not once have we had to introduce back-to-work legislation, and today's agreement shows that when companies treat their workers as partners, not opponents, a fair deal for all is possible. This agreement is good news for CP, it's good news for workers, but most of all, it's good news for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know the Prime Minister doesn't care too much for any opposition, but we're here to hold this government to account and to stand up for the interests of Canadians, whether he likes it or not. And it's evident that he's trying to ram through this new electoral legislation using closure, time allocation, or whatever other trick he has up his sleeve. So will the Prime Minister commit today to allowing Bill C-76 the proper due diligence and study that Canadians know it deserves?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Canadians across the country find it humorous that the Conservatives are suddenly standing up for fair elections after what they did in their time in government was make our elections less fair and trying to lean them in their favour. Fortunately, Canadians saw through that and relegated them to where they are right now. We are happy to be moving the Elections Act proposals to committee where all parliamentarians will be able to make proposals and debate them. We are open to amendments. We are looking forward to strengthening our Elections Act in a way that serves Canadians, not serves the Conservative Party of Canada.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
I'll tell you what Canadians don't find amusing, the games and tricks being played by this Prime Minister while trying to ram through this legislation. And he talks about being open to amendments in committee and wanting to have debate while they're in the middle of trying to shut it down and make sure that there can be no amendments and can be no opportunity for debate. And that's just plain wrong. And it's time this Prime Minister understands that Canada is not a dictatorship and Canadians will not stand for his garbage. So will he stand up today and let us know that he's going to respect the rights of Canadians and allow a full study?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we know that the Conservatives revert to type whenever chance they get, try to sling mud, especially when there's good news for Canada, good news from our democracy, good news for our economy on the table. The approach they have of trying to scare Canadians and divide Canadians and hurl insults at each other simply does not work. We're looking forward to working at committee with all members in this House to ensure that the fair elections reform actually moves in the right direction. I think that's something that Canadians said very clearly under the Conservatives that they didn't appreciate when they tried to tilt things in their favour.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to astonish us with its arrogance. In its electoral reform, the government wants to force on Canadians. The Prime Minister seems to care less about this House and has asked Elections Canada to implement amendments that haven't yet been passed. When will the Prime Minister act like a Prime Minister and not as a partisan leader of the Liberal Party and withdraw this unacceptable request from Elections Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Conservatives are afraid that we will reverse the unfair amendments they made to the Elections Act. They tried to rig elections so that they could succeed. Fortunately, it didn't work. And we are working with all parties and Elections Canada to make sure that the next election is done with the best rules that will be to the advantage of Canadians and not two parties, and certainly not the Conservative Party.
Speaker, the Democratic Reform Bill hasn't even become law. In fact, it just started being reviewed in committee, and all Canadians deserve to be heard. Yet, the Prime Minister has already instructed Elections Canada to implement this bill. I remind the Prime Minister that our democracy doesn't belong to him or his rigid dictator ideology. It belongs to Canadians. Without blaming Stephen Harper again, how can the Prime Minister justify telling Elections Canada to implement this bill before we have a chance to hear from Canadians and before it becomes law?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's almost as if the Conservatives want the next election to be fought under the same rules that they had tilted in their own favour in the last Parliament. Canadians rejected that, Mr. Speaker. They wanted a real Fair Elections Act, which is not what they gave, and that's why we're moving forward to improve our electoral system so that it's fairer for all Canadians and to make sure that our system is reformed in the ways that Canadians, parliamentarians, and the electoral and Elections Canada recommend.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, after long negotiations, the Heritage Minister had to admit that her much-touted cultural policy was just a transition plan. Tomorrow the CRTC will submit its report, and the rumour has it that the Minister will launch yet another consultation, the third in 3 years. So they have the same political, or rather cultural policy as Stephen Harper Conservatives. Nothing but a tax holiday for Netflix. The Prime Minister, This government has done great things for culture, whether it be supporting the CBC, the Canada Council for the Arts. We are supporting our creators and allowing for Canadian culture to thrive worldwide. We don't want to add another tax for Canadians. The NDP can continue pushing for a tax. We're not going to increase taxes on Canadians.
Imagine receiving a letter from government saying that you and your wife are, quote, not well matched. Imagine the reason cited is because your wife is 3 years older than you. Imagine your marriage is in question because your wedding wasn't big enough. Mr. Begg's wife received that letter. The government routinely sends these letters out to spousal sponsorship applicants from Pakistan to, quote, tease out a response. Offensive and insulting. Do not even begin to describe this. What action will the Prime Minister take to rectify this systemic?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have moved forward on strengthening our immigration system, on investing in more capacity to analyze and look at files. We know that after the backlogs that the Conservative government created in family reunification, in spousal sponsorship, we are pleased that we've dropped spousal sponsorship down from the over 2 years it took under the previous government to 12 months, Mr. Speaker. But we also know there is more to do. We're going to continue to keep Canadians safe. We're going to continue to make sure that we're applying the rules properly. We're going to continue to be compassionate and efficient.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, there was a report by the CBC that shows that the Minister of Immigration is starting to wake up. It says that the minister is talking with his American counterparts in order to update the third safe country agreement. But the change he's proposing will do nothing to stop the flow of illegal migrants. So once again, will the Prime Minister insist that the American government close this loophole in the third safe country agreement? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can assure Canadians that our immigration system is enforced in its entirety. All safety processes, all analyses of files are carried out for all newcomers, be they regular or irregular. We know that Canadians expect our system to be one of integrity. We're enforcing all the rules, all the principles, all our legislation. The Honourable Member. Well, the Prime Minister says one thing, but his minister says another. He said that some of these migrants would be stopped and deported, but we could see that the appeal processes could take up to 10 years. He's saying that some people are welcome, but he's eager to give them an accelerated work permit. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the minister knows the figures. Will he share them with Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we can see that the Conservatives are banking on fear and division, fear of newcomers, and this to make political hay. I can reassure Canadians that we are enforcing all our immigration laws, all our processes with respect to analyzing files in order to ensure the security of Canadians and to respond to this challenge, the challenge of these irregular newcomers.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's irresponsible tweet started a flood of illegal border crossings. Over 25,000 people have responded to his open invitation. The Liberals have broken our immigration system. Downloading this problem on our municipalities and backlogging legal immigrants is not fair, and it is not compassionate. The Immigration Minister now claims that he is open to modernizing the Safe Third Country Agreement. So, will this Prime Minister now act responsibly and commit to closing the loophole that's allowing these illegal crossings?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have enough in 30 seconds to respond to all the misinformation in the member opposite's question. The fact is they are continuing to try and stoke fears, foment divisions between new Canadians and the newest Canadians and Canadians who've been here for many generations. That is completely irresponsible, and quite frankly, it was the kind of politics of division that were rejected by Canadians in the last election. We're going to continue to be compassionate, to be open, but also to apply our immigration system in its entirety and all the rules and laws that apply to it.
Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, employment opportunities for all Canadians are critical for growing the economy, and Canada's success depends on our ability to leverage our diverse talent pool. Canadians living with disabilities have the same ambitions as all other Canadians. They want opportunities to find good, well-paying jobs, make a contribution to their communities and the economy, and build a better life for themselves and their families. Can the Prime Minister please explain what the government's doing to ensure Canadians living with disabilities have tools and skills needed for success in the new digital economy?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Fleetwood Port Clouds for his question. As the world becomes increasingly digital, we want to ensure all Canadians are set up for success. In Vancouver, we announced $3 million for the Neil Squire Society to develop an open-source assistive technology model across Canada that will greatly reduce costs for persons with disabilities. Excellent. This is part of our $22.3 million accessible technology program, which will help overcome barriers and give all Canadians an equal opportunity to obtain good jobs for today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the G7 summit will quickly be upon us. And despite all the Prime Minister's glad-handing and smiles, the people of Malbaie are worried. Although they didn't choose to be in the facility's perimeter, residents already know that they will be refused any compensation if there is vandalism. Since this government can blithely spend more than $10 million to compensate terrorist Omar Khadr, how can they refuse to compensate honest citizens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was very touched by the welcome afforded me by the people of Charlevoix when I was there a few weeks ago to thank them for their openness and their commitment to welcoming our visitors from across the world. I know that there may be concerns, but people are very positive about this meeting, and they're happy to show the world what kind of extraordinary place Charlevoix is. I'm eager to share this beautiful region that I love so much with the entire world, and I'm looking forward to it.
Speaker, last week the people of Little Grand Rapids, Manitoba were terrified. An isolated community where 630 people crowded into a smoke-filled school gym that was being hosed down from the outside because a forest fire was already in their community. They asked for help, and it wasn't until the last minute that government stepped up. So why did it take government so long to listen to those calls for help? And will this government recognize that instead of investing $4.5 billion on a pipeline, we should be investing in all-weather roads to First Nations and improving the lives of First Nations people in this country?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit irresponsible of the member to set up false dichotomies like that. Of course, we continue to be extremely proud of the investments we're making in partnership with Indigenous communities across this country to build houses, roads, schools, community infrastructure and hospitals, and we know we have lots more to do, and we will continue to do it. But you know what would help, Mr. Speaker? If we weren't losing $15 billion every year because we can't get our resources to any other market other than the United States for our oil. That's why we're moving forward on growing the economy while protecting the environment and enabling us to do even more for all our partners across the country.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-76 is an election reform for the 21st century. It will help handicapped people, and it is established to help provide accessibility advice. We believe Canadians of all abilities have the right to participate fully in our electoral process. Can the Right Honourable Prime Minister please inform this House as to the measures being undertaken to ensure more Canadians are able to vote? Thank you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Laval-Les-Ides for his question. We are determined that all people be able to fully participate in the electoral process. With respect to people with disabilities, the committee has made recommendations in order to increase these differently abled people to better participate in elections. This is in our bill. As you know, Canada is at its best when all are included.
Speaker, last night the Liberals gave us notice that they're attempting to ram through a 300-page omnibus criminal justice bill. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister if he thinks it's a good idea that committing crimes as a gang member, kidnapping a 12-year-old, or forced marriage for children under the age of 16 are crimes that could be punishable by a mere fine. When does the Prime Minister think that a fine could be appropriate for such serious crimes?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously criminal justice reform is an issue that was avoided and actually gone in the wrong direction under 10 years of Stephen Harper, and we were pleased to move forward in a way that both focuses on protecting Canadians, supporting victims of crime, and ensuring adequate punishment for consequences for those who commit those crimes. We continue to take very seriously our responsibility to ensure that our criminal code is up to the standards that Canadians expect of it. I'm very much looking forward to see this bill debated at committee.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, am I dreaming, or have we just had a pipeline shoved down our throats? This is a Kinder Surprise, but with a very bitter taste. Who did the Finance Minister consult before deciding to take $4.5 million out of the pockets of taxpayers for this pipeline? It makes no sense. Yes. Did they say anywhere in their platform, the Liberal platform, that they were going to nationalize a pipeline? And if they're nationalizing a Texan pipeline, when are they going to nationalize Enbridge or Energy East? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the federal government and the government, our government, invest in natural resource projects. What we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is something where we have consulted Canadians. We are strengthening the approval process, and we're very proud to be able to go forward with a project which will give us access to new markets while being part of our greenhouse gas cutting plan.
Honourable member from Milton cited a statistic that 600 individuals had crossed the border irregularly last weekend. That would be the 26th and the 27th of May. This number is definitely much higher than what is understood to be the case, and I'm
sorry, but this does sound like debate to me. So the honourable member, I think the honourable member Belchas is such a Levy, but I think a point of order from the honourable member from Milton.
Thank you, Mr.
Separate
Speaker.
point of order, I think.
I'm prompted by the previous point of order. I wanted to rise in the House today, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that on Monday. Oh, it's not debate, my friends. Maybe you'd like to let me finish first, okay? So, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The chair needs an opportunity to be able to assess whether it's a point of order. Sometimes, yes, there are points of order that look like debate, but, you know, I need a few more seconds at least. So I ask members to be patient and allow, yes, order. The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I reviewed Hansard from on the same date, Monday, May 27, and I also reviewed the original article which was being quoted. Unfortunately, I indicated that 600 migrants came across this past weekend alone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to allow the member to finish. I'm going to allow one second. I'm going to allow the member to finish because I think I know where she's going now. Sorry. I'll let her finish.
To ask to change the record to indicate that it wasn't 600 this past weekend, it was 600 one weekend in April. Okay?
Yes. Order. Where a member wishes to correct the record, that seems like a reasonable point of order to me, and let's carry on now.
It being 3:17, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Ms. Moore to motion M167 under private members' business. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Paulus, move that the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security be instructed to undertake a study on rural crime in Canada and consider factors including, but not limited to, 1, current rural crime rates and trends, 2, existing RCMP and other policing resources and policies in rural, remote, shall I dispense, Indigenous communities, particularly in relation to population density, policing geographic area and staff shortages. 3, current partnerships with provincial, municipal, and Indigenous police forces. 4, possible recommendations to improve rural crime prevention and to curb emerging crime rates, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. Ms. Moore, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by adding after the words emerging crime rates the following. 5, measures to increase the tactical and operational effectiveness of Indigenous police forces. 6, strategies and resources dedicated to the judicial and rehabilitation systems in rural areas. 7, improved support for victims of rural crime. All those at my left in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Marcil.
Mr. Marcil.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May.
Fourth row on my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulier.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
I left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brousseau.
Madame Brousseau.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Rescue, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Cedar, Brandon South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengerman.
Row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Row at my right.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-est, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnesky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Right.
Mr. Nolte.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Back to Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 287, 287. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the amendment carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur le
The next question is on the main motion, as amended. The question is as follows. Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security be instructed to undertake a study on rural crime in Canada and consider factors including but not limited to current rural crime rates and trends, 2, existing RCMP and other policing resources and policies in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities, particularly in relation to population density, policing geographic area, and staff shortages. 3, current partnerships with provincial, municipal, and Indigenous police forces. 4, possible recommendations to improve rural crime prevention and to curb emerging crime rates. And 6, may I dispense? Strategies and resources dedicated to the judicial and rehabilitation systems in rural areas. 7, improve support for victims of rural crime, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. All those at my left in favor of the motion.
Is it the pleasure of the House?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Adopted. You gotta love the harmony. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-330 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, seconded by Mr. McColman, moved that Bill C-330, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, landlord consent, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
At my left.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Trost. Provencher.
Mr. Falk of Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nettle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Straw at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Marcel-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Saint-Escoff Islands.
Ms. May.
Row at my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hughes. Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. DeBerre.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Metapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Matthew Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Rescue Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Alcoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et Dessert.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anand.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne. Argentel, les Petites Nations.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentel, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Casey Charlatan.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Mr. Petitpot Taylor.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. McKay.
Yeas pour, 80, 80. Nays contre, 206, 206.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-281 under private members' business. The question is as follows.
Mr. McGregor moved that Bill C-281, an act to establish a national local food day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row to my left.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudry.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
À ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Back to Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCoop.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans
Ms.
Souci.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Nibel.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroy.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwong.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row to my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Power.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui a pris la motion.
All those at my right, fifth row.
En faveur. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row to my right in favor.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Mrs. Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr.
Sorry,
Sarai.
back to Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Then Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mastery, Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur
Fifth row to my right.
Area.
Mr. Ario.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boston.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row at my right.
Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Miss Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Mr. West-Île-des-Sams.
Mr. Millerville, Marie, le Sud-Est et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Miss Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand de Sangre.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Douzième rangée à ma droite.
Second row to my left.
Miss Grove.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentine, La Petite
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rio.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Miss Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Fan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpelletti.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Hare.
Last row at my right.
Taylor.
Mr. Petit Portera.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Katrissa Amagoski, suppose the motion of
All those at my left opposed will please rise. Fourth row. Third row. Opposed. Second row at my left. First row at my left. All those at my right who are opposed will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row.
Yeas pour 287, 287. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé au comité.
This bill is accordingly referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
18. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-262 under private members' business. Mr. Saganash, seconded by Mr. Dubé, propose que le projet de loi C
Moved that Bill C-262 enact to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples be now read a third time and do pass.
in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Saganash. Mr. Saganash.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Rota. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudriat.
Mr. Boudriat.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Marcil.
Mr. Marcil.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Row at my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Street.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Street.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Lavardière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Row at my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonds, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey, Avignon, le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Diori.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Durham.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Kouri.
Mr. El Kouri.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Branney.
Mr. Branney.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et des Sables.
Mr. Belleville-Marie, le sud-est de ça.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Alicev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand
Row at my
Sangri.
right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Grove.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsaf.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegieff.
Scarpalegieff.
Row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont-Dunda, South Dungary.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont-Dunda, South Dungary.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kasteren.
Mr. Van Kasteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford.
At my left.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Knick.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCoop.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kiski.
Mr. Rakisky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Saint-Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson.
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour, 206, 206. Nays contre, 79, 79.
I declare the motion Motion carried. Documents. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Here, I would like to table in both official languages a legislative background for an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Bill C-75.
Mr. Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34(1), I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the mission to Ireland and Northern Ireland, the United Kingdom, from March 5th to 9th, 2018. I would like to say special thanks to all of the participants in the trip who made it a very worthwhile venture. Members from both sides of the House worked tremendously well together, which made the trip a success. I would also like to say a special thanks to our clerk, who put together a great itinerary and made for a very special trip. And last but not least, I would like to say thanks to the honourable member from Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame, without whom this trip would not have happened. He's the chair of the Canada-Europe group, and without his pushing this agenda, it wouldn't have happened. And for that, I thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans in relation to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to the main estimates 2018-2019.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, entitled Toward a Resilient Canadian Agriculture and Agri-Food System, Adapting to Climate Change. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government for a comprehensive response to the report. And also, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, with reference to the main estimates 2018-19, Vote 1, which was referred to the committee.
Une opinion dissidente, l'honorable député de
And a dissenting opinion, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am tabling in both official languages the Conservative Party of Canada's dissenting report on adapting to climate change. We agree with most of the report and the recommendations. However, some aspects of the report require more information. Canadians should have more information about what the government's doing to combat climate change. It became clear that the Liberals were knowingly avoiding any discussion about the economic impacts of the government's carbon tax. We think it's important for the government to tell Canadians how much greenhouse gases will be reduced by the carbon tax and what the cost will be to the average family. It's irresponsible not to examine all the effects of the carbon tax on the environment, on jobs, on the economy, and so on. That information should be made available to Canadians and businesses, and we want the government to abandon the carbon tax, which will cause disproportionate harm to rural communities and agriculture. Thank you.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Main Estimates 2018-19. Vote 1 under the Canadian High Arctic Research Station, votes 1, 5, 10, L15 and 20 under the Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, and votes 1, 5, and 10 under the Department of Indigenous Services, Canada.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 47th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 5, Preparing Women Offenders for Release, Correctional Services Canada, of the 2017 Fall Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Viersen, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, presented on Wednesday, September 21st, 2016, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to splitting my time with the honourable member for Carleton. It's timely, I think, today that we talk about the study that the Natural Resources Committee submitted, called The Future of Canada's Oil and Gas Sector, Innovation, Sustainable Solutions and Economic Opportunities. And before we talk about the future, I think it's important to discuss the importance of responsible resource development to Canada, both with respect to its impact on the standard of living of Canadians, on our country's ability to provide jobs and funding for social and social services and social programs that is valued right across the country, but also in terms of Canada's position in the world and as a global leader. There is no doubt about the importance of responsible resource development and energy development in particular to all of Canada. A professor of economics from the UBC Vancouver School of Economics recently submitted an editorial to the Globe and Mail and outlined eloquently the importance of responsible resource jobs to sustaining Canada's middle class. And he said, opinions on pipelines, and they sure are more today than maybe ever before, are flowing around Canada more quickly than the oil. The ultimate decisions on natural resource projects, however, ought to derive from facts. As an economist studying income inequality over the last 15 years, I can offer a key fact to the debate. In my view, nothing has contributed more than natural resources to buttressing the Canadian middle class against the rapidly changing global economy of the 21st century. The importance of resources to middle class incomes is most clearly seen by looking at a simple measure, the earnings of the middle worker in the economy, the median. Between 2000 and 2015, Canadian median earnings rose by just 6% after inflation. However, underneath this national number lie vast differences across provinces. While Alberta saw earnings growth of 27% and Saskatchewan topped 44%, Quebec only saw growth of 6% and Ontario suffered a loss of 4%. When researchers have pushed beyond these basic comparisons, the professor says the same essential facts hold up. Without income derived from the resource boom, Canadian inequality and the well-being of the Canadian middle class would be much worse than we've experienced. And it's important for social services, for nursing, for education, for transit. Those benefits help provinces with plentiful resources, but importantly, he notes, since our equalization formula uses the federal purse to top up provinces without comparable resource revenue streams, that revenue, even when it's derived in certain provinces in the energy sector, is shared across the country and benefits all Canadians. He also notes the benefits of resource development to Indigenous communities living near natural resources, and talks about the sharing of economic benefits that Indigenous communities that they deserve for the future of their communities, and that they can and the opportunities for them to be partners and beneficiaries of responsible resource development. And as an Albertan, that's something that I've long seen in my backyard and in northern Alberta for a long, long time. And I often find myself questioning why I'm in a twilight zone when I hear members from other parties spinning the myth and the narrative that Indigenous people and communities are of one mind and opposed to oil and gas and opposed to pipelines. It's just not at all the truth. And in fact, holding back Canadian oil and gas development disproportionately harms people, obviously, in rural communities and remote areas, but in particular will harm Indigenous communities who deserve to be able to pursue prosperity and a legacy and opportunities for future generations and all their young people, just the same as all other communities who deserve to do that through responsible resource development in Canada. So the professor says the stakes we face are high. To maintain public support for pro-growth initiatives such as trade agreements and for doing Canada's part in limiting climate change, we need to ensure that economic growth is felt by everybody in society. Economic growth that brings everyone along, gives all families a stake in Canadian economic success. This increased economic security energizes social forces that pull us together. He points out that around the world, the relentless pressures of technology are hollowing out middle-class employment, leading to stagnating middle-class incomes and exacerbating social tensions, and that these same pressures appear in Canada too, but resource development has allowed the Canadian middle class to push back on these pressures better than almost any other advanced economy on earth. It is a reality today that more energy investment has left Canada under this Prime Minister and under these Liberals than in any other multiple-year period in 70 years, over half a century. And the Liberals have suggested at times that this is a function of prices. But of course, there are many more factors impacting oil and gas and resource development in Canada other than prices. And it has to do with certainty, with predictability, with stability, with clear, concrete measures, outcomes, roles, and responsibilities. Oil and gas proponents talk about the devastating impacts of the cumulative costs of layers of regulations, additional red tape, duplication with other jurisdictions, tax increases, and so we have to review what it is that has caused investment to leave Canada at historic rates and hundreds of thousands of Canadians to lose their jobs in the energy sector under these Liberals. So last year, the Prime Minister, he told the world that he wanted to phase out the oil sands. And in case Canadians thought that was a slip of a tongue, unfortunately, he reinforced that again just a couple of weeks ago in Paris when he said he regretted that Canada can't get off oil, quote, tomorrow. So just at the outset, is it any wonder that oil and gas proponents and oil and gas investors around the world might be wondering whether or not this Prime Minister and these Liberals actually welcome oil and gas development in Canada? But the Liberals campaigned in cooperation with anti-energy activists, denigrating Canada's world-leading track record as the most responsible oil producer in the world, and denigrated Canada's track record for the highest standards, second to none, for consultation, for science and evidence-based and expert-based decision-making, for consultation with impacted communities, with First Nations, including the incorporation of traditional knowledge. And they froze the regulatory system in February 2016, causing massive uncertainty for energy development in Canada. They announced these interim measures. Most of them were hallmarks of the Canadian regulatory system for decades, but one was not, and that was the consideration of upstream emissions for pipeline approvals. Well, that is not only an overreach into provincial jurisdiction, because that is where upstream emissions are regulated, but it later was magnified by the Liberals then instructing downstream emissions to also be attached to a pipeline for consideration of its approval. Downstream emissions coming from tailpipes, and that ultimately, of course, is what caused the abandonment of the nation-building opportunity in Energy East. But the Liberals, before that, had vetoed the previously Conservative-approved Northern Gateway pipeline, which was the only new standalone opportunity to reach tidewater to get Canada's energy into the Asia-Pacific, which will continue to demand oil and gas for years to come. And then the regulatory delays caused the abandonment of 2 LNG projects, holding Canada back, missing Asian contracts. And on top of all of that, they decided in the very worst time for energy workers to remove the tax credit for new oil and gas drilling and exploration wells, and then imposed a carbon tax on all provinces, increasing costs right across the board, imposed an offshore drilling ban, which the Northwest Territories Premier said destroyed hope for the future of people in his communities, imposed the tanker ban without adequate consultation that doesn't apply to any other Canadian coasts, stops exports, and is clearly a target on the oil sands and on the pipelines because it doesn't actually address foreign tankers or American tankers in the region. So here's the reality. The world is going to continue to demand oil and gas. Developing countries need oil and gas. Canada should be the choice as a world-leading responsible provider of oil to the world, and the Liberals need to stop implementing policies and legislations and costs that shut down Canadian energy.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yet again, I would say I'm surprised, but I'm not. The Conservatives have chosen to bring in a concurrence on a report. There's many concurrences on the order paper, Mr. Speaker. We can deal with all sorts of reports between now and the next election. Obviously, they want to continue to play games, and that's really and truly what this is all about. I wish I had the time in which I could expand on that particular point. Having said that, yesterday was a historic day. It was a historic day, and Canadians from every region of our country will benefit by that, Mr. Speaker. It's good for our environment. It's good for our economy. It's good for so many reasons, Madam Speaker, yet the Conservatives will continue to find something criticized. Now, having said that, if they didn't play this game today, right now we would be debating the budget. My question to the member across the way is, given that she didn't want to debate the budget today, or appears not to want to debate the budget today, does the member believe then that we should just allow the budget to pass, or do they? What sort of time does she believe would have been appropriate to be able to have on the budget, given that they're wanting to debate something else as opposed to the budget, a budget that delivers so much to Canada's middle class and so much more?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland, and I'd like to hear what the Honourable Member for Lakeland has to say, so if the Honourable Members don't mind letting her speak, and I'm looking forward to hearing from her.
Well, that question confirms just how completely and totally out of touch the Liberals are. The economic, constitutional, and fiscal crisis facing Canada today centers on one thing: the path forward for responsible energy development. Because energy is the #1 private sector investor in the Canadian economy. It's Canada's second biggest export, and Canada has competitiveness challenges and a productivity challenge, and is on the verge to losing both to our neighbors in the United States and to oil-producing countries around the world who don't have anywhere near the environmental, social standards that Canada does, nor the innovation or technology to be responsible providers in the future. And all of that, all of it, is because of the Liberals' policies and regulations and red tape and mixed messages and talking down Canada and bashing the regulator and defending spending tax dollars on activists to stop pipelines, and then standing around and wondering why capital is leaving this country faster than certainly under any government in my lifetime. And that is the key pressing issue. What is the future for Canadian energy development? Conservatives will champion Canadian energy, and I hope one day we'll have the opportunity to say Canada is open for business.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech about our committee's report that we tabled a couple of years ago. I just wanted to ask her about, just moments ago in this House we passed a private member's bill, C-262, from the member from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavik EU. Everybody in this House voted for it except the Conservatives, who voted against it. It's unfortunate. That bill talks about making sure that the laws of Canada match up with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And in our committee, we've heard a lot about Indigenous peoples, First Nations, and their abilities to take part in natural resource extraction and that industry, that sector. We've heard how the mining sector has been very good at involving those communities. The oil industry less so. And here we have a pipeline, Kinder Morgan, where there are some communities who have signed agreements with Kinder Morgan, but the majority of First Nations communities have come out against it. And we have a government here who says they will listen to those peoples. And I just wondered if she could comment on that initiative, that reconciliation that we're facing as a country, and how we have to include that in our extraction of resources for the future.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I have so much respect for my kind colleague from the NDP, but I just couldn't disagree with him more profoundly. It is that narrative from the left, which first is a myth, because in fact the majority of Indigenous communities in Canada are open to oil and gas and to pipelines. It is that narrative that puts at risk the most the ability for Indigenous people to secure their own futures. And that is what true reconciliation with Canada looks like. To completely ignore the fact that the Trans Mountain expansion is supported by every single Indigenous community touched by it, and within a 10-kilometer buffer zone, and the Northern Gateway Pipeline, in which there were 31 equity partners worth $2 billion, the Indigenous people who oppose the tanker ban, the Indigenous people in Northern Alberta who would be in utter poverty and can provide futures for their young generations, services for their elders. What's damaging to Indigenous people in Canada is exactly that kind of narrative.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to discuss the matter before the House. And of course, we know what that matter is. And it could not be a more appropriately timed subject to bring before the House than the one we have before us. Because there are two raging controversies at this time. One deals with the government's decision to allow a $7 billion private sector pipeline expansion to be wrapped so thoroughly in red tape and so burdened by taxes that the investors decided to take their money and run. The government gave that company 4 billion Canadian tax dollars to take with them. Now, the government has spent that $4 billion, and we don't have a single centimeter of new pipeline to show for it. All we have is a promise that a company and a project owned by politicians will be more successful at building a pipeline than a project that was previously owned by one of the biggest pipeline companies on planet Earth, a company that literally has tens of thousands of kilometers of pipeline around the world, which makes a living and pays its shareholder by profiting off those pipelines, believed, in the Prime Minister's words, that this project had become, quote, too risky. Now, those risks belong exclusively to Mr. and Mrs. Taxpayer. Now, this project really is an economic and environmental no-brainer. Yep. Economically, it's a no-brainer because the company had already been willing to put forward its own resources to pay for the construction of that pipeline. There's such a gap between Western Canada Select prices that are received in Alberta and Saskatchewan for oil and the world price that this pipeline would enable Canadian producers to receive. That gap could have been arbitraged out of existence by allowing an extra 600,000 barrels of oil to go from where oil is cheap in Alberta and Saskatchewan to where it is more expensive on the world market. The world Brent price has been consistently higher, sometimes $20 a barrel higher than the Western Canada Select price with which our producers have been stuck because they are landlocked. And of course, those producers would have been willing to pay a handsome sum for access to those higher prices, making this investment an economic no-brainer. An environmental no-brainer it is as well. We know that because it is actually not really a new pipeline. It is just the twinning of an existing pipeline, one that has operated since 1953, 65 years, and it delivers 300,000 barrels of oil per day without incident and without any environmental problem. The right-of-way is already there. It doesn't need. You don't need to bulldoze a new direction. You don't need to chart a new course. I don't even think they have to confiscate any land, which most large projects do require. So it is an environmental no-brainer just as much as an economic no-brainer. But because this government, along with left-of-center allies at provincial and municipal levels, have so wrapped our natural resource projects in red tape and taxes, the company believed that it could no longer get a reasonable risk-adjusted rate of return and headed for the hills. Now, that $4 billion will go not to a pipeline in Canada, but to a pipeline company in Texas, which it will likely use to build new pipelines that compete with the Canadian industry. So, how did we get here? Before now, a Texas company wanted to invest $7 billion in Canada, and now we're giving $4 billion of Canadian tax dollars for that company to take out of Canada. So that's where we have arrived, and the Prime Minister today trumpets it as a grand success. We still don't know what it will cost to actually carry out the construction on the new expansion. The government won't tell us. Presumably, they would know. You would think that someone spending $4.5 billion would know what the additional costs they would be forced to bear if they went ahead with such an investment. You would think. But again, they're using other people's money, so such calculations perhaps are not as important to them as if it were their own. Speaking of other people's money, this government is planning to impose a carbon tax, which will collect billions of dollars of other people's money. Now, it wouldn't be the first time a government raised taxes. Governments do that. Typically, though, they tell you what they're collecting, how much you'll pay. In fact, many taxes actually are so visible and transparent that you can look at your bill when you pay them. You go to purchase something for your kids at a sports store, you can look at the HST or GST right on your receipt, and you will know exactly what it costs you. At tax time, you can calculate what you paid in income tax. Those taxes are visible and calculable to the folks who are paying them. The carbon tax, however, is far more insidious. The price effect of it is buried in the consumer products themselves and is not broken down item by item. So if you go and buy some fresh fruits at your local grocery store, those fruits will be more expensive because they were transported by truck to that store, but you don't know how much more expensive. So you might be inclined to blame your local grocer, Mr. Speaker. But don't blame your grocer, Mr. Speaker. Don't get angry at him, because part of that pricing is actually the carbon tax that this government is imposing on him and on the farmers and the shippers, the transportation companies that brought that fruit to your store front. That, to my knowledge, it is unprecedented for a government to impose a tax without revealing what that tax will cost people. And as a result, we in this country in this opposition are of the view that the government is engaged in what many Canadians are now calling a carbon tax cover-up. And we believe that the government should end the carbon tax cover-up by telling people what this thing will cost them. And we know they know. They have the documents. There's a 2015 memo which calculates how much families will pay based on the income they earn. Unfortunately, all the numbers are blacked out. Now, I'm standing here right next to the honourable member for Lakeland, Alberta, the pride and joy of Lakeland, Alberta, fighting for jobs in her community, and they are indeed lucky to have her. And so, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Lakeland, that the House do now adjourn. Hear, hear.
There, good point.
Order. 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 I have something very important to say. I want to make sure everybody hears it. Mr. Pulliver, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moved that this House do now adjourn. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mrs. Stubbs, moved that this House do now adjourn. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroy.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Castren.
Van Castren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Miss McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Miss Mahichuk.
Miss Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Monsef.
Miss Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Miss Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pascalito.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fracascados.
Mr. Fracascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Massey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Massacre, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 188, 188.
I declare the motion defeated. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Foothills International Trade. The Honourable Member for Kootenay Columbia Canadian Heritage. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona is rising on a point of order.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in keeping with our agreement to address once more some of the procedural points with respect to Vote 40. And again, as per our discussions, I'll try to do that in the briefest possible period without compromising the integrity of the arguments, Mr. Speaker. Part of the reason for having these points of order, and the number of them, is of course because Vote 40 is a significant departure from the usual practice, and the estimate document itself, Part 1, page 3, reads under the heading Significant Changes in Voted Spending from 2017-18 include the budget implementation vote to provide new funding for Budget 2018 initiatives. So the estimates themselves tell us that this is a very different and very significant change in the way the government approves funding, Mr. Speaker. My point has to do with the statutory authority for a number of the votes in the estimates. I would refer you, Mr. Speaker, to House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, which tells us, quote, the Chair has maintained that estimates with a direct and specific legislative intent, and Mr. Speaker, this speaks to your ruling from Monday, those clearly intended to amend existing legislation should come to the House by way of an amending bill. That's on page 873. Speaker Sauvé nicely traced the development of this principle in her June 12, 1981 ruling on certain items in the estimates, and I believe it's worth quoting that ruling at length, Mr. Speaker. She said, and I quote, members have objected that in one way or another, the estimates that have been submitted from time to time by the government have attempted to do more than set out the spending requirements of the government for the next fiscal year. This is, of course, supposed to be the acknowledged purpose of estimates and appropriation acts. In 1971, the Chair ruled that items in the estimates that attempt to amend existing statutes are out of order. This was confirmed by most subsequent rulings. In 1974 and 1976, the Chair went further and dealt with the question of matters of substance being put in the estimates. The Speaker, in effect, ruled that The Appropriation Act is not the place to seek authority to do something such as to establish a program. Rather, the Appropriation Act should only seek authority to spend the money for a program that has been previously authorized by statute. I continue to quote, Mr. Speaker. In 1977, the Chair continued to lay down these principles that should be followed in the use of the estimates, and added that it makes no difference whether the item attempted to spend a large sum or simply $1. The distinction is unimportant. The test is whether or not the government is putting forward a spending estimate under authority it already possesses, or whether it is really seeking new legislative authority to do something. In March of that year, the Speaker said the government receives from Parliament the authority to act through the passage of legislation and receives the money to finance such authorized action through the passage by Parliament of an Appropriation Act. A supply item, in my opinion, ought not, therefore, to be used to obtain authority, which is the proper subject of legislation. I continue to quote from Speaker Sauvé's ruling. In other words, the government may not, by the use of an Appropriation Act, obtain authority that it does not have under existing legislation. The then Speaker summed it up in this way in December 1977. Supply ought to be confined strictly to the process for which it was intended, that is to say, for the purpose of putting forward by the government the estimate of money it needs, and then in turn voting by the House of that money to the government, and not to be extended in any way into the legislative area, because legislation and legislative changes in substance are not intended to be part of supply, but rather ought to be part of the legislative process in the regular way, which requires 3 readings, committee stage, and in other words, ample opportunity for members to participate in debate and amendment. In that ruling, so that's the end of the quote, Mr. Speaker. In that ruling, Speaker Sauvé emphasized the sequence of events required to obtain authority in a manner that is in order. First, the government must establish the appropriate legal or statutory authority for an expenditure item, and then it may seek funding for that item through an Appropriation Act. Thus, she ruled 3 votes under Energy, Mines and Resources out of order and ordered deleted from the main estimates. In so doing, she cited evidence that the government intended to introduce legislation with respect to the programs it was seeking spending authority for under those votes. Given the need confessed by the government to enact legislation to support the programs in question, the Speaker ruled that, quote, by asking for money now, the President of the Treasury Board would be putting the cart before the horse, end quote. She further said that, quote, while the significance of such a ruling is not lost, as was said on March 22, 1977, the function of the Chair is to ensure that what Parliament attempts to do is procedurally correct. Furthermore, the Chair is comforted by the fact that the President of the Treasury Board said on June 1st last, in reply to the point of order at issue here, that legislation will be introduced with respect to these programs, end quote. While it would be a stretch to say that Vote 40 alters any statutes in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, it is not at all a stretch to say that it puts the cart before the horse in the way ruled out of order very clearly by Speaker Sauvé. These main estimates clearly seek funds for initiatives that require legislative changes in order to move ahead. For the benefit of the House, I will provide 2 examples, although I don't pretend that this is an exhaustive list. As it has been some time since, pardon me, I just want to mention again, Mr. Speaker, that my objections and these examples are about the procedure and not about the substance of the initiatives at hand. My first example pertains to the item Making Employment More Responsive and Effective, which appears in Table A211 of the budget, as well as in the annex of the main estimates that itemizes initiatives in the budget implementation vote. This pilot project is, on page 57 of the budget, we read that this pilot project is scheduled to expire in August 2018. The government proposes to introduce amendments to the Employment Insurance Act, I'm quoting from the budget, Mr. Speaker, to make the current EI working well on client pilot rules permanent, providing $351 million over 5 years starting in 2018-2019 and $80.1 million per year ongoing. The legislation will also include a provision to grandfather claimants who have chosen under the current pilot project to revert to more flexible rules, etc., Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll dispense with the rest of that quote for the sake of time. Along with the announcement of new funding, the budget clearly signaled the government's intent to modify existing legislation. Indeed, it's quite clear that the money announced is for the program after its legal infrastructure is altered. Announcing this intention in the budget is perfectly in order and presents no problem in and of itself. The problem comes once this item is included in the estimates prior to the government instituting the required legislative changes. Unfortunately, this is exactly what the government has done. How do we know that this is what the government has done? We know because on the one hand, the item making employment insurance more responsive and effective appears in the main estimates annex for Treasury Board.
Point of order.
The honourable member for Percentage Gulf Islands, I think, is trying to rise on a point of order. Of course, she can't interrupt another point of order. However, I can see why she's rising. Members are making too much noise, and I'd ask them to cease and to maintain some order in this place. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues who have called for order in the chamber. So how do we know that this is what the government has done, Mr. Speaker? We know because on the one hand, the item making employment insurance more responsive and effective appears in the main estimates annex for the budget implementation vote, seeking a little over $130 million in spending authority to implement the changes that the budget tells us require legislative changes to implement. But we don't just glean this from the budget document. More importantly, the legislative changes contemplated in the budget document are currently in Bill C-74, the Budget Implementation Act, 2018, number 1. And that act, of course, is currently before the House, Mr. Speaker. In the Department of Finance's briefing binder for the clause-by-clause review of that bill, we read that transitional provisions amendments are proposed to the Employment Insurance Act to make permanent the default rules of the current Working Well on Claim pilot project. Essentially, exactly what we're told the money is for in the proposed Appropriation Act. Transitional provisions are proposed to allow claimants to revert to the rules of a previous pilot project on an optional basis. Again, this is the same language for which we're being told the money is being appropriated, Mr. Speaker. And again, for the sake of time, you can check out those documents on your own, but I think I've quoted enough to give you an idea. These changes in the Budget Implementation Act are clearly meant to authorize the program changes for which the government is seeking appropriations under the item making employment insurance more responsive and effective. The Budget Implementation Act is still before the House and has yet to go to the Senate. In other words, it is some ways away from being passed, even if the government acts on its propensity for time allocation in order to pass the Budget Implementation Act through the House once it returns from committee, which I believe it now has, actually, Mr. Speaker. You'll forgive me for the notes having been prepared a little well in advance. It will nevertheless have to pass through the other place. We cannot prejudge how quickly the bill will pass in the other place, nor do I think the possible use of time allocation would be a basis on which to say that the proposed allocation for this item is in order. The cart is clearly before the horse in this case, Mr. Speaker, and the vote ought therefore to be ruled out of order. It is likewise with the item ensuring security and prosperity in the digital age. Under the rubric of Treasury Board Vote 40, the government is seeking to appropriate a little over $100 million across 8 different departments, including $43 million for the communications security establishment. From the budget document on page 203, we learn that, quote, Canada's plan for security in the digital age starts with a strong federal cyber governance system to protect Canadians and their sensitive personal information. To that end, the government proposes to commit $155 million over 5 years and $44.5 million per year ongoing to the communications security establishment to create a new Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. In order to establish the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, the government will introduce legislation to allow various government cybersecurity functions to consolidate into the new centre. Federal responsibility to investigate potential criminal activities will remain with the RCMP. That's the end of the quote, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that legislative changes to establish the new Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity are integral to the purpose for which the government is seeking to appropriate funds under the Treasury Board Vote 40 item, ensuring security and prosperity in the digital age. It is also clear that the government has chosen to seek spending authority for this initiative without first obtaining the requisite legislative authority. The evidence that it has is undisputable, as the legislative measures required to establish the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity are also in the Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 1, currently before the House. The Department of Finance's briefing binder for the clause-by-clause review of the bill reiterates verbatim the passages from the budget that I just quoted. So I'll spare you quoting from that document, Mr. Speaker, because the two are in fact exactly the same. Once again, the Budget Implementation Bill is currently before the House. It has not passed. It may not even be close to passing, though the timeline here is irrelevant. To quote Speaker Jerome from March 21st, 1977, the matters touch, quote, very fundamentally upon the right of Parliament to function, the right to examine the spending program and to control the spending program through parliamentary votes, which is perhaps the most fundamental aspect of the work of Parliament. In conjunction with that is the legislative rule. It's clear that some statement ought to be attempted to separate those powers which the House possesses by way of supply and those powers which the House possesses by way of legislation. He also added, Mr. Speaker, that is not a task I look forward to with particular relish, but it is an important task. End quote. Clearly, the government is seeking to appropriate funds without first having established the legislative authority for the appropriation. It cannot assign funds to an entity that does not yet exist. This is a principle that at least some government departments do seem to understand. The government's Pension for Life initiative for veterans is announced in the budget, including an estimate of the cost. However, no request to appropriate funds was made in the estimates, and the departmental plan clearly states that legislative changes must be made before the department can include the expenditure in its financial plan. Presumably, the request for funding will come through a supplementary estimates after Parliament has passed the appropriate legislation. There are other examples that are more vague, Mr. Speaker. I was prepared to offer some detail, but I'll try and go through in a more rapid fashion. So I'll simply mention these examples, Mr. Speaker. The first one is a new intellectual property strategy. That's an item under Vote 40, and the language in the budget, if you'll go to the budget document, very clearly contemplates the possibility of legislation as part of the program. The item Modernizing Canada's Regulatory Framework also contemplates the of legislation in order to realize the program for which it is requesting an appropriation of funds. The item, A New Process for Federal Election Leaders Debates, also very clearly contemplates the possibility of legislation in order to achieve the program purposes for which the government is seeking an appropriation of funds. The item, Stabilizing and Future Transformation of the Federal Government's Pay Administration, or Phoenix, also contemplates legislative changes for the purpose for which it is requesting those funds, Mr. Speaker. So what do all these examples have in common, Mr. Speaker? In all of these cases, the government is seeking an appropriation of funds under the main estimates. In all of these cases, the information we have, which is not always presented in the estimates but in the budget document instead, the government explicitly contemplates changes to legislation as an integral part of fulfilling the purpose for which they are seeking spending authority. In some cases, it seems more likely than in others that legislation would, strictly speaking, be required in order to spend the money toward accomplishing the program goal. However, I humbly submit, while this level of uncertainty with respect to required legislative authority is perfectly acceptable in the budget, it is not acceptable in the estimates. Had these programs gone through the Treasury Board process, as items usually do, before their inclusion in the estimates, we would have the necessary level of detail with respect to the programs contemplated in order to assess their legislative requirements. It is because of the novel mechanism of Vote 40 that Parliament cannot make this assessment, a situation that undermines its ability to provide proper oversight of government spending and subverts the established supply processes of this place. Some members may want to interject at this point, Mr. Speaker, and say, but wait, Vote 40 is structured in such a way as to prevent expenditures for which an appropriate legal mandate does not exist. The problem with that defense, Mr. Speaker, is that the question of who decides whether or not the appropriate legal mandate for certain expenditures exists. Under the normal process, parliamentarians would be able to review appropriations and match them up with existing authorities prior to approving the estimates. If there were a dispute about proper authorities, Parliament would simply be able to withhold the funding until the problem is rectified. Under Vote 40, the funding would already be approved. So if the government goes ahead and spends money on a new program and reports on that in a supplementary estimates, and note I say report and not request approval, and a member suspects that the program requires new statutory authority, what is a member to do? The spending has been pre-approved and spent. The money's been spent. Parliament cannot simply take it back. The point here is that Parliament should be the arbiter of whether or not expenditures are within the legal mandate of the departments or organizations doing the spending. That is what our oversight role for government spending requires, and it's our right as the ultimate guardian of the public purse. So there you have it, Mr. Speaker. There are at least two items under Vote 40 that are clearly out of order because they put the cart before the horse by requesting appropriations for measures that do not currently have the appropriate legal mandate. We know that because the legislative changes are currently before the House. The point is perhaps most succinctly put in Beauchesne 5th edition, citation 486, where it says, quote, if a vote in the estimates relates to a bill not yet passed by Parliament, then the authorizing bill must become law before the authorization of the relevant vote in the estimates by an appropriation act, end quote. But the point was also clearly stated by Speaker Sauvé on June 21st, 1982, when she said, quote, "As I said in my ruling of June 12, 1981, an item that seeks to establish a new program in the absence of other legislative authority and the funds to put it into operation runs counter to the rulings of the chair since 1974, which hold that legislation is required to authorize new programs, particularly matters of major substance." This point was made again by Speaker Fraser on March 20th, 1991, when he said, "It appears common ground in the arguments that have been made, first, that statutes ought not to be amended by means of items in the estimates. Second, that authority to act in cases where statutory provisions already exist be sought by the passage of amending legislation, and only then the money to finance that action should be sought through appropriation acts. In both instances, authority is sought first to implement the Senate committee report, which recommended the allowances, and second to pay the allowances. The very wording of the vote confirms that there is no existing statutory authority under which the allowances could be paid. If the statutory authority existed, there would be no need to seek approval for implementation in this fashion. The type of authority sought here is akin to approval in principle, and as was made clear in the ruling of both Speakers Lamer and Jerome, should be sought through legislation other than appropriation bills." That's the end of the quote from Speaker Fraser. That Vote 40 does permit the establishment of new programs is clear in its wording. It does authorize the creation of new grants, Mr. Speaker, and it says so. I don't have that wording because I've been trying to be brief, but I have referred to that wording in the past, I believe, in other arguments. And the caveat that they must conform to existing legal mandates is cold comfort to a Parliament that will have already authorized the disbursement of funds and finds out only after the fact how it was actually spent. Effectively, Parliament will have lost the power to decide for itself whether the government is acting within its legal mandates or whether legislative changes are required to authorize the new initiatives. Beyond those two items, there are a number of others where it's unclear whether legislative changes should be required to legitimize expenditures that Vote 40 seeks to authorize. Once again, in these cases, Parliament should get to judge once the program is adequately developed. This is ordinarily the case through the supply process as we know it, but the mechanism of Vote 40 subverts that process and Parliament's power of oversight along with it. Mr. Speaker, Canada's constitutional monarchy is largely based on the British model, which developed largely through Parliament's efforts to limit or appropriate royal prerogative power. The most significant way in which it achieved that goal was by gaining control over public expenditures and the power to raise revenue. The creep of power doesn't always come by way of conniving maniacs. Sometimes it comes a little more gently with the sense of entitlement typical of those accustomed to power. Parliament is...
Order. I just want to ask the honourable member, I've been trying to, he's had 20 minutes or so, and I've been trying at times to see, trying to get a sense of how many pages he had left. Perhaps you could give me an idea how much. I was trying to assess how many pages he had left, and it's been left. It's hard to do that from this distance. Perhaps you could give me an idea.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. On this particular point of order, I think I can wrap up in about a minute or so. And with any time I have remaining, I'll begin to address the second point of order. What I do want to say is that whatever its intentions, the government of the day has presented a very new way of approving funds and the estimates, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a way that violates some of the long-standing principles of the process of supply, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it's incumbent on you to strike Vote 40 from the main estimates in order that parliamentary process be upheld. And I would say, by way of explanation, I know some members may therefore feel that the new budget initiatives aren't going to get funded. That's simply not the case, Mr. Speaker. Of course, only $221 million of those programs have been allocated by Treasury Board. Those could appear in a supplementary estimates. Under Standing Order 82, if there are other initiatives that have since been approved by Treasury Board, government does have an extraordinary way of seeking approval of Parliament for those initiatives. So there are many ways that the government can obtain funding quickly for initiatives that it has actually approved and is ready to go with, Mr. Speaker. And the striking of Vote 40 need not mean that those initiatives don't get funded. A second point of order today with respect to Vote 40 has to do with the implications of Vote 40 for study at committee, Mr. Speaker. And I know the vote and the estimates are currently before committee, but the problem is that the structure of the vote actually undermines that committee study process, Mr. Speaker. House of Commons procedure and practice is very clear that the appropriate standing committee, the subject expert committee, is the committee that ought to be studying the initiatives presented within the estimates for a particular department. So, for instance, on page 1013, House of Commons procedure and practice tells us that when the estimates are tabled in the House, each standing committee receives an order of reference for those departmental and agency votes which relate to its mandate. However, by including all of the government's new budget initiatives under one Treasury Board vote, the government has disrupted the normal process by which votes are referred to the appropriate subject expert committee. Instead, the 247 new spending initiatives contemplated in the budget and proposed in the estimates by way of Vote 40 are referred to only one committee, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, which is then expected to study and evaluate the new initiatives for every department. Initiatives as disparate as strengthening the Canada border service industry, to to Indigenous sport, to Canada's co-chairmanship of the G20 working group, and hundreds more. Asking a single committee with no subject area expertise to examine all of those items would be an unrealistic expectation in the best of circumstances. But I would remind Your Honour that this House and its committees have even less time to study the estimates this year than we did last year or any other year before it. Last year, the standing orders were changed to allow for the tabling of the main estimates to occur as late as April 16th, and in fact, that was the date that they were tabled. The putative reason for reducing the time for studying the estimates was that we would have more information in order to perform a better scrutiny of the demands in those estimates. However, we are now in a position where, as I pointed out on a previous sitting day, the estimates contain less information about proposed new government spending, substituting promises of post-facto reporting for offering up information up front. Where that information would once have come through the supplementary estimates process concurrently with the respect for spending authority, the government this year is asking for the authority up front. It's important that the study of the estimates at committee not be undermined by an unprecedented eccentric vote structure that excludes new initiatives from the scope of study of the appropriate committee. As you rightly pointed out on Monday, Mr. Speaker, the study of the estimates doesn't happen in this place. It happens at those committees. So it is very important that that not be undermined by having the – I appreciate the demands of time. I hope I can resume this point once this important business is concluded.
Well, I think I've been extremely lenient in terms of the rule about being concise with points of order. I've heard a number of times. I think I understand the point of this point of order, the point he's making here. At any event, it is time for private members' business. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-391, Aboriginal Cultural Property Repatriation Act. Standing in the name of Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Debate. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak today on Bill C-391, the Aboriginal Culture Property Repatriation Act. I have a keen interest in the subject matter of this bill. I have great respect for the history and greatly enjoy learning more about it. But I will try to keep my remarks brief and to the point. I like what Diefenbaker said, "Don't get me started on history, because then you shall know the meaning of eternity." So I will continue in that spirit. I think that this bill is well-intentioned and I will be supporting it. However, I do believe it has a couple of flaws which should be amended at committee. I have great respect for the important role artifacts have in fostering appreciation for history. They are a tangible and irreplaceable link to our past. It is one thing to read about history in a book. It is another to actually see a historical object created by another person living in a different era. Like the Greek Acropolis, the terracotta warriors in China, the Machu Picchu of the Incas, to see those things in person, to see the artifacts, to see the real things that people created centuries and centuries ago makes such a difference. Historical objects help bring history to life. They provide a window into how others really lived. They remind us that historical figures we read about really existed in the flesh and blood. If we want future generations to truly understand how their present is linked to our country's past, we need to make sure these objects aren't lost. They are not just an invaluable means through which to remember the past. They are also a key to understanding the present. I strongly believe that their protection and preservation should be a priority of this government. This bill seeks to establish a framework through which Aboriginal peoples of Canada can reacquire these invaluable links to their proud histories. It would implement a mechanism through which any First Nations, Inuit, Métis community or organization may acquire or reacquire Aboriginal cultural property to which it has a strong attachment. It would encourage owners, custodians, or trustees of Aboriginal cultural property to return such property to Aboriginal peoples and support them in the process. This is a laudable goal. In my riding of Bow River, we have the Blackfoot Crossing Historical Park. They maintain a collection of many incredible historical objects. They provide a great educational service to their community. They provide an economic benefit by attracting visitors and promoting tourism in the region. I was fortunate enough to visit and receive a guided tour just last year. I was greatly impressed by the wealth of history and knowledge on display. I believe they are an example of a success story that deserves to be emulated more broadly. Despite being well-intentioned, I do think that several parts of this legislation could be clarified and possibly improved. First, we need to ensure that the public interest is considered so that artifacts are available to Canadians in a way that enhances knowledge and appreciation of Aboriginal culture. Access to history is always in the public interest. As I noted, we cannot comprehend the present without understanding the past. I again point to Blackfoot Crossing in my riding as a great success in this regard. It is located on a historic site of great significance to the Blackfoot Confederacy. When thousands and thousands gathered on September 22, 1877, for the signing of Treaty Number 7. This historical site is visited by thousands and thousands of people annually. I can assure anyone interested in visiting that it offers a fantastic educational experience in Aboriginal history. I also believe that this bill should ensure that consideration be given to show how best to adequately preserve and protect the quality and integrity of Aboriginal property. We've heard on the Heritage Committee about the challenge of the museum industry it faces in attracting qualified staff. For a variety of reasons, there are not enough professional curator staff in Canada. Many artifacts are fragile and require a good deal of expertise to be handled and preserved. Operating costs related to preservation of historical objects can also be a real challenge for smaller historical museums. I know that the Haida Museum, which I was fortunate enough to visit, for example, has some difficulties due to remote location. It has a fantastic collection, but very few people get to see it. So this bill should be amended to reflect this reality. We need some manner of safeguard in place to ensure that these tangible links to history are not lost to future generations. We also need to make sure that the legislation does not have unintended consequences for Aboriginal artists and creators. I myself own several pieces of tremendous artwork produced by Siksika artists in my riding. This industry yields great economic benefits in many Indigenous communities and helps foster appreciation for their cultures. It should not be jeopardized in any way. This bill must not dampen enthusiasm for the incredible work produced by Aboriginal artists by suggesting one's purchase might someday be repatriated. That would be very unfortunate unintended consequence. Finally, I note in the member for Cumberland Colchester's previous remarks on this legislation, he said the bill's intent is not to force anyone to give up their artifacts. I do not believe that this is made explicit in the bill's language, and it should be amended to clarify this point. I was also disappointed to learn that Canadian Museum Association was not consulted during the drafting of this bill. This is a great organization in our country with tremendous knowledge. Perhaps some of these issues could have been highlighted at an earlier stage in the process had that consultation taken place. The Canadian Museum Association has a great working relationships with First Nations. I think their input could be very valuable going forward. I would also echo my colleague from York Simcoe's comments that the legislation must strive to develop a framework that builds on common interests to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes. We want to continue to ensure that Canadians understand and appreciate the First Peoples of Canada, with their artifacts in appropriate locations, handled scientifically, handled correctly. This could happen. But then they would be respecting the property and the great significance of these historical objects to the Aboriginal people themselves. As I noted, I will be supporting this legislation, but I hope to see amended significantly in committee to ensure it does not result in unintended consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so divided right now talking about this important bill. I want to thank the member from Cumberland, Colchester, for bringing it forward. This bill is to create a national strategy on Aboriginal cultural property repatriation. I really appreciate the intent of the bill, and I will be supporting it. However, I am also very concerned about the weakness of the language in the bill. It says things like to promote and support the return, to encourage the owner, leaving this bill really as an option for people. Mr. Speaker, this is an important conversation that needs to happen in this country about what does it mean to be in a country where we are looking at reconciliation, when we are looking at the history of Canada and trying to move forward in a positive way. We know that the protection of cultural property touches many aspects of policy development, and this raises the risk that there could be some inconsistent things that happen and potentially even contradictory actions being taken if there is if there's no coordinating mechanism. And that is one of the biggest concerns I have for this, that there is nothing here that is actually going to move forward to deal with this very important issue. You know, I had a wise person in my riding once tell me that one of the best things about being Indigenous for him was that the history of the culture was that they didn't leave much behind. There were things like totem poles, but the actual impact on the environment was very balanced and limited. I know that for Indigenous communities across the country, their cultures are alive and active, and there are some communities that are working very hard at bringing back culture into their communities. The history of this country is that the human rights of Indigenous people have been violated and continue often to be violated. The history is that the cultural heritage has been disturbed, it's been stolen, it's been excavated, exchanged, taken under duress, and this is important when we talk about this bill. It is important to recognize that the history of Indigenous people was studied, bodies were exhumed and moved out of their territories and Canada without free, prior, and informed consent. And that's an important thing that we speak of today as we saw the passing of Bill C-262. So in this day and age of reconciliation, it must be a key part of the conversation. How are we looking at what it means for Indigenous communities to have free, prior, and informed consent? How are we looking at the history of Canada and what's happened, and how are we making things change? You know, Mr. Speaker, the University of Winnipeg, for example, currently holds the remains of 145 Indigenous people stored on their campus. This is concerning that the remnants of the people, the first people of this country, are left in places where they're not taken care of in a proper way. In the riding that I represent of North Island Powell River, whenever remains are found, there's always a working process with the community, the Indigenous community, to make sure that those remains are treated respectfully. So when we look at this bill, we have to be looking at that as well. It makes me think of a community in my riding, the Cluhhouse First Nation community, who are currently undertaking to find ancestors across the world. And recently, there was an ancestor located in a Lower Mainland institution. So the community came together, worked very hard, and when it came time to transfer the ancestor from a cardboard box to the cedar box that was prepared by the Cluhhouse Nation, they were guided into a private room. It was an incredibly spiritual, honorable undertaking. a precious moment to return the remains, to handle them, to bless them, to honor them, to cradle them with cedar and tobacco, and to pray for peace to surround them on the journey of their final resting place. However, when they walked into the room, what they saw was a cardboard box which was home to their ancestor for more than 50 years. And it was in a box, and it had a single word written on it: skull. So one of the things that this bill doesn't really look at is how are we going to move forward in a respectful way? How are we going to make sure that the remains of loved ones are returned home to their communities? And then when that process happens, it happens in the most thoughtful way possible. The sad reality is the history of Canada is one steeped in colonialism. From the region I represent, many communities are participating to this day in the potlatch system. Mr. Speaker, the potlatch system was a way of redistributing wealth. It was a way of making sure that people were looked after. And this is a very sacred process, and it's one of governance, and I think that's really important. This is not just a celebration. It's a way of governing. It's a way of making sure that there was fairness, that no one was left behind, and that people got to be respected by their generosity. We know that in 1885, when the ceremony was made illegal, authorities took items away, including things like totem poles, regalia, and sacred family items. It's hard to explain the impact on the communities. These were the ways that they governed themselves. These were the ways that they dealt with conflict. These were the ways that they acknowledged when people were moving from one phase of their life into another. So it had a huge impact, all of those things being gone. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the Numbulese Cultural Centre in my riding, which has done a lot of work in repatriating artifacts to their community. One of the main objectives for them is to recover from other institutions and individuals artifacts and records of cultural, artistic, and historic value for the Kwakwaka'wakw people. This cultural centre has important things. It has activities for schools to educate young people about the history of the area. They have a carving and education centre where they continue to train people on these methods that have been passed down from generation to generation. They work hard around language preservation. And there's also archival footage of the lower gallery theatre where people can see some of those recordings that were taken so long ago. In 1975, the hereditary and elective chiefs founded the Numbulese Cultural Centre. They did so that they could begin negotiating the return of the potlatch artifacts and regalia. In 1979, the society had things returned, finally home, and several months later opened the doors and allowed their community to come engage with those things, but also encouraged the public to come in and learn more about the history. So it's important today that they continue to do that work and still find things all over the world that are from their cultural territory, and the challenges that they have in trying to get those back. You know, the capacity of many Indigenous communities to store and care for objects is extremely limited. Some museums work very hard to work with the communities to make sure that they have access to these items. You know, recently a community in my riding, Humalco, took elders and young people to the Royal BC Museum in Victoria, where they saw masks from the late 1800s that were now stored there. They also saw baskets and other things of regalia. And it was a really meaningful moment for those young people to see how long their history was, to understand and see what the masks look like, to interact with the elders to learn the stories and the things that have been passed down. So it's good to see those relationships happening, but there's so much more that can be done. Professor Jack Loham, Chief Executive Officer of the Royal British Columbia Museum, said the following: "My last issue concerns the slow progress being made toward reconciliation. Our museum displays are still riddled with the stereotypical display information, displays of Indigenous life, emphasizing and privileging white history over Indigenous histories. Repatriation is inadequately funded. Our museum culture is still predominantly white." I understand the intention of this bill, and I appreciate it. It's important work. But I think it's time that in this country of Canada, we start to focus more on the impact rather than the intention. That we talk with Indigenous communities, that we make sure that we recognize the vibrancy in those communities, the history and what it means to them, and what it means when you have the things that were from your ancestors, from your parents' parents' parents, from your loved ones, sitting in a box somewhere far, far away, and that there's no pressure in any way to have those things returned, and what that means to communities when they get those things back home. This is something that is another part of our culture that we have to look at. So I look forward to supporting this bill. I really wish that I saw a little more emphasis on, I understand private member's bill, you can't talk about money, but to make sure that this plan actually has a discussion about that. I saw nothing in there that said there will be a plan that comes forward from this national strategy that will include some of the heavy financial commitments that would have to be made to do this and do this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues in this House who have spoken to this bill. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage, I'm very proud to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-391. I want to begin by sincerely thanking the Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester for bringing this very important issue before Parliament. I'd also like to thank him for being so open and about the prospect of amendments to this bill. That and the comments so far by other honourable members of this House from different parties show that we are all here to work together. We believe that the government has an important leadership role to play in support of repatriation of Indigenous cultural property, which is so critical to our work overall to promote reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, we're supporting this bill because it's a critical step in the right direction, in the direction of empowering Indigenous persons, in the direction of ensuring a renewed relationship with all Indigenous persons, First Nations, Inuit and Métis people, in the direction of respect, and most importantly, in the direction of autonomy. A new national strategy on the repatriation of Indigenous cultural property is something I've heard about locally by advocates for reconciliation in my riding of Parkdale High Park, but it's also something we've heard about nationally when consulting with Indigenous leaders, literally from coast to coast to coast. This is an idea whose time has clearly arrived, but we also believe that there are a number of ways in which this bill can and should be strengthened. And I take some comment there and pause to reflect upon the comments made by members of the two opposition parties that have just spoken on this bill today. So the government will indeed be seeking some amendments to this bill. First, we have heard others refer to the importance of repatriation of Indigenous human remains. Indeed, the comments by the member opposite just prior to my comments now. Indigenous communities themselves have shown that this is often the highest priority for them. It seems that some consider human remains to be part of what the bill calls, quote, Aboriginal cultural property, but that aspect is not clear. We feel that the bill should be explicit in stating that the proposed national strategy focus on both cultural property and human remains. Second, Mr. Speaker, we've also heard other honourable members voice concern over the definition of Aboriginal cultural property in the bill. Definitions are always tricky, Mr. Speaker. We know that as parliamentarians. We don't believe that this term should actually be defined in the legislation itself. It doesn't appear to be defined elsewhere in law, and it's not even defined in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It would be much more appropriate, in our view, if the scope of the strategy and any necessary definitions were developed as part of the strategy itself, in cooperation with Indigenous communities and the holders of collections. We shouldn't define the term in legislation itself, because we may end up with something either too vague or too narrow, and we may inadvertently exclude something that we may regret after the fact. Third, and to the same point, Mr. Speaker, the bill refers to cultural property where there is a strong attachment. Who or how should this strong attachment be judged? In our view, this concept and the scope of the proposed mechanism is best left to be determined in consultation with all stakeholders during the development of the strategy that Bill 391 contemplates. The point is that we need to be very careful that the bill doesn't go too far into determining the details of the strategy in advance. To do so would restrict the ability of the government and all those that work with it, most importantly Indigenous persons themselves, to come up with the best possible result. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, speaking of the development of the national strategy in cooperation with stakeholders, Bill C-391 makes reference to the role to be played by the provinces, but there's no mention of the territories, and that certainly is something that should be added. One of the really innovative aspects of the bill is that it proposes the creation of a forum for the resolution of conflicting claims. Mr. Speaker, we're assuming that this is meant to be a forum where, if more than one Indigenous community or organization is claiming the same item, Indigenous people will get together and decide whose claim should go forward. That's very, very important and should be highlighted. Sorting out something of this nature should not be the role of a museum facing competing claims, and should not be the role of the government. It should be up to Indigenous people themselves. That's the point of reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. It's about ending the patterns and habits of colonialism where too often governments have told Indigenous persons about policies that affect them, rather than working with Indigenous persons to co-develop those policies in a respectful nation-to-nation or Inuit Crown or government-to-government relationship in the context of the Métis. Co-development is the method we are pursuing with tabling Canada's first ever Indigenous Languages Act, a project I've been privileged to work on as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage. And that spirit of moving away from the old colonial ways of thinking to ensure that decisions to decide between competing claims to potentially the same Indigenous item rest with Indigenous people is something that needs to be emphasized more clearly in this bill. It also shouldn't be a forum where the government adjudicates claims between Indigenous communities and the holders of collections. I cannot stress enough that success in repatriation depends on direct dialogue between Indigenous peoples and institutions. The government shouldn't be trying to insert itself in the middle of that dialogue, but clearly has a role to play in facilitating that dialogue. It's also important to acknowledge that a single forum may not be appropriate. Separate forums may be needed for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We need to take what we call a distinctions-based approach and acknowledge the unique circumstances of each of these three groups. There are two more amendments that I would like to raise, Mr. Speaker. Cinquième, compte tenu de tout de ce que nous avons.
Fifth, given everything we have to do and everything that has been said here, it is clear that developing a national strategy will be neither easy nor simple. 2 years is not enough time to do the work required. We have to consult and be advised. The minister, if the minister is forced to present a strategy within 2 years, that may not be enough time. We want that the period of development of the strategy be extended to 3 years. And I do believe with the honourable member that a deadline is necessary to focus the consultations.
My sixth point relates to the report that the minister will provide after the first 2 years of the strategy's implementation. As the bill is drafted, the section on the report seems to suggest that success can only be measured in the number of objects that are actually returned. Mr. Speaker, in this chamber and as parliamentarians, we know that that is not the only form that positive outcomes to negotiations may take. We also know that there will be some information, particularly on negotiations still underway, which will simply be too sensitive to be included in a report that becomes public. So some adjustment on how the report is described is needed in our view. We fully support the need for a report and the accountability and transparency that it will bring with respect to delivering on the national strategy. Mr. Speaker, none of the potential amendments that I've mentioned will weaken Bill C-391 or change its fundamental objective of enabling more progress on repatriation, the honourable goal of the member from Cumberland-Colchester. We support what he is working to do here. We want that progress to take place, and that's why our party and our government is supporting this bill. We look forward to working on amendments that will increase the chance of successfully implementing a national strategy for the repatriation of Indigenous cultural property. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak on Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property. While this bill has very good intentions, Mr. Speaker, there are aspects which could lead to unforeseen consequences and which are consequently in need of some amendments. In fact, many amendments. First Nation communities, as we all know, play a critical role throughout this great country, contributing to our great cultural diversity and to our history. The cultural artifacts of First Nation peoples provide all Canadians with opportunities to learn lessons from the past and understand the present and view over the future with greater awareness and clarity. In order, though, to ensure that cultural artifacts of First Nations continue to educate, continue to inform, and inspire Canadians across this country, significant dialogue took place way back in 1994 between the Canadian Museums Association and the Assembly of First Nations with the goal, Mr. Speaker, of ensuring that the common interest of Canadians is met by these important cultural artifacts. They developed a joint recommendation through many consultations which advocated for moral and ethical frameworks for the display and interpretation of First Nation cultural artifacts and for resolving disputes. The report between the Canadian Museum Association and the Assembly of First Nations found that within museums' collections, the importance of cultural objects is recognized. These objects represent cultural history and values and are therefore sources of learning, pride, and self-esteem. The primary, though, concern of First Peoples is with the importance of cultural collections within their own communities. Nonetheless, there is a general recognition that these collections and that the institutions can care for them serve a wider function and can contribute to a greater public education and awareness of the significant cultural contributions made by First Peoples in this country. Clearly, we all want to ensure that as many Canadians as possible are able to learn about First Nation cultures and discover that from these artifacts, the rich cultural heritage of First Nation people. It is in the common interest of all Canadians that we continue to educate and inform about the amazing contributions which have been made by First Nations people throughout history, right up to the present day. Disconcertingly, though, the Canadian Museums Association was not consulted prior to the introduction of this bill, and that is troubling. This is unfortunate, considering that the vast body of work which has been done by this marvelous organization, along with numerous First Nations in the field of First Nations cultural artifacts and how best to promote mutual interests. One of the principles brought forward by this joint recommendation of Canadian Museums Association and the Assembly of First Nations is that museums and First Peoples will work together to correct the inequities that have been characterized in the relationship in the past. In particular, Mr. Speaker, the desire and the authority of First Peoples to speak for themselves should definitely be recognized and affirmed by museums. However, given that the Canadian Museums Association was not consulted prior to the introduction of this bill, the partnership highlighted by this principle from the joint recommendation seems to have been forgotten during the drafting of this bill. And that's unfortunate. We go back to 1994, the AFN and the Canadian Museums Association, talking about artifacts that we're discussing today in 2018. In recognition that the presentation and interpretation of First Nations cultural artifacts represents a significant public good for this country in terms of wealth of knowledge, in terms of perspective and understanding that it provides Canadians across this country, and in keeping with the recommendations resulted from the excellent work done by the Canadian Museums Association and the AFN, we will propose an amendment which will ensure the consideration be given to the public interest in artifacts being available to Canadians in a way that enhances knowledge and appreciation of Aboriginal culture. Our cultural diversity can only further be improved through the understanding which Canadians acquire as a result of the learning which comes from these cultural artifacts. Secondly, we will propose, Mr. Speaker, that steps be taken to ensure that First Nations cultural artifacts are preserved in such a way that they will be available to instruct and inspire all future generations of Canadians who will only benefit from the continued of this cultural property and heritage. Our amendment will seek to ensure that consideration is given to how best to adequately preserve and protect the quality and integrity of Aboriginal cultural property. No common interest is served when cultural artifacts are damaged or even destroyed, and we should be taking every precaution possible to ensure that these cultural artifacts survive for the benefit of all Canadians. Such a consideration is currently absent within this bill, C-391, and in its present state, so we believe that this amendment will better serve the intentions of the bill by removing unforeseen consequences. Additionally, we note that some trepidation that this bill includes a very broad definition of Aboriginal cultural property. This is defined in the bill as objects of historical, social, ceremonial, or cultural importance to the Aboriginal peoples of Canada. One outcome that we want to avoid, Mr. Speaker, in this bill is a chill effect on the thriving First Nations art sector, in which our First Nations artisans and our craftspeople produce many stunning works which are bought by people around the world. The income which these artists generate through this sector is very, very important for many families. I saw it firsthand when I had an opportunity in January to go to Nunavut. When the plane lands in a community, the artists come out really, really thrilled to show off their work to those new to the community. This work we definitely want to protect. We want to make sure that people are not discouraged from purchasing the works of art produced by these talented First Nation artisans for fear that this work may be repatriated in the future. That is why we will propose an amendment that will ensure that such a strategy does not have the effect of harming or discouraging the importance of commercial trade by Aboriginal artists in the creation and sale of art, design, and fashion. Finally, as my colleague from York Simcoe noted, we will propose an amendment which will ensure that the proposed repatriation policy only affects artifacts that individuals or museums are no longer interested in possessing. This is in the spirit of remarks made by the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester across the aisle, who said the intent is not to force anyone to give up any artifacts. It also opens the door, Mr. Speaker, I believe, if there is an artifact in storage or even not on display, this will encourage owners to have them on display either at their own facility or even lend them out to other facilities across this great nation. First Nations culture is incredibly important for Canada. It serves to broaden the perspectives, the knowledge, the understanding for all Canadians. We need to make sure that we are doing everything to ensure that First Nations cultural artifacts continue to teach, continue to inspire all of us, both now and in the generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be here in order to speak on this bill, this private member's bill. It's very important that we consider what story is told, who tells that story, how it's told. And we often hear that phrase that history is the story of the victorious, those that have won the battle. But Canada, we know, is perhaps a different country that is unusual and special in the history of man, for we have created a very pluralistic society for many Canadians. As a friend of mine said, Steve Heinrichs, he says, it's all about relationship. It's all about how we relate to each other. I'm very proud of the work of the member from Cumberland Colchester who put forward Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property. This seeks to provide for the development and implementation of a national strategy to enable the return of Aboriginal cultural property to the Aboriginal peoples of Canada. I believe that the government must work to ensure the protection of important aspects of Canada's heritage. The Government of Canada must facilitate the repatriation of Indigenous cultural property through financial support, and they must do so in a timely way. And the government must continue to examine this bill and find ways to ensure that it is implemented with Indigenous peoples. Now, this bill, in my estimation, is consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's consistent with Articles 11 and 12 of UNDRIP, which we have just approved today in this House in third reading. The TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, recommended the implementation of UNDRIP and a national review of museum policies and practices to determine their compliance with UNDRIP. So, I would like to quote Article 11. Indigenous peoples have the right to practice and revive their cultures and tradition. Governments will work with Indigenous peoples to ensure Indigenous property rights to their cultures, knowledge, spiritual, and religious traditions are respected, and to address cases where these have been used without free, prior, and informed consent. And Article 12, the right to spiritual and religious traditions and customs. Indigenous peoples have the right to practice their spiritual and religious traditions. Governments will, with Indigenous peoples, ensure that Indigenous peoples are free to practice, protect, revive, and keep alive their cultural, spiritual, religious, and knowledge traditions. These are very noble objectives. A friend of mine, who I haven't had a chance to talk to in a number of years, but when I was at the University of Manitoba, we had an excellent and very profound conversations over the role of museums and how museums shape our history. We know it was a great debate in this Parliament when the Museum of Civilization was changed its title to the Museum of Canadian History. And we know that how we tell these stories is very important. Ruth Phillips, who wrote Museum Pieces Towards the Indigenization of Canadian Museums, writes, "Critical writing on museums during the past 2 decades has produced a widely accepted understanding of the ways in which nation-states have historically used these institutions, museums, to educate their publics to desired forms of social behavior and citizenship." Desired forms of social behavior and citizenship. This is a long history, and we have been talking about indigenization of cultural artifacts for a very long period of time. In 1988, during the Calgary Winter Olympics, the Glenbow Museum had a wonderful, wonderful display on Indigenous peoples, but it was not without controversy. Most writers on this topic know that the Spirit Sings artistic traditions of Canada's First People was a point of departure and change within the Canadian state about how museums work with Indigenous peoples. For instance, Bernard Omi Nayak, chief of the Lubicon Lake First Nations people in 1986, said, "The irony of using a display of North American Indian artifacts to attract people to the Winter Olympics being organized by interests who are still actively seeking to destroy the Indian people seems painfully obvious." In response, Duncan Cameron, director of the Glenbow Museum, wrote, "I believe that it is this Olympic connection which will draw attention to the real concerns of Canada's Native peoples, and it is the context of the exhibition that is the richness and depth of Canada's Native culture which will be emphasized." Stuart Hall later wrote in 2005, because sometimes these debates go on for many decades in academia, "The exhibiting of other cultures often performed with the best of liberal intentions have proved controversial. The questions who should control the power to represent, who has the authority to represent the culture of others, has resounded through the museum corridors of the world, provoking a crisis of authority." And it is important that this crisis of authority continue. It is not simply about Indigenous people taking back and never sharing. It is about how we build relationships together and how we work together. I don't believe there is any Indigenous nation or peoples that would say, we don't want to work with museums around Canada and around the world. But nothing without us, I think, is an important phrase. Now, this work has been going on even in Winnipeg. At the University of Winnipeg, I was there for a funding announcement on Indigenous knowledge on a research project for Dr. Reimer. And it was called The 6 Seasons of the As Ini Kau Ithikinawak. In 1993, the remains of a 25-year-old Cree woman were found. She had lived 350 years ago near the South Indian Lake. The community-led archaeological research resulted in Elder William Dumas writing an award-winning book, Pisum Finds Her Miskenao. This also led to working with Dr. Reimer from the University of Winnipeg to create a research project with the goal of reclaiming the Rocky Cree language, history, and culture. We eventually did an interview where we talked about it, and you can find that on Facebook if people are interested about it. But this was about the community taking charge of their own knowledge, their own story, to ensure that their objectives, that what their community needed was put first and foremost. It was not about the Museum of History in Ottawa, in Gatineau taking charge, or a museum in this case, in which the Cumberland member had talked about in Victoria in Australia taking charge, but truly Indigenous communities saying this is how we believe this story should be told. Because who better to tell a story than the person who has lived it? Ruth Phillips, who wrote that book, says, since the late 19th century, one of the most important collections of Mi'kmaq, Huron, Wendat art from what are now New Brunswick and Quebec has lain largely unregarded in a large urban museum on the opposite side of the globe from its community of origin. This is a consummate example of native North American textile and sculptural art, and the clothing, textiles, wampums, and carved pipes in the collection accompanying the aspiring young writer and amateur ethnologist Samuel Douglas Smith Hugin in 1872 when he immigrated to Australia to take up the work as a government clerk in the Ballarat gold mines. So he had gone to New Brunswick and he had bought a number of artifacts and objects and essentially had given them to a museum in Australia. Now the community, this Mi'kmaq community, would like some of these artifacts repatriated so that they can be displayed and bring pride to the Indigenous community, Mi'kmaq community in New Brunswick. And this is important because this bill will enable us to develop a strategy. Australia, incredibly enough, actually already has a strategy on this, and it should have been repatriated many, many years ago. When I talked about the work that was going on at the University of Winnipeg, these remains were eventually reburied. And if we had continued to follow old practice from the 19th century, the bones of this 25-year-old Indigenous woman would have remained in storage, disturbing her spirit and disturbing the peace of the community. I support this bill. I believe many Canadians should support this bill. I hope other members support the bill. And I understand there is a bit of controversy, but as the spirit soars at the Calgary Olympics in 1988, controversy sometimes can help move us forward because it increases the amount of debate. It makes sure that everyone understands, that people hear about this issue, and that we come to some form of conclusion, but also consensus about the way forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tapwe akitwam hai hai.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for St. Boniface, I'll let him know that there are about 8 minutes remaining before we need to reserve some time for the sponsor of the bill and his right of reply. The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of Bill C-391, which concerns the development of a national strategy on the repatriation of Indigenous cultural property. I want to begin by thanking the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester for bringing this very important issue before Parliament. I'm happy to have seconded the bill that supports ongoing efforts for reconciliation. I was happy to second this bill due to the relevance that this bill has for my home province and community. In Manitoba, last year, the federal government and the RCMP agreed to transfer Métis artifacts that belong to Louis Riel to the Manitoba Métis Federation. These items were of deep cultural importance to the community, and the symbolism of the RCMP displaying items belonging to Riel, who they imprisoned, was very striking. In transferring these items, the government made it very clear that it understood that the artifacts belonged to the Métis community, and therefore it was only appropriate for them to be returned. One cannot speak to this bill without referencing the importance that this bill has for reconciliation that our government has embarked upon. It is in the spirit of reconciliation that inspired this bill, and again, I commend the member for using his opportunity to present legislation in the House to present such a bill. The member for Cumberland-Colchester recalled in his first speech concerning this bill the events that inspired its creation. The situation that he described is one that is repeated in many communities throughout Canada. Many communities have lost artifacts through various circumstances and thus have to resort to showing a picture of their own heritage in place of the actual item. Bill C-361 would require the government to develop and implement a national strategy on repatriation of Indigenous cultural property and to report to Parliament on this strategy within a set number of years. What is of note to me, Mr. Speaker, is that the development and implementation of this national strategy will be done in consultation with Indigenous peoples. It is the communities that will tell us what a relevant cultural property is, and it can only come from them on how best to engage on a strategy to return the items. I've
had a number of discussions with members about this bill, and I've been pleased to discover that it took into it based on an approach based on distinguishing what works well in one community is not necessarily what works well in another, and the national strategy has to adjust to the needs of various communities, and that's why a trickle-down approach or a condescending approach is not recommended. It has to be organic and based on cooperation with the affected communities. A universal cookie-cutter approach wouldn't work in a country like Canada where Indigenous communities are very varied.
Let me speak to the importance of this to my own community briefly with the remaining time I have. As I have indicated earlier, the Manitoba Métis Federation was told last year that artifacts that belong to L'Iriel will be returned to them. Currently, they are housed in the RCMP Heritage Center. This transfer is an example of reconciliation in action. En facilitant leur réintégration dans la nation métisse, nous favorisons l'épanouissement de la culture et patrimoine métis.
The Métis culture and heritage. I'm delighted by the openness that the National Métis Center, I'm excited about the opening of this center in Fort Garry, where all Canadians will be able to learn about Métis heritage. In addition, the Manitoba Métis Foundation will henceforth have space and place to exhibit Métis cultural heritage artifacts.
Of repatriation was one that was facilitated by our own government. There are many situations where repatriation is simply not quite that simple. Often, Indigenous artifacts are sent across the world and are now displayed in museums as far away as Australia. It is not easy for Indigenous communities to engage in discussions with museums in foreign countries. And this strategy should try and make this process easier on communities. Continuing and facilitating international conversations will take time, but having a concrete strategy will make conversations easier and less adversarial for all parties involved. We must also respect existing relationships that have developed between cultural institutions and Indigenous communities. Sometimes the appropriate solution will not be repatriation, but this can be explored through the development of a strategy and ultimately be the decision of the individual community involved. For example, broadly, a community may seek ownership but allow the museum to maintain its display. In this situation, all Canadians benefit as they will be able to see and learn about the community's culture. It is important that these relationships evolve. We cannot allow colonialism and colonialist thought to continue to shape our conversations and policies surrounding Indigenous culture. We must recognize the power imbalance that led to many of these items being displayed. When a museum displays a cultural property, they should respect the terminology, the knowledge, understanding of the community when describing and promoting Indigenous heritage. I am very happy to have heard from the Parliamentary Secretary for Heritage, who outlined the amendments that our government intends to propose. I truly feel that these amendments will strengthen the bill, rendering it ultimately more effective. I look forward to the work of my colleagues on the Heritage Committee from all parties to collaborate to make the bill possible. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that our government is committed to ensuring the preservation and the promotion of Indigenous heritage and culture. This bill is an extension of this commitment, and I am very proud to support this bill and that our government has indicated their support as well. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Before we go to resuming debate, I see the Honourable Government House Leader on her feet, perhaps with a point of order or something of interest to the House.
Always, Mr. Speaker. That's the only way I operate. Mr. Speaker, I am tabling government responses to order paper questions 1629 to 1646.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, you have a minute left in time for debate. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester for his right of reply. The Honourable Member has up to 5 minutes. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all members who have spoken on this bill. I far underestimated the impact of this bill when we drafted it. It was a very basic, simple bill for us, but we had no idea the impact it would have on so many Indigenous peoples who have contacted us, and just to hear the stories from the members of all the experiences they've had in their own museums and heritage and cultural sites around is very gratifying. But I was just sitting here thinking a minute ago, I'm almost an artifact myself, as I will celebrate my 30th anniversary of my first election in November. You're here. Mind you, I've been thrown out, recycled, changed parties a few times. I was sent home for health reasons, and fortunately I came back in the last election and was able to do this. But it's just as exciting and interesting to me today as it was 30 years ago, and it's because of things like this where we can help change people's lives and do things that will help and be meaningful to them. So I just say to everybody in this House, we're very fortunate to be able to do this and to help people recognize their history, their culture, and it's an honor for me. And somebody referred to me as the sponsor of the bill. I am the sponsor of the bill, but this bill belongs to the Indigenous peoples. This is for them. Everything about it is for them. I welcome every amendment that anybody wants to make, any ideas that anybody has to add to this bill to make it more meaningful for our Indigenous people. I will welcome and support. But again, I welcome everybody's been very supportive, had their own little twists and turns on it, but they're supportive, and I appreciate that. And when I wrote the bill, the point was to just make sure that small communities like Millbrook First Nation in my riding had a case where they had discovered an artifact that might be available, might not be available, but they just needed a hand. So my idea was to add another voice to small communities like Millbrook First Nation in Nova Scotia so that they would not be alone in an effort to try to repatriate this particular article. And the second part was, and it actually came up after we tabled the bill, we found people were contacting us with artifacts, but they didn't know where to take them. They wanted to return them. They wanted to repatriate them, but they didn't know what to do with them. So another part of my strategy, or my vision of this strategy that we're proposing, is that we have a place for people to go if they have artifacts to make sure they go back to the people that are the original community that had the artifacts and have a close relationship to them. So I'm so grateful to all the people we consulted on this, and my executive assistant, Joel Henderson, was so helpful. But just some of the people we dealt with were Millbrook First Nation, the Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq, Indigenous members of Parliament, Indigenous members of the Senate, who were so interesting and had so many stories and so meaningful. We've been approached by foreign governments. We've had the Commonwealth Association of Museums, who represent countries or museums in 53 countries, are looking at this bill as perhaps a model for something they might do. The Canadian Archaeological Association, the Canadian Museum of History, academics and authors have offered us help and ideas. The Assembly of First Nations, the Cree Cultural Institute, the Royal British Columbia Museum, the Victoria Museum in Melbourne, Australia. I mean, these are just some of the people that we've been in touch with. I want to thank Mr. Mark O'Neill, the President and CEO of the Canadian Museum of History, and John McAvity of the Canadian Museum Association, who met in our office and discussed what direction we should be going in this and what role they could play to help. Dr. Sarah Pash, the Cree Cultural Institute, was so interesting. And we had one day, I had a visit from Her Excellency Natasha Smith from the Embassy of Australia, came to my office and offered to help open up a dialogue between Millbrook First Nation and a museum in Australia. And now, to my amazement, I have a young First Nation Canadian woman dealing with a young First Nation Canadian woman in Australia. And they are negotiating about artifacts. And I think that is so symbolic of what this bill wants to do. First Nation to First Nation, I just think it's so gratifying. There's a lot of things I have to say here, but this journey, I just have to say this journey, or this bill, has been a journey of an enlightenment for me. I just started to appreciate so much the culture and the meaning of artifacts to our Indigenous people, which I didn't appreciate when we first started this. But it's just been so meaningful to me, and I've met so many wonderful people, and the one thing I've learned is that we have a lot to learn. So I want to thank all the members of Parliament that spoke on this, and I want to thank the members of Parliament that have amendments and proposals to add to the bill to make it more meaningful for the Indigenous peoples that I hope it serves. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moved that Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! My opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29th, 2018, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 6, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day, and I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permit Act and the Criminal Code, amendments pertaining to accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Ms. Shager, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Wish to ask questions to rise in their places, so the chair will have some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question period. And accordingly, based on what I see, we'll ask honourable members to keep their interventions to around 1 minute. That will be in regard to those who put the questions and also to the minister who responds. I'll also remind honourable members that during the course of the 30 minutes, most of the questions are reserved for opposition members, although there will be some that are permitted also from members of the government party as well. Questions. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we go again, Mr. Speaker. Time allocation for yet another bill. I think we're now up to 36 or 37 uses of time allocation by a party that suggested such procedural motions were an assault on democracy in the last Parliament. That's the quote of the Deputy House Leader, who is now one of the minions in charge of executing this policy, Mr. Speaker. So the hubris involved in that is unbelievable. But my question on C-47 comes down to the reasonableness of the request of anglers, hunters, First Nation hunters that lawfully use firearms, Mr. Speaker. All they wanted to see from the government was a basic recognition in the bill that lawful use, cultural uses, sport shooting, hunting, would be exempt from this UN treaty. They were led to believe that was going to come, Mr. Speaker, yet here we are. There is no such direct provision in the legislation, and the government is rushing through debate alongside the companion piece of legislation, Bill C-71, Mr. Speaker. So my question is simple. Why not a reasonable exemption for lawful use?
Before we go to the response, just a caution to honourable members to avoid characterizations of other honourable members that are not particularly honourable. I'm not sure who's responding here. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to say how proud we are of the hard work that was done by the Parliamentary Committee. They had 5 different meetings with 16 different witnesses. We had 40 different speeches on this very important issue, 20 of them by the official opposition, so they had the opportunity to demonstrate that they were also interested in the value and the opportunity of bringing this bill to completion. So we are very appreciative and would like to congratulate the work of the Parliamentary Committee. And we are delighted that we can now move to the next step, which is to demonstrate to all Canadians and indeed to all of the world that Canada is back on the international stage, back for peace, security and development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's interesting that it's the Minister of Families who's getting up to answer the questions tonight, because the arms being sold abroad often destroy families and children. And that's why this is such an important subject. Yes, it's true that the committee considered the issue, and experts came before the committee to say that the government bill did not respect the spirit or the letter of the treaty. Yes, a few tweaks were made, but Mr. Speaker, it's almost as if you went to the restaurant, you ordered a tomato, lettuce, mayo sandwich, and they give you a little cup of mayonnaise saying, well, you asked for mayonnaise. I mean, the tomato and the lettuce and the bread is still missing. And I'm not the only one who thinks this. There are many experts who also feel that. In other words, the rest of the sandwich is missing. There are loopholes that need to be closed. I have a petition here that was launched last Friday and has collected, by the way, I'm not the one who launched the petition, but there are about 30,000 signatures on it already. So are you going to listen once and for all to Canadians and the experts, the Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to hear the remarks of my colleague on the well-being of families, children and Canadians and the role of Canada internationally. Now, I'd like to just read something to her. It's a very important quote, and I think that it will reassure her on the importance of this bill. It's from Alex Neve, Secretary General of Amnesty International of Canada.
With respect to human rights, peace and security, and gender-based violence will be brought into Canada's Armed Trade Treaty legislation and not left to regulation is a welcome development, particularly the specific attention to gender-based violence. Equally, the adoption of a clear legal obligation that would require the minister to turn down, with no discretion to the contrary, arms deals that contravene those criteria is a significant advance. Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, ce que nous constatons ici...
So, Mr. Speaker, what you can see here is that not only are we on track with adopting that report, but we're also on track to being able to show that Canada cares about children, families, peace and international development, and that they are back on the international scene and ready to show their commitment to these values throughout the country, throughout the world.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, before I came to this place, I had the great honor of teaching some university courses at King's University College, and one of the courses I taught was Politics 1020, Introduction to Political Science. And I had some great students who worked hard all semester, but there was the odd student, who partied a little too hard and waited till the last minute to, do their assignments and hand it in the last minute. Usually had a, 3 a.m. email, trying to ask for an extension, but really didn't do the work throughout the semester. And that's exactly what we see right now with these Liberals. They've had a little bit too much fun all year. They tabled this bill first in April 13th, 2017, and now at the last minute, after only one day of debate at report stage, they brought in time allocation. After bringing time allocation and closure 3 times yesterday, here we have a fourth time within 48 hours. So I want to ask the Minister of Families, who's for some reason answering on Bill C-47, why? Why has this government squandered more than a year worth of parliamentary time when they could have been debating this issue, and then all of a sudden, when time is limited, right before the summer recess, they decide to all of a sudden ram all these bills down Parliament's throat at the last minute, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the key word here is leadership. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, because as we announced, as we promised during the campaign, and as was clearly understood by many Canadians, I'm quoting from Anna MacDonald, who is Director of Control Arms Secretariat. Canada's absence from the Arms Trade Treaty was a strange exception over the last few years, and we are greatly encouraged by the current government's commitment to accede to the treaty in the near future. This presents a tremendous opportunity for a return to the leadership in disarmament and peace issues for which Canada was once renowned, for example, through the leadership which led to the Ottawa Convention and subsequent mine ban treaty signed in Ottawa in 1997. Exactly that, Mr. Speaker, leadership at home and leadership in the world.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
It's very frustrating to see that. Again, we are here debating time allocation on a bill. This is the 4th time we've had time allocation or closure in the last 2 days. And in the last little bit, I think we're at 35, 36, 37 time allocation motions proposed by this government. And I remember back in the day when the Liberals were in opposition, they bemoaned and they complained about time allocation used by the Conservative government. And during the campaign, the Prime Minister promised to do things differently. And now we see that they're not. They're limiting debate, and they're making it difficult for a lot of MPs in this place to voice be a strong voice for their constituents. When we come to this House, We are a voice to represent the concerns of our constituents. So what has changed? Why are they doing time allocation again and again and again? They promised not to do it, like the Conservatives, and here we are, fourth time allocation closure in 2 days.
The Honourable Minister for Family and Children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the members of the Parliamentary Committee who worked so hard over the weekend in order to conclude their study with a series of amendments, they would like us to have the ability to decide on the value of their work and to show Canada's renewed leadership on the international stage, and that this can lead to concrete examples. We are all very proud of the significant work done by the committee, and we are now ready to collectively vote on this work, and we want this to lead to concrete work that Canada can be proud of on the international stage.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for standing and answering these questions. I remember when we were first elected, Mr. Speaker, that there was some consternation over an agreement that we had for arms that was going over to Saudi Arabia. And the Prime Minister stood in this House and said that we would honour previous agreements, as change of governments shouldn't change our legal requirements that we've signed on to as a government. I'm wondering now that we're looking at C-47 in a new light, how the Canadian defence equipment could we make sure that this is being used for humanitarian purposes?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague for his hard work and his interest on that very important issue. I know how committed he is to this to the agenda, which makes a lot of sense for Canadians and a lot of sense for Canada in the world. And I would want to take this opportunity to quote to him a very important view, which is the view of Christine Sianfarani, who is President and CEO of the Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries. She says that Canada's accession to the UN Arms Trade Treaty will further enhance our very strong defence export regime and raise the bar globally for other countries whose defence export control processes are not up to Canada's very high standards. The treaty places additional burdens on countries that export small arms and military equipment to ensure the weapons are not diverted to third parties or misused by the actual recipients. This is in part why the Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries called on the government last year to accede to the UN Arms Trade Treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we go. This is the fourth time allocation that we've had in the last 2 days. I think it's 38 now with this government at the current pace. But the night is still young, Mr. Speaker. The night is still young. I'm sure we'll have a couple of more, and couldn't be happier to see time allocation moved on Bill C-47, a bill that's going to actually do nothing to reduce the trafficking of firearms. I know it's well-intentioned. I know it's the United Nations' intention to do this, but for the same reason that criminals in Canada don't register their guns or don't buy their guns legally, international gun runners aren't going to be complying with the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty, and they're not going to be complying with all of the entry and exit requirements that are now going to be foisted upon manufacturers and those who are in the shipping business of legal firearms that are going to hopefully make their way into the hands of law-abiding citizens, Mr. Speaker. The reality is this is another bill that's a make-work project by the United Nations. The United Nations, which, of course, any Liberal government in the past has been all too happy to follow. So I'm going to ask the Minister a direct question. Given the fact that Syria, which has used chemical weapons extensively, it's been extensively proven that the Syrian government has used chemical weapons on its own people, is now chairing the Conference on Disarmament. And given that's just one of the instances of the track record of the United Nations, why this minister is rushing headlong into another United Nations agreement?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has the privilege of being a country which has demonstrated to the rest of the world that peace and security lead to development. we want to show the rest of the world that this is a vision and an agenda that can be useful for other countries as well. And I'm sure the honourable colleague, honourable member, is also aware that the current government's actions in Syria and in the Middle East and around the world are exactly focused on that. Peace and security equal development. And that's why it matters so much that acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty must be done now that we have had the opportunity to listen to the important advice of many witnesses, to the important work of parliamentary committee members. So we should be all delighted that not only have we worked very hard over the last few weeks, but we're going to now be able to build on that work and lead Canada and the rest of the world to higher standards when it comes to peace and security, equal development.
Questions? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I stand in this place tonight disappointed. I guess it's something that the government realizes how little they have done throughout the year, and now we want to rush through and get some of this legislation. And to my constituents that are law-abiding gun owners in Battle River Crowfoot, who know that Bill C-68, originally the long gun registry, is one of the reasons that I got into politics, I want them to know that their priority tonight, before we break for summer, is to give the United Nations, not Ottawa, Ottawa would be bad enough, but give the United Nations ability to make gun laws for my law-abiding farmers and ranchers here, and also to do certain measures that they hope would be, as we heard from the minister, would show the world that we are leaders around the world. If we just buy into this UN piece of legislation. We're seeing two bills this year. We're seeing this one that they've moved closure on, Bill C-47, but we also see Bill 71. And Bill C-71 is basically companion-type legislation. They bring them both together because, you know, Mr. Speaker, they want to have power over law-abiding firearm owners. I noticed that the minister who is to shepherd this bill through the House tonight isn't even here for the debate. Or maybe I'm not supposed to say that, but it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that a parliamentary or other minister is doing standby duty for someone else tonight. So if he would respond to the two gun legislation, two pieces of legislation dealing with firearms, and why it is so vitally important that, again, we move on this so quickly.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very glad to see my colleague here in the House tonight because earlier I had the impression that our Conservative colleagues wanted to adjourn the House. Now, this is therefore very comforting and very, I think, promising to see them now late tonight with us. We enjoy their company. We value their hard work. And it would be very unfortunate if we had to adjourn the House. So I commend the member for sitting and staying until tonight. We had indicated earlier today that we valued their presence, we enjoyed their work, and we don't want to adjourn the House. We want to continue the hard work of members of this place, as well as to build on the hard work of parliamentary committee members earlier in the last few weeks and months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? La députée.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the minister concerning exports of Canadian weapons to foreign countries. Since Joe Clark was Minister of Foreign Affairs in Canada, there is a department regulation that says that we are not to sell arms to a country if there are grounds to believe they will use these arms against civilians. Now, this regulation has existed for years. Why did the Liberal government sell arms to Saudi Arabia? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize and commend the work of my colleague across the way. This is why we have to work even more seriously on the committee's recommendations. This bill will strengthen the government's ability to make sure that its presence internationally be as much as possible aligned with peace, security, and development. And this is why I am counting on the support of the NDP, which supported during its campaign, its election campaign, it supported our campaign in the United Nations. So I hope that they will show this support for the efforts of the Canadian government.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would just like to dispel a myth that's being put forward in this House. The ATT does not affect domestic gun control regulations. It does not create a registry of conventional weapons. Nothing in the ATT prevents the lawful use of sporting firearms for legitimate purposes such as sport shooting or hunting, nor does it hinder the legitimate trade in conventional arms. The Arms Trade Treaty Preamble recognizes very clearly the legitimate trade and lawful ownership and use of certain conventional arms for recreational, cultural, historical, and sporting activities where such trade, ownership, and use are permitted or protected by law. And the ATT does not apply to domestic trade in arms. Canada, I would also like to note, is the only G7 or NATO country not to have signed the ATT. Note the U.S. and Turkey have signed but not ratified. I was wondering if the minister could speak to how some of these myths are being perpetuated in this House.
Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a delight and a pleasure and an honor to sit next to MPs such as the one from Winnipeg Centre, who demonstrate a tremendous ability to indicate to Canadians and to members of this House the value, the depth, and the intensity of this type of work. So I congratulate him. He has mentioned something which I forgot to mention, which I would hope that members of the opposition, in particular members of the Conservative Party, will know, that Canada is the only country not to have signed or ratified the Arms Trade Treaty among all G7, NATO, and OECD countries. This is an anomaly, in the words of many experts, that we need to correct. And let me make that even more clear, Mr. Speaker, by quoting a very short quotation from an expert, Anna MacDonald, Director of the Control Arms Secretariat, who says that the Arms Trade Treaty is about the international transfer of arms and ammunition between countries and territories that import, export, transit, and transship. It is not about domestic gun control or gun ownership.
Questions? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am pleased to be able to address the Honourable Minister. We are neighbours in our ridings, but there's something the Minister said that really hit me deeply. It's a recurrent theme with the Liberals. He said, Canada's back on the international scene, but it never left the international scene. It's just a difference in policies, a difference in understanding, a difference in approaches. How can one claim we left the international stage when we signed 47 international treaties that sent Canadians to Kandahar, one of the most dangerous missions and a true success? They were there to fight the Taliban and then Al-Qaeda. How can you say such a thing when we created a free trade agreement with the Europeans? If that's not engagement, if that's not international engagement, I don't know what it is. In this House, Liberals always talk in a kind of demagogic way. I would like us to talk truly seriously about this bill. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also like to say just how fortunate I feel to be a neighbour of my colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. We share ambitions for our beautiful area of Quebec, and I'd like to congratulate him on the work he's done on the committee and his contribution to the Canadian Armed Forces. But I'd like, first off, to make a suggestion to him. If he can demonstrate that the Canadian government, if we're to demonstrate that Canada is truly back on the international stage, we should look at just how countries in the world are happy to see Canada be back in such a tangible way. Only 2 weeks ago, for the first time in its history, the OECD, one of the most credible organizations in the world, one of the most credible internationally with respect to social development and economic development, it decided that for the first time in its history it would meet in Montreal. It said it was proud of Canada because Canada had shown that its fiscal, economic policies were benefiting everyone.
Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, earlier I was listening to my friend and colleague, the member for Perth Wellington, describe students handing in their homework late, and I can very much identify with that because I used to be one of those students. And so I look at the actions of the Liberal government, and I very much see that kind of behavior replicated because, Mr. Speaker, it takes one to know one. And so I get the sense now that the House Leader's Office has looked at the calendar and said, oh my goodness, the due date's coming, we've got to rush and make up for all of the inaction over the rest of the parliamentary year. Now that aside, Mr. Speaker, we are debating time allocation on Bill C-47, and I want to know from the Minister why he is rushing through such a flawed bill, why this bill does not have any provisions within it to track the exports of Canadian arms to the United States, which are of great concern, because with what President Trump is doing out in the United States, there's a very real concern that components and arms manufactured in Canada could find their way funneled to countries which have gross human rights violations. Why is that aspect left out of this bill, and why are they ramming it through Parliament's throat when it is so flawed?
Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to observe and to witness, as many of my colleagues are doing, the interest of the NDP on this very important file, and we all look forward to the NDP's visible demonstration of support to this important bill. Now, we also know, and we also share, at least on this side of the House, the importance of working collaboratively with our great neighbour, the United States. We know how important our relationship, economic, social and military is within the context of our, obviously, close physical connection, but also in the context of our long common history. So in order to support the needs and the ambitions of our middle-class families, to provide jobs for our families, to provide growth for our communities, we need to work respectfully and efficiently with our great neighbour, and that's exactly what this bill is about. Thank you.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chair, Deputy Speaker. It's my privilege to be here to ask a question of the government tonight too, but it's an oxymoron in a way that I rise to deal with a bill that isn't even as accomplished as what we already have in place in Canada in regards to tracking and a number of other. As my colleague from Durham, in his speech to this House when this bill was first brought forward, and I believe it was over a year ago, 13 months ago, I believe. Now all of a sudden it's a big hurry to get this bill through the House after 13 months of sitting on the shelf. And even at that time, Mr. Speaker, the world knows that the rules that we had in place in our Canadian system for tracking, as one example, were far superior to what the UN has in its arms trade treaty today, and this government seems very satisfied to just put a bill through dealing with the same things as were there under that arms trade treaty. I don't know if they really looked at it, Mr. Speaker, and so I would ask my colleague across the way why in the world they are passing a bill that isn't even up to the standards of what we already had in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me say that we are, again, grateful to the hard work of members of this House, including the one that just rose, and of course, including all those that were part of the Parliamentary Committee. They've been very active, very strongly supportive of the importance of this bill. Now, we have come to a time at which we need to, A, recognize that work, and B, to decide on what to do with that important work. And that's why we are all looking forward to all members in this House having a say in that way forward. But let me, given the angle of this question, let me position Canada's role on the international stage. Now, quoting Madame Christine Sianfarani, President and CEO of the Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries. Of course, that industry is very important when it comes to providing good jobs for middle-class families. So she says that Canada's accession to the UN Arms Trade Treaty will further enhance our very strong defense export regime and raise the bar globally for other countries whose defense export control processes are not up to Canada's very high standards. So that says two things, Mr. Speaker, very briefly. A, this is important for Canada, and B, that's very important for the rest of the world. And again, we're very proud of what we do for Canadians, and we are equally proud of the significant benefits that this brings to the rest of the world.
It's my duty to interrupt forthwith the proceedings and put the motion to the House.
Ms. Shager, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that in relation to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, not more than 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill. Shall I dispense? Bill, and 1 sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and
that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Order. The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moved that in relation, shall I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varanti.
Okay. Mr. Varanti.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Mauve.
Mr. Mauve.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapedia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vondal.
Mr. Vondal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosseau.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bourris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 150 150, nays contre 78, 78.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration of report stage of Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say what an honour and a privilege it is to rise in the House today to debate Bill C-57. Now, Mr. Speaker, I might begin by saying that
I want to help out the Honourable Member by asking members to take their conversations out into the lobbies, and perhaps members could assist me by saying thank colleagues for their cooperation, and I'm sure the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington will appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know all members are so excited and intrigued to hear my commentary on Bill C-57. Now, the member from Halliburton Court Lake says he sure is excited for this. And you know, why shouldn't we be excited about debating here in the House of Commons? But what is disappointing, Mr. Speaker, is that we are debating Bill C-57 once again under the guillotine of time allocation. In the last 48 hours, this Liberal government has used time allocation or closure on 4 separate bills or motions. And indeed, one parliamentary expert on Twitter has referred to this fiasco as the closure supercluster of 2018. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask how many more closure or time allocation motions it will take before this Liberal government has the super-duper closure cluster of 2018, because they're certainly well on their way to doing so. Now, certainly, Mr. Speaker, we are in tonight's sittings. We are here debating until midnight. We just saw a time allocation vote at about 7:45 at night. We'll be
Very good. No, I was trying to hear the honourable member, and I was having a hard time, and I'm sure everybody else wants to hear them. So I'll let him continue. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the encouragement, because I do know honourable members may want to hear what I have to say on this matter. But as I was saying in the lead-up, you know, we are into last week of May. We'll be into the final 4 weeks of sitting. And what we're seeing from this Liberal government is that they have wasted and squandered their parliamentary session. And now, as the deadline of the summer recess approaches, they are trying to ram through bills on the threat and on the guillotine of time allocation and closure. And that's wrong, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect us to come to this place and have a fulsome debate on matters that matter to them. And yet we see time after time allocation and closure. And I should say that we are sitting until midnight, and I'm happy to do so. I think all members here are willing to put in their time and do that work. Though I have to question how the Liberal government, who claims to be a family-friendly government and want to see Parliament be a little more family-friendly, think that having a vote at 7:45 at night is family-friendly. Now, granted, as the father of an 11-day-old, I'm certainly used to being awake at all hours of the night, so it's not so bad. I'd be happy to debate anyone at 3 o'clock in the morning if anyone's awake at that time, but we'll leave that for another time. But here we are in an evening sitting debating bills that clearly the government could have called and could have worked on. This bill in particular is one that has had relatively limited debate here at report stage. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we do support this bill. We do support Bill C-57. We, as the official opposition, will be supporting this matter and supporting it both at report stage and as it goes forward. And I do want to commend our shadow minister, the member from Abbotsford, for his hard work on this bill. He certainly was exceptionally eloquent when he spoke to this bill earlier in the session. Now, as Conservatives, we certainly believe in increased accountability. And this is a matter where we're supporting because it does provide a measure of increased accountability and increased reporting to Parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Parliament is the ultimate arbiter. So providing that additional information, providing that additional analyses to Parliament is important. And indeed, this bill would make the amendment that would have mandatory reporting requirements on a variety of matters, including environmental, economic, and social decision-making, and have that reported to Parliament. As well as new enforcement measures as well, Mr. Speaker. We as Conservatives have always supported sustainable development. Many of our colleagues have been passionate about this matter and have spoken in this House and outside of this House. Many of our colleagues have worked on this issue in the private sector and in their private lives for a number of years. We do have some concerns with the bill. Certainly the increased number of paid advisory positions is something that we have challenges with. We do think that these positions could be done on a voluntary basis. This bill, unfortunately, does put out paid advisory positions in this act, which is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but at the same time, it is something that we will manage to deal with in supporting this bill. But I do think it's a great opportunity as well, Mr. Speaker, to highlight that the amendment to this bill is actually amending a bill that was first introduced in this place in 2008. And at that time, it was introduced by our former colleague, the Honourable John Baird. And so having the opportunity to highlight that important issue and to highlight the good work that was done by Minister Baird in his time as Minister of the Environment and the good work done by other Conservative environment ministers, including the member from Thornhill, who has done an exceptional job during his time as Minister of the Environment. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-57 is one that we as an opposition will be supporting. It is something that we're willing to see move forward through report stage and through to third reading. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you look at our Conservative record on this particular piece of bill, we did support the committee recommendations or the committee report that looked at the amendments to this piece of legislation. Indeed, we supported the committee report, which was entitled Federal Sustainability for Future Generations, a report following on the assessment of the Federal Sustainable Development Act. And I've got to say, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we have reports that just have such exciting titles. And I think this is one where it's a title that just rolls off the tip of the tongue and provides an exceptional basis for which to work. And I want to say a little bit about this committee report, but about committee reports in general. When we have committees that work best, it's when they're able to do so on a consensus basis. And this was one of those reports that was able to achieve a degree of consensus and report back to the House with a bipartisan and multi-partisan support. And that is why I think it's important that we, as an opposition, are able to do that. Challenge, though, Mr. Speaker, there's so many committees that are not working that way. And we see that right now in the procedure at House Affairs Committee. Right. We see the Liberal government trying to ram through changes to Canada's Elections Act without debate, without analyses, without the time to fully hear from witnesses, and then to introduce amendments based on the deliberation and on the information from those witnesses. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we should be hearing from Canadians on that matter. We should be hearing what they think is important when it comes to Canada's elections. We should be hearing how this issue will affect them on the ground, in their communities, at polling booths. And indeed, right now we're seeing an election in Ontario. That election will be held next Thursday. We should at least, as parliamentarians, be able to hear some of the stories and some of the options that have come out of that provincial election and their impact that they may have on our federal legislation. We should be able to hear lessons learned and how that could benefit improving that piece of legislation. But unfortunately, that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. These Liberals are intent on ramming through legislation, ramming them through committee, and forcing it with limited debate on this important matter. That wasn't the case with this bill. With C-57, there was a previous committee report which analyzed this issue. But now, when we have the opportunity to debate this at report stage, we have the guillotine. We have a forced time allocation of time. Indeed, tonight, we can only debate this issue for another 40 minutes. And I see I've already used up about 8 or 9 minutes of that time, meaning there's only about 32 minutes left that members of this House can debate this piece of legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, that's unfortunate, because I know that many of my colleagues could speak on this issue at great length for the full 10 minutes of their time, perhaps longer if they were given that time. But unfortunately, we are being constrained to about 32, now about 31 minutes left that we can debate this issue. And it's wrong, Mr. Speaker. I see I'm down to 1 minute now that I can finish my comments. And I'm reminded of one of the famous writers who said, I didn't have time to write a short letter, so I wrote a long letter instead. And I feel like I'm in the middle of a long speech. I'm being cut off so early, and I'm so disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that these Liberals are cutting off debate on such a matter of Bill C-57. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the Conservative opposition will be supporting this bill at report stage, but under great duress, because we have been forced to debate this within the confines of time allocation, which is truly unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And I do look forward to the questions from honourable members on this important matter.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my friend across the way said that, he's prepared to continue the debate till 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's interesting he would make that kind of a comment when just a couple of hours ago, the Conservative Party voted that we stop working for the day. Mr. Speaker, I suspect he might be a minority of the caucus and maybe lost that vote in the back room. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, what I really would appreciate a better understanding of is that the member from Abbotsford, the person he gave credit for, went to committee, and get this, he moves an amendment at committee, a Conservative amendment, gets the committee membership to support the amendment, it passes, and now the bill's before us in report stage, and what does the member from Abbotsford do? He moves another amendment to delete the amendment that he moved in committee, Mr. Speaker, and now, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm wondering if my colleague and friend can explain to me why did the member from Abbotsford move the amendment in the first place if they don't want it in the report stage, Mr. Speaker?
Now, I realize we're getting giddy and it is getting late, and I'm hearing quite a bit of chatter back and forth. I just want to remind the honourable members that the Speaker is interested in hearing everything everyone has to say. So stop talking while somebody else is talking, please. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. I'm looking forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We actually call that move a lamoureux. Not the member's name. It's generally a term that we use. And I just want to clarify the record, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Abbotsford did not move such a motion at committee. and that record should be on the record. But it does give me an opportunity to talk about the member from Abbotsford, who is one of the hardest working members of our caucus. It is he who is holding these Liberals to account on important issues like the Liberals ramming down a carbon tax down the throats of Canadians. And it's a member from Abbotsford who brought home the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. One of the things that the Liberals tried to mess up, and they nearly did, but it was thanks to that member that brought home that important trade deal, expanded our markets, and it's this honourable member who deserves a lot of the credit for all the good work that we did in the trade file, Mr. Speaker.
The Lamoureux. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. It was a very good speech, and I have a question. He raised the matter of committees in general and the experience of committee. This committee worked on a consensus basis. Other committees sometimes do not. And the previous intervention talked about other votes that have taken place. And I wonder if this member could maybe explain to the member for Winnipeg North or to anyone else here that, through the chair, of course, that these events do not happen in isolation. And what is going on at PROC right now is a disgrace. It's shameful, and there are repercussions. We only have limited tools as an opposition, the limited tools that we have to deal with a government that is determined to unilaterally act against the best interests of Canadian voters by changing the system without party consent, without the consent of other parties.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, for that important intervention. And he's absolutely right. These events don't happen in isolation. So the vote to adjourn earlier today was a matter of protest against the heavy hand of this Liberal government. Let's see what this Liberal government has done. They introduced Motion 6 in June of 2016 to basically take away all the tools of the opposition. Last spring, they tried to ram through changes to the standing orders unilaterally, forcing a 3-week filibuster in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, not to disrupt, but to preserve the rights and privileges of parliamentarians. That's what we are here to do, is our right and duty to defend those rights. And now we see it happening once again in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The Liberals have tried to introduce a motion with a guillotine, forcing limited debate, next to no debate, in fact, forcing amendments to be tabled before we have even finished hearing from witnesses. In fact, we haven't even heard from any witnesses outside of departmental officials. We heard a limited response from the minister, and we're still waiting for responses from the minister on how she bungled the appointment of the Chief Electoral Officer. They made one appointment, then they made someone else, with virtually no consultation other than a letter saying, this is who we're nominating. Mr. Speaker, that's wrong.
Yeah, it's a dictator.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is an interesting debate in that there's rare occasions that I agree with this government, but there are going to be elements of C-57 that I'm in agreement with, Mr. Speaker. But then I'm going to talk about some of the concerns about the ideological creep of the Liberal Party into the legislation of Canada. And by ideological creep, I don't refer to any of my honourable members. I refer to that as a creeping barrage of ideology that's actually not rooted in science. And our Minister for Climate Change is seemingly unaware of global concerns with respect to some of the things they're putting into legislation. But why I agree with elements of C-57 here tonight, Mr. Speaker, is that it's rooted in work of the last Conservative government. In 2008, as my colleague from Perth Wellington mentioned, the Conservative government passed it. A lot of good work done by John Baird at that time and has been continued. And that's the basis of the Federal Sustainable Development Act, Mr. Speaker, based upon the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, started back with the Rio Declaration and right through to the UN Agenda 2030. Certainly, we see a benefit to many social and economic considerations going into sustainable development goals and considerations for a country. So when you're looking at an environmental plan, having considerations for economic aspects of that plan, the impact on communities, the social development, is prudent as you're planning. And there's many governments or many departments within the federal government planning to meet the sustainable development goals articulated by the government, by the UN, and are coming up with plans to do that. And I would note that the government has appointed a commissioner who I wish well in her role, Ms. Julie Gelfand. We all wish her well in terms of working with the federal government departments, particularly National Defence, which has large tracts of green space and lands in Canada, making sure that we can minimize the impact on the environment, make our operations sustainable, and operate with the future in mind of handing over the country we inherited to our children. So I think there's a lot of agreement on that, and I will agree with those goals in this legislation. I have 3 areas of concern that I'm going to keep my remarks to, Mr. Speaker, because I don't like spending too much time on agreement with Liberals in this place, Mr. Speaker. My friends will start questioning my loyalties. The first area is your typical Liberal approach. There's been concern expressed by my colleague, the member for Abbotsford, and others with respect to, it seems the minister is going to continue to expand the paid advisory councils that they will rely upon. And we know, going back to the days explored by Justice Gomery, when we have these gatherings of advisors on range of issues being paid and being dependent on contracts and the goodwill of the government, it actually breeds a lack of accountability, Mr. Speaker. We've already seen that with the Prime Minister being the first sitting Prime Minister in Canada to be found to have violated ethics legislation that governs this case. Finance Minister has 2 pending investigations, Mr. Speaker. So we don't think there should be that approach to these friends of the Liberals being paid advisors. That should be arm's length, Mr. Speaker, and we should rely upon Ms. Gelfand and her department to provide that advice. We have exceptional civil servants, and so I don't like that approach that we see the Liberals resorting to too often. I would also like to comment that while there's elements I said I agree with in C-57, and it's certainly rooted in the work done by the Conservative government instilling the polluter pay principle and a number of tangible things that will have benefits and show that everyone in our country, including corporations, will need to be good stewards and responsible stewards. Those principles enshrine that. There's been a lot of window dressing with this government when it comes to the environment. You know, we almost groan when we hear the minister say the environment and the economy go together. It's just become rote language. But I want to show how it's now also window dressing. The minister herself said in debate on Bill C-57, the minister said, and I quote, that the bill will, quote, shift focus in the Federal Sustainable Development Act from planning to reporting results, end quote, Mr. Speaker. Well, the interesting thing, if we're actually looking at reporting results when it comes to our environmental goals and sustainable development, what were the comments of Julie Gelfand in her first appearance at committee on Bill C-57 and later on her comments with respect to the government's environmental plan? If we're trying to say reporting results is what this government wants through this legislation, what did the Commissioner for Sustainable Development report on the government's progress on the environment? Well, here's her report on results. Quote, we concluded that Environment and Climate Change Canada measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions contained in her framework had yet to be implemented, end quote. She went on to confirm that the government did not make progress with respect to any of their greenhouse gas emission targets, Mr. Speaker. So this is another case where the Liberals talk a very good game, whether in legislation, whether in a debate outside of this chamber. But if you actually look at results, which is what the minister wants this bill to do for all departments of the federal government, they're failing, Mr. Speaker. The Commissioner actually reported a failing grade to this government. Combine that with the Auditor General's report, most recent report, that says under this government, there is basically no ability to implement projects, Mr. Speaker. It should concern all Canadians. I know it concerns many of the civil servants who've had trouble getting paid and families having to help out their children, that sort of thing. But that's a fundamental thing when the Auditor General in such strong language calls out their inability to actually implement projects. So I hope the minister moves beyond the rhetoric of the environment and the economy go together, because we want to see results, Mr. Speaker. Rhetoric we get enough of. We want to actually see some tangible results. And if C-57 can do that, I'm very happy that it will be part of our sustainable development discussion for the next number of years, Mr. Speaker. My final concern is this ideological creep that I see with this government, because in a similar fashion to Bill C-55 on the Oceans Act, this bill also creeps in the precautionary principle to federal legislation. You know, the old approach of the Conservative government, where the polluter pay model was enshrined, it's very obvious what that is. If there's an impact on our environment that's negative, it's clear who is the polluter. The polluter will pay to remediate that impact on our environment, Mr. Speaker. And so the polluter pay principle is in this legislation, but they're inserting the precautionary principle. And that's troubling, because it's pseudoscience, Mr. Speaker. The precautionary principle actually says, let's not wait until we have final scientific evidence to make public policy. Let's just make it if we feel good, Mr. Speaker. And I'll illustrate this by a quote. The chief scientific advisor to President Obama, I know the front bench of the Liberal Party enjoyed their trip to see President Obama. They were downright giddy. What did Obama's chief scientific advisor say about the precautionary principle? He said, I quote, "The precautionary principle, for all its rhetorical appeal, is deeply incoherent," end quote, Mr. Speaker. So if we're talking about sustainable development and goals, we should be saying science-based evidence, something they used to say in opposition a lot, Mr. Speaker, but now in several pieces of federal legislation, they are enshrining a policy principle that is not rooted in science. It's rooted in rhetorical appeal. It's rooted in feel-good. It's virtue signaling, Mr. Speaker, something we see every day from this government. We should see a scientific-based approach, Mr. Speaker, whether it comes to sustainable development, our oceans, whether it comes to marijuana, Mr. Speaker. We should not be legislating and regulating because of an ideological view, Mr. Speaker. So while I support the goals of C-57, it's this creeping barrage of liberal ideology that they're secretly inserting into things. They have a condescension of the left that is troubling to people that have worked in the private sector, people that rely on science and evidence like myself, that if you don't agree with them, you're somehow un-Canadian or wrong, or, as the Prime Minister says, we're being partisan. Is it partisan to ask for science before making decisions, Mr. Speaker? So I would say, with overall support, I'm happy that there's elements to work together on, but I would like to alert Canadians to this ideological creep of the Liberal Party that I think will set Canada back in the long term.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Durham. It's always enlightening to hear him speak in this place, and particularly when it comes to sustainability. I'm very interested in his read on sustainability. He mentioned ideological creep, and I'm thinking about the Global 2030 agenda, something that Canada signed on to in our government that really was ignored under the previous government. The United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals that we're also following. Personally, I have triple bottom line goals as I manage my constituency work and my work on the Hill, and having net zero office and things like that around sustainability, social, environmental, and economic sustainability. But on this bill, we're looking at moving from 26 government organizations, departments, and agencies to over 90 federal development agencies that will be having to act together, work in common interests towards sustainable solutions. And whether the Honourable Member thinks that working with the United Nations standard is good, or whether it's better just to fudge it through the way the previous government was doing.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for Guelph for the question. Certainly, I think Canada should govern on its own, and where we can work collectively with multilateral organizations, including the UN, we should, and we should take some guidance from them, some education, and share in a number of goals. But I've seen, including the debate on C-47 today, the Liberals, in their pursuit of the Security Council seat, almost seem willing to outsource our legislative agenda to another body, Mr. Speaker. I'd remind the member, this month, the UN Committee on Disarmament is going to be chaired by Syria, Mr. Speaker. The only country to actually use chemical weapons is now chairing the body to prevent the use of chemical weapons. So what we should do is work to work on the Sustainable Development Goals, but also take ownership of our own house. The polluter pay principle does that. When it comes to the 90 agencies he mentioned, I do have some concerns. The Auditor General says that this government cannot run a project in a project management fashion that would be acceptable to the levels of the Auditor General. We should be worried when we're foisting more challenges and more departments. So while I share the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals we have, my concern is we have to be able to deliver. We own our own responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and we shouldn't think that just because we sign on to something globally doesn't mean it negates our ability to legislate here in Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With my colleague's comments based on not only this bill but some of the rhetoric, I wonder if he has some concerns with the fact that the only thing that we're hearing in regards to the environment, and it is very important, the reduction of greenhouse gases and climate change, but we're not hearing anything about clean air, clean land, clean water. There seems to be a total absence in that regard. And let me just give you one example about why that's important, Mr. Speaker. We've focused on noxious gases and particulate in the air because 6,000 to 8,000 Canadians die every year because of bad air. And we had a significant reduction in particulate and noxious and SOx gases. And in fact, to the degree that the member from Don Valley West, when he was the president of the Asthma Society of Canada, confided in me and said that your government is doing a very good job at reducing that particulate. I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on the one-sided aspect of the environment from this government, rather than dealing with cleaning. We had to come in after 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and finally clean up the Sydney tar ponds, finally deal with the #1 hotspot in the Great Lakes in Hamilton. We got the job done. I'm just wondering if he has a concern about the holistic approach to environment.
The honourable member for Durham in 50 seconds or less, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my colleague from Flamborough-Glanbrook. He's passionate and he's knowledgeable, Mr. Speaker, and he's absolutely right. The environment is more than just GHG target goals, which can be met in two ways, Mr. Speaker. You can do the wrong way, which is taxing seniors and people that have to commute, or you can actually work on stepping down the emission of large emitters, Mr. Speaker, a much more practical way that's not a carbon tax. But they seem focused entirely on a tax, and that ignores, I was going to say that word, that ignores entirely particulate matter, hazardous chemicals, cleanup of sites like in Sydney, like in our Arctic, Mr. Speaker. It ignores sustainable practices in wildlife, in forestry. We should be proud of an entire and a total environmental package. That should be part of our Sustainable Development Goals, not just as a nation, but as a society.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to be joining the debate on Bill C-57. Although I must agree with my Conservative colleagues, it's unfortunate to be doing it under the yoke of time allocation. And it's a strategy that the federal government seems to be employing quite a bit this week. I think, when I was having an exchange with the member for Perth Wellington earlier today about this resembling a student who is missed the due date for his or her homework and is suddenly realizing that it's coming up and we better rush things because we've been wasting all of the time over February, March, April, and May. And now we're almost into June, and you look at the parliamentary calendar, time is suddenly short. And so they're feeling the need to engage in these draconian tactics to limit the ability of members to be here on behalf of our constituents, because every single one of these seats represents a unique geographic area of Canada, and the people of Canada deserve to have their voices, their concerns raised in this House by us, the members who represent them. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, let us now turn to the bill before us, Bill C-57. And I want to compliment my friend and colleague from the riding of Edmonton Strathcona. You know, she really has just so many incredible decades of experience in the field of environmental sustainability. And really, when she speaks to our caucus, when she delivers speeches in this House and her work at committee, people listen because they realize that this member has the experience, has the knowledge, and very rarely have I seen people contradict her because they know that she's usually right. She has the experience to back it up. And so I just want to walk the House through a little bit of history of how we got to Bill C-57. You know, we'd have to go back to the spring of 2016 when the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development reviewed the current Act. There's a mandate in the Act that it has to be reviewed every certain number of years. I believe it's 3 years. And that's just to make sure that it's staying up to date with, you know, the changing nature of Canada, to see that we're in fact meeting our goals. Does anything need to be tweaked? And has the government been doing a good job in following the existing acts? So that's why it's important, Mr. Speaker. And so as a part of this review, you know, committee, as committees usually do, brought forth witnesses to testify on the current act and to sort of present some recommendations for ideas for reform. Now, witnesses to the committee found the current act lacking in two important ways. First, unlike the definition of sustainable development, it focuses on environmental decision-making and ignores the social and economic pillars of sustainable development. And second, the purpose is about transparency and accountability for environmental decision-making rather than about advancing sustainable development. And the committee agreed with those significant shortcomings, and it recommended that the Act be amended to require the development of an effective federal strategy that will inspire an equal measure environmental, social, and economic advancement towards a better future, something I think that all members in this House can very much agree to. The unfortunate thing is, Mr. Speaker, with the bill before us, Bill C-57, is that it only partially addresses these deficiencies and recommendations. It's important to note that the updated law should reflect the broader UN Sustainable Development Goals as were endorsed by Canada. Now, I want to go back to, before I go to that, I just want to list some key things that came about after that study, because when C-57 made it to the committee, the Liberal government didn't even listen to its own members of Parliament on that committee. It didn't even listen to the recommendations that had come from the Environment Committee. And that's a real shame, because suddenly you have Liberals in a position of recommending something only to see their government completely ignore it. And clearly through that action, I don't think that the government is committed to delivering on its commitments under a broad UN Sustainable Development Goals to ensure the whole of government ensures its laws and policies reflect environmental, social, and economic needs. Now, I want to sort of drill down on that because the member for Edmonton Strathcona really, was faced with a Herculean task. Many of my colleagues know this who sit on committees. We have one spot. The NDP has one spot on a 10-member committee. And we don't get the luxury of teamwork with other MPs. It often falls upon us. So when it comes to the amending stage of a bill, the clause-by-clause part of a bill, it's a pretty big task. And I can remember doing that last year when I was the justice critic for our party on the Justice Committee, especially when it came to Bill C-46. That was a gargantuan justice bill, and I'll tell you, my staff and I were pretty busy on that. But going back to the matter of hand, Mr. Speaker, on Bill C-57, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, almost all of the amendments that she moved at committee were based on three things. They were based on recommendations from the Commissioner of the Environment. They were based on recommendations from expert witness testimony at the committee, and they were based on recommendations from the committee itself. So she had three very good arguments behind her recommendations And yet, Mr. Speaker, what did the Liberal-dominated committee do? It voted down those amendments. So flying in the face of the evidence, and this is a government that likes to pride itself on evidence-based decision-making, and I still have yet to hear a coherent answer from the government side as to why they did that to the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona when they know that she has all those years of experience, when they know that her amendments were based on solid evidence. Still, we have not received any particular good reasons on that. And I think, you know, given the fact that this House voted today, historically, I might add, on Bill C-262, moved by my honourable colleague from Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut, EU. He's got a very long riding. But a historic moment for the House of Commons today, because that bill, a private member's bill, passed third reading today and commits the federal government to ensuring that all laws are in compliance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And as you have it, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, one of her amendments was to ensure that Bill C-57 actually included a reference to UNDRIP. But that was voted down. But then the Liberals decided they would vote in favor of the bill that's now going to mandate it. So try to work your way through the reasoning behind that, Mr. Speaker, because I'm still having some problem doing that. That being said, you know, I mean, UNDRIP has passed this House. It's going to the other place now, and I wish senators well. I certainly hope that they will look at the hard work we did here in the House of Commons, that they will recognize that here in 2018, we are at a place in this great country where no longer can we afford to play the role of a colonizer. We have to make sure First Nations in Canada are the full and equal partners that they very much deserve to be. And it's only when we make sure that all of our federal laws recognize that implicitly that we're going to be able to move beyond our past, while never forgetting it, but moving beyond it to a place where I think most people would like us to be. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is getting short on this bill, so I just want to end with this. The day that the Minister of the Environment moved time allocation on this bill was Tuesday, the very same day that the Liberal government announced it was purchasing the Kinder Morgan pipeline for $4.5 billion. And that's just the price tag for the existing infrastructure. No word on the cost for expanding the pipeline. And I just think that when the Environment Minister is moving to shut down debate on a bill which is seeking to bring federal departments in compliance with sustainable development goals, and yet buys itself a pipeline, which is infrastructure that rightly belongs in the 20th century, I think it makes a mockery of this government's real commitment to addressing climate change. I would dearly like to know what federal department is going to now be in control of the Kinder Morgan pipeline and how it can possibly justify its sustainable development when it's going to be operating something that makes a mockery of our climate change commitments, this being 2018, with all of the evidence of climate change all around us. We certainly need this country to be taking a firm and strong direction to address climate change. I think everyone who looks to future generations knows that we owe them that at this moment in time. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude there. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to Bill C-57. And I welcome any questions and comments from my colleagues and friends. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his contribution to the debate in this late evening. I'm going to start by congratulating him, along with all members of the House, on gaining a share of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We're all owners together now of a project that would have been profitable had the government just stayed out of the way and then provided the certainty to that company that owned it before, I guess, in being able to build it. I wanted to go and ask the members, I know we often disagree. We on this side here of the House, our conservatives, believe in a free market, believe that there is a way to manage a balance between the economy and environment. But we're talking about the Federal Sustainability Development Act. And I know that you Democrats have a different point of view on this, on where that fine balance
is sought and reached. So how does he feel that this act finds that balance, and what does he think of seeing the government now in the business of exporting or potentially exporting oil sands energy through the West Coast, all the while talking a good game about promoting environmental stewardship, which I think is quite possible. Obviously, has a different point of view as a Democrat. So I'm asking the member if you can add further commentary to that, with this dichotomy that has been created by the Liberals.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, I thank my colleague very much for his question. It's true that we in the NDP do have different views on why this is a bad idea, and what I will say to this to the workers in Alberta, my brother being one of them who's involved in the industry, stopping the Kinder Morgan expansion is not going to stop the oil sands working right now, and no one in this House wants that. And furthermore, Kinder Morgan was devised at a time when oil prices were around $100 a barrel. It's exporting diluted bitumen, which is the rawest form of the product. We're not getting any value for this. So if we want our oil industry to in fact be sustainable, I would make the argument that we would want to sell it for the most value possible, not bargain basement prices. And I just think that if we're going to talk about Canada's energy security as a country, it doesn't involve building a pipeline which is going to direct exports to China. This is not in any way leading to Canada's energy security. So I would just say that I just think that that makes a mockery of this government's sustainable development goals, especially in light of Bill C-57.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London, Middlesex, Elgin.
All good. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your speech. We've talked a lot of course, in this House about the carbon tax. And, a lot of times we have some people saying, well, it's going to create the sustainability, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. And I just would like your personal view on that. Do you believe that this government, from what we just saw in the last couple of days with $4.5 billion going to Kinder Morgan and things like that, do you think they're actually going to take that money from the carbon tax and actually put it into technologies that are going to make more sustainable developments? I know many Canadians are hoping that's what they'll do with their hard-earned dollars, but do you think that this government's actually going to put it aside, or do you believe, or does the member believe, sorry, I will listen to you, or does the member believe that it will just go into the coffers and get ill-spent?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. We've heard a lot of discussion about the carbon tax at the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, and we have heard from a lot of witnesses, farmers in particular, who are quite concerned with the impact a carbon tax will put on their operations. And I very much empathize with those farmers, but I think there's a way to design a carbon tax so that those who are in industries and businesses that are still very reliant on fossil fuels for their operations, I think there's a way to design the carbon tax to mitigate the worst effects on them, while also respecting the need to put a price on pollution. Because I very much believe that with higher prices being put on this, it starts changing the conversation. And I know where I'm from. I mean, gas is selling at $1.50 a litre on Vancouver Island. So that certainly led to the conversation around my constituents about, geez, how fast can I get an electric car because these prices are killing me.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Calgary.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining the debate in this late hour on C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. Of course, as other members have said, and the member for Abbotsford said as well, we are going to be supporting this piece of legislation. And in preparation for joining the debate, I actually went through past commentary made by other members, including the member for Abbotsford, and really what else is there to add? He went over every single point and report that rebutted many of the talking points that the Liberal government has proposed and put forward, defending its environmental record and defending its achievements, or so-called achievements at least, achievements in name mostly. And he went through it very well, so there's really nothing more I could contribute in trying to illuminate and add to the debate in that sense. But there is one part of it that I do want to delve on and spend more time focused on. And it's one part when the member for Abbotsford said, and this was in reference to a report, he said, which is supposed to marry the environment and the economy And then why has her government completely forgotten about the economic component? And he said it is unbelievable. And I agree with him, Mr. Speaker. I agree with him. We've heard time and time again in this House this metaphor and allusion to the economy and the environment go hand in hand. But all I have seen so far is posturing by the Liberals when it comes to the environment and very little focus on the economy. We've seen over the past 2.5 years, one thing happen and one thing only, this two-hand concept. Why are both of those hands in my pockets? Why are both hands are in the pockets of taxpayers? On one side, carbon taxes. On one side, a higher cost of living, so-called, to pay for environmental reasons, environmental targets, so-called, because at the end of the day, it's always about more revenue. And on the other side, higher small business taxes, higher payroll taxes, higher taxes, period, across the board, a higher cost of living for most Canadians today. Think tanks have said this, independent reports have said this, and I'm sure every single member of this House could attest to the fact that they have received emails and letters and phone calls from constituents who are saying the cost of living has gone up significantly. So why are both of those hands, supposedly the economy and environment, when managed by the federal government, the Ottawa Liberals, both of those hands are in the pockets of taxpayers. They're in the pockets, our pockets. Everyone in Canada is paying more for their decision-making. There's job losses in the energy sector. I know you hear this all the time today. Well, StatsCan is saying the job numbers are better. You're comparing the loss of an engineering job earning maybe $150,000, $200,000 in Calgary to then being able to get a job working in retail for $50,000. What about the underemployment? Something that Statistics Canada and stats in general have a very difficult time catching. I could give you example after example in my own right in Calgary, and in Calgary wider and the Calgary area, of individuals who have been impacted by the drastic slowdown in the energy sector, initially caused by lower prices, and then prolonged by bad government policy, both provincial and federal, making things far worse for far longer than it needed to be. I've heard the debate in the House thus far on C-57, and there was an exchange earlier today, and members know that I like Yiddish proverbs, and one of them is, what you don't see with your eyes, don't invent with your tongue. And I see that happening on that side of the House all the time. All the time. They make it up as they go along. And this brings me to the next point, and a point I'll spend some more time on, is the Trans Mountain Pipeline, because it's the perfect example of it. Supposedly, in the name of getting it right, finding the right balance between economy and environment, seems the only way the Liberals can do this is by expropriating Kinder Morgan, by forcing the company, what would have been one of the most profitable portions of the energy sector, transporting the goods to market. They made it unprofitable by getting in the way at every single junction, by undermining the legitimate process by which a company, shareholders, and members of the public can arrive at a reasonable decision. They can disagree without being disagreeable through a regulator to find approval and move the project forward. Instead, with the encouragement of the federal government, the Liberals on that side, protesters, third-party groups, mostly foreign-funded, many foreign-funded, then went out and undermined the rule of law and the legal process by which that pipeline was approved. And now you have a situation by which the economy, supposedly, and environment go hand in hand. Both of the government's federal hands are now taking Kinder Morgan's pipeline because they're saying, in the name of getting it built, this is the only thing that we can do. This is the only way that we can get it done, is by taking on 100% of the risk for $4.5 billion. That's just to buy the old pipeline. We're not even talking about building the actual pipeline itself, which the court rulings will still go ahead, so the court proceedings will still go ahead. The obstruction of a provincial government will still continue, and the obstruction of a legally approved pipeline will continue to go ahead because nothing has changed. We've seen it in the media, quote after quote, from protester leaders, from certain, not all, Indigenous groups, and from civic leaders saying they're going to continue to oppose it. It makes no difference. But now every single one of us is on the hook for cost overruns, for cost failures, for potential strikes, for the worker safety, worker health, the extra spending that's going to have to be done in order to ensure that they can work in a safe environment while they're building this pipeline, even if it proceeds to go ahead. And it's $4.5 billion that the Canadian taxpayer is giving to the shareholders of Kinder Morgan Canada is going to do what? It is going to go and finance competitor pipelines. Texas next year, the state of Texas, will become the largest producer of oil in the world. In the world. I always joke, I always call the state of Texas Alberta Junior. That's what it is to me in my heart. They actually call us in the reverse. And there are so many Canadians who worked in the energy sector in Calgary and Edmonton and Fort McMurray who are working there today. Where was that focus on getting the environment and economy right? Did that involve the brain drain, the escape, the exile of tens of thousands of Canadian energy workers to Dallas, to Houston? Was that the goal? Was that the purpose? Is that how we get the balance right? Well, they failed. They failed miserably. Despite this piece of legislation here that we're going to support, this continued use of the term, and like I mentioned, you know, what your eyes don't see, don't invent with your tongue. They're inventing. They're inventing a narrative that simply doesn't exist because they haven't got the balance right. They didn't get it right between economy and environment. If they did, they wouldn't be getting to the business of owning and operating a pipeline. 7,000 kilometers of pipelines have been canceled under their watch. Not our watch, their watch. They're the ones that failed to achieve it. They're the ones that didn't get to move it forward. So now they're actually going to be able to build their own pipeline. The future health of the Alberta government's finances now rests in the hands of that government, a position that I guarantee you 90% of Albertans will be against. We adamantly against, because we've seen this type of behavior before. 40 years ago in the National Energy Plan, this is the second version of it, getting it wrong again. Because they don't know where to find the balance between the two. Because they're allies in the environmental movement, the activists, and those who they continuously back in illegal activities, they'll continue to do that because they need their help to win elections, Mr. Speaker. So we will support this piece of legislation. But this continuous use of this environment and economy go hand in hand. They actually have to live it, and they have to do it. And buying pipelines, expropriating pipelines, is not the way to achieve it. We should never have been in a position where the taxpayer of Canada would have to be on the hook for up to $12 billion of new spending, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Port-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much enjoyed my colleague's speech, my colleague from Calgary, because he very effectively deconstructed the expression that the Liberals use every day, which is that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. But humans themselves come from the environment. Resources come from the environment. The economy is a product of the environment. The economy is a process and part of the environment that we live in. The resources that we export, like oil, are products of the environment. So really, this expression is nothing but ideology. Now, under the Conservative government, we didn't whitewash anything, but we had concrete expressions and measures that led to good results. For example, we managed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2% in Canada while increasing GDP by 16%. So I would like my colleague to talk about some of our previous government's accomplishments.
Going to the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, I just want to remind the honourable members that there are no rules preventing people from one side or the other to go to the other side and speak. There are rules that prevent you from shouting across, well, talking loudly across, because it does make it difficult to hear the honourable member. Now, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. J'aimerais remercier le...
Well, I'd like to thank the member for Port-Limoilou for the question. Of course, the previous government did have a lot of accomplishments, and they managed to strike a balance between the environment and the economy. Even if the members across the way continue to say that this isn't true, well, the member is right. Greenhouse gas emissions went down by 2%, and the economy continued to grow. There were 4 pipelines that were approved and supported by the previous government. And that government knew how to strike a balance between environmental goals and the economy. We had fairly good growth, of course. Now, we were facing a large recession that hurt Canadian workers and employers, but we were able to get back to a balanced budget. And we were able to increase jobs in Canada. There were 1.3 or 1.4 million jobs created in Canada, even after the recession.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent intervention, and he certainly highlighted the fact that this legislation ensures that government decisions aren't only reviewed through the lens of the environment, but also through a social lens as well as the lens of the economy. And there's a certain irony that we are here in this House debating this legislation, which the Liberal government, of course, has brought forward, which it strongly supports, but in fact, they don't even take their own advice. They generally don't understand how important it is to view decisions government makes through the lens of the economy. And we've seen that, of course, with the incredible flight of capital that has happened in Canada, where Canada used to be the most desired investment destination in the world for foreign investors. Today, we're among the least desired investment destinations among the developed countries. I'd be interested to hear my colleagues' comments on what could have contributed to that dramatic decline in confidence in Canada's economy.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Abbotsford for the question. And in fact, there's a series of policy decisions the government has taken, some legislated, some regulatory. We could talk about the tanker ban off the West Coast. Totally political decision, not based on very much of any science, that did hurt the prospective investment decisions that companies were going to make in Canada. We could talk about the carbon tax that seriously hurt the cost of living for middle-class Canadians, all Canadians really, because we're all paying higher taxes now. We could also talk about decisions such as the latest bill, I think it was C-69, that did immense damage to the regulatory process. In fact, if I remember correctly, a very senior official at Suncor, I think his CEO, said that no new project would be built under that particular model because it gave the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change so much power to cancel projects. And what company could be blamed for taking on an immense amount of risk? At the end of the day, the board of directors and the executive team is responsible to the shareholders who have invested in it. I wouldn't invest in Canada either if I was being told by the members opposite that I have to jump through as many hoops, and then they will decide afterwards if I did it well enough.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's Wednesday, May 30th, 8:45 at night. And for everyone listening in my riding, good evening. Good evening to all of you. We're debating tonight because the Liberal government, now all throughout the session, provided very few legislative projects, certainly not any of significant scope. We saw all kinds of private members' bills about Hummingbird Day, the month of beauty, but it's funny, you know, I was talking to my colleagues and we were really saying there's so many private members' bills that really don't have a lot of substance. They're really innocuous. And that's unfortunate because the process of randomly selecting members to bring forward private members' bills, it doesn't strike me as very effective. Perhaps we should review that. But at the same time, it is the discretion of every member to decide what is important to them and to bring it forward as a bill. But now, for the last 2 days, we have been sitting until midnight because, as my colleague for Perth Wellington said, the government... Now, let me tell you this sort of as an allegory, because I studied allegories in university, and I think this one will hold. It's a little bit like a student who realized that an assignment was due the next day and then started writing the paper at 3 in the morning. And that's essentially what the government is doing now. Everything is being done at the last minute. And now, as we approach the end of the session, the government has realized that time is running short, that they only have 3 weeks left, and that they still have to get some of their legislation, which one might call more substantive, through. So even there, you know, it raises some questions. Now, in their opinion, some of these bills are important, but they have so many shortcomings and there have been so many problems in the last 3 months that we aren't even debating major bills that will make a transformative change to society. Now, like C-76, for example, this is the electoral reform bill. They want to change the voting system and the way that identification is verified in elections. And then they also have the Transportation Act, which is a huge bill that we didn't actually have time to study in depth. Today we're talking about C-57, which is interesting because it's about sustainable development. Now, I'm kind of tired of hearing the Liberal government repeating that they are the only ones who are virtuous when it comes to the economy. That's what they've been saying for the last 3 years. I did some research on the internet to see what their record actually is when it comes to their record. And I also look at the Conservatives' record under Harper. It's quite incredible, actually, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell you a bit about what I found. Now, I'd like to share this with my Liberal colleagues so that they can understand that, you know, we, the Conservatives, we never bragged about being environmentalists, but we really did get good concrete results. Now, I found this on the website called mediaterre.org. It's a very legitimate website. And it says the Stephen Harper government in March 2007 published its budget. And this budget included $4.5 billion of new investments for 20 environmental projects. Projects such as a $2,000 deduction for any purchase of an environmentally friendly vehicle, and especially, listen to this, the implementation of a green trust fund of more than $1.5 billion in order to help provinces reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. You know, often the Liberals accuse us of talking about the environment. Now, we had targets of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030. That's compared to 2005. And they decided to maintain those targets in the Paris Agreement. They accused us of not having a plan, but that's not true. Not only did we have this Green Trust Fund of $1.5 billion, but we had a plan that was part of a federal-provincial collaboration. And I will quote Jean Charest from Quebec, who praised this plan and said that it would help his province, my province, Quebec, meet their greenhouse gas emissions targets. Now, the Premier of Quebec at the time and Mr. Harper issued a joint statement saying the following. Canada's new government is investing to protect Canadians from the consequences of climate change. He recognized that in 2007, as well as from pollution, air pollution, and other environmental problems. Now, Mr. Charest said in 2016, our government adopted this plan, which was the best in North America, and with the support of the federal government, we will be able to meet our targets. This is Mr. Charest who said this in 2007 at a press conference, which he gave with the Prime Minister. Now, I'll continue reading this joint statement, which said, thanks to federal funding, the Quebec government indicated that it would be able to reduce its carbon dioxide emissions by over 13 billion tons, which was beyond the targets for 2012. Now, this Green Trust Fund of $1.5 billion, which applied to all provinces, allowed for $339 million just for Quebec, and was going to allow Quebec to do all of the following: make investments to facilitate green technology, establish a program to find new sources of renewable energy in rural regions, a pilot project to make ethanol out of cellulosic material, well, whatever that is, the support for reducing and sequestering greenhouse gases. Now, it's probably one of these programs that is helping us have ever greener oil sands exploitation, because we are able to do that. New systems to capture biomass and to recycle waste. And finally, the establishment of this Green Trust Fund. Now, I really encourage my Liberal colleagues to listen to this. Stephen Guilbeault from Greenpeace in 2007 said the following. He said, "We are happy to note that after over a year of negotiations, Quebec finally has the money that will allow it to get closer to its Kyoto targets." Who allowed Quebec to get close to its Kyoto targets, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Harper government, a conservative government that created this fund in 2007. $1.5 billion, which came from a budget which was possible because of budget surpluses. So we had a plan to meet our targets. It was a plan that didn't apply without the consent of the provinces, and it was a plan that didn't tax Canadians further, and that sent the money directly without condition, except, of course, the condition of attempting to reduce climate change. But there were no other conditions imposed on the provinces, and Mr. Harper, like a good federal leader, said, I am giving millions of dollars to your provinces, and you can go forward with this plan. Now, in 2015, after 10 years under the Conservatives, not only had we come through the worst recession since the 1930s, but we had reduced greenhouse gases by 2% and increased GDP for all Canadians while lowering the GST by 3% and lowering the average income tax for families. Now that is cooperative federalism. That is a concrete result. That is a plan for the environment. Also, we had at least 25 to 35 legislative projects which were passed under Mr. Harper every session. Now, we haven't seen that with the Liberals, apart from various scandals. All of the subjects that are associated with the government are scandals, apart from perhaps 4 significant bills that were passed. So we protected wetlands in Canada. We have an exceptional environmental record. And when we debated Bill C-23 on electoral reform, we debated it for 4 days. When for their electoral reform bill, they only dedicated 2 hours to that. But that's fine. We're happy to be here until midnight because we want to debate. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my colleague who just made a very interesting presentation about the plans that we had set up to promote environmental development in Canada. And of course, we did that without running useless deficits. As he himself said, we were able to come through a very significant economic crisis, which allowed us to make, and we were nonetheless able to make significant investments in the environment that led to concrete results. What we see with this government is that they're investing huge amounts of money, $4.5 billion yesterday, to buy a pipeline that we don't need. And I'd like to ask my colleague, if you are a responsible steward, shouldn't you be able to both make economies of scale, but also take care of the environment? Could you tell us more about that? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, that's what we've seen every day. It's increasingly obvious that this government is not an effective steward of the state. Because apart from politics, apart from arguments, apart from ideological differences, the Constitution calls on us to have peace, order, and good government. And all we can see is that there's peace and order. But there certainly isn't good government. Because every day this government faces national crises that are either of their own invention or that they are not able to face effectively. So from a financial point of view, they are not able to balance the budget, which was what they had promised to do. But under the previous Conservative government and under the future Conservative government in 2019, we will have the political courage to do what needs to be done. Now, I have a theory, Mr. Speaker. I am certain that today, if the Paris Agreement is effective, it's thanks to Mr. Harper, who had the courage to leave Kyoto in front of the entire international community when everybody knew that Kyoto wasn't working. It was just a moribund agreement that had totally unrealistic targets. Every country knew that they wouldn't meet those greenhouse gas targets. We were the first country and the only country to have the courage to stand up and say, this isn't working. We are going to leave the table and start something new. Now, if we have the Paris Agreement today with the targets of reducing emissions by 30%, it's really thanks to the previous Conservative government and the trust that we had, the trust fund of $1.5 billion, which is a real example of federal cooperation. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. We have about a minute and a half for the question and the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to offer my congratulations to the member for a very clear speech. The former government and the former Prime Minister said that it was important for all Canadian governments to maintain a competitive environment vis-a-vis the U.S. This government
taxes that make us less and less competitive with the United States. This is not only bad environmental policies they're doing that are actually adding extra costs to Canadians, but they're making us less competitive. Is this member concerned about the competitive gap that this government is pursuing in regards to the environment? They always like to say the environment goes hand in hand with the economy, and sometimes it doesn't, because there are trade-offs between the two.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, 30 seconds or less, please.
The government has yet to propose to Canadians how they're going to respond to the fiscal reform of the presidency of Mr. Trump, which has already great impact on us. Most experts, either is it in National Post, Globe and Mail, I've read them in the last month, have been telling us how much the competitiveness of Canada has decreased drastically in the last several months. And now, what we learned yesterday, Not only are they not responding to the fiscal reform being implemented in the USA, but they're sending $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money to a Texas-based company in Kinder Morgan. We all know the story, of course, since yesterday. And what we saw worse than that, in the session of the autumn, they tried to impose fiscal reform that would tax more and more our small and medium enterprises. And I'm sure that the member from Nicola, I forgot the rest of the writing name, doesn't matter, but is most than all of us concerned by that because he's the critic for small and medium enterprises. It's a fiasco. They don't know how to deal with the country, either here or internationally. Thank you.
I see the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege. I don't know if you want me to do it prior to or after the call to the question.
I'll just let them decide.
I thank the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to clear the matter up that's before the House at the moment. We'll get that done, and then we'll go on to his additional comments on the question of privilege. It being 9:02 p.m., pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. The question, the question is going to be on motion number 1, and that is Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Strahl, moved that Bill C-57 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the division as stands deferred until Thursday, May 31, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now we'll go back to the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege, which is in addition to the one that I presented yesterday, Mr. Speaker. As you know, yesterday I raised the question of privilege regarding documents on the website of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police concerning the implementation of Bill C-71, a piece of legislation presently before the Public Safety Committee. These RCMP documents presumed that the passage of Bill C-71 without any concession to the fact that the bill is in fact still subject to parliamentary approval. In your deliberations on this matter, Mr. Speaker, I would assume that you will visit the RCMP website to verify the content. I was advised today that the website has been modified as of today. The documents posted now have a disclaimer about C-71 being a proposed law. In fact, when the document is printed out, I would note that it shows, and I quote, date modified 2018-05-30, today. You may now add to the body of evidence presented yesterday this apparent admission of guilt by the RCMP by virtue of their modifications to the website to reflect exactly the question of privilege that was raised yesterday. Covering things up after the fact, Mr. Speaker, does not make it right. In summation, I would respectfully submit that a prima facie case of contempt of Parliament was clearly laid out yesterday, and the fact that the RCMP modified the website today confirms their acknowledgement of such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, for his additional comments on the matter, and of course we'll get back to the House in due course on the question. Now we're going to go to orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, report stage of Bill C-74, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 1.
There are 409 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-74. Motions numbered 1 to 409 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions number 1 to 409 to the House.
Motion number 1, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting the short title. Motion number 2, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Motion numero 3.
Number 3, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 3. Motion number 4, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 4.
5, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Motion number 6, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Motion number 7, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion number 8, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Motion numero 9.
Motion number 9, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion number 10. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 10. Motion number 11. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 11.
Seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 12. Motion 13, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 13. Motion 14, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 14. Motion 15, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 15.
Motion number 16, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 16. Motion.
Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 17. Motion 18, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 18. Motion 19, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 19. Motion 20, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 20. Motion 21, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 21. Motion 22, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Bergen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 22. Motion number 23, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 23. Motion 24, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 24. Motion 25, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 25. Motion 20, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 26.
Motion number 27, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 27.
Motion
number 28, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 28. Motion 29, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 29.
Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 30. Motion 31, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 31. Motion 32, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 32. Motion 33, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 33. Motion 34, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 34. Motion 35, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 35. Motion 36, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 36. Motion 37, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 37. Motion 38, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 38.
Motion number 39, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 39. Motion number 40, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 40.
Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 41. Motion 42, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 42. Motion 43, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 43. Motion 44, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 44. Motion 45, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 45. Motion 46, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 46. Motion
number 47, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 47. Motion number 48, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 48.
49, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 49. Motion 50, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 50. Motion 51, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 51. Motion 52, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 52.
Motion number 53, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 53. Motion number 54, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 54.
55, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 55. Motion 56, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 56. Motion 57, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 57. Motion 58, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 58.
Motion number 59, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 59.
Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 60. Motion 61, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 61. Motion 62, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 62. Motion 63, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 63. Motion 64, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 64. Motion 65, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 65.
Motion number 66, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 66. Motion number 67, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 67.
68, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 68. Motion 69, Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves.
Amended by deleting Clause 69. Motion number 70, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 70. Motion 71, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 71. Motion 72, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 72. Motion 73, Mr. Dussault, appuyé par...
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 73. Motion number 74, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 74.
Motion 75, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 75. Motion 76, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 76. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 77. That was motion number 77. Motion 78, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 78.
Motion number 79, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 79. Motion number 80, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 80.
Motion 81, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 81. Motion 82, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 82. Motion 83, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 83. Motion 84, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 84. Motion 85, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 85.
Motion number 86, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 86. Motion number 87, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 87.
Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 88. Motion 89, Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 89. Motion 90, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 90. Motion 91, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 91. Motion 92, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 92. Motion 93, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 93.
Motion number 94, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 94.
Motion 95, Mr. Dussault, appuyé.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 95.
Motion 96, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 96.
Motion number 97, Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 97.
Motion number 98, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 98. Motion 99, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 99. Motion 100, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 100. Motion 101, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 101. Motion 102, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 102. Motion 103, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 103. Motion 104, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 104.
Motion number 105, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 105. Motion number 106, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 106.
Motion 107, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 107. Motion 108, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 108. Motion 109, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 109. Motion 110, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 110. Motion 111, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 111. Motion 112, Mr. Sorensen, appuyé par Mr.
Seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 112. Motion 113, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 113.
Motion 114, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 114. Motion 115, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 115. Motion 116, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 116. Motion 117, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 117.
Motion 118, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 118.
Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 119. Motion 120, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 120. Motion 121, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 121. Motion 122, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 122.
Motion 123, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 123. Motion 124, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 124. Motion 125, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 125. Motion 126, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 126.
Motion 127, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 127. Motion 128, Mr. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 128. Motion 129, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 129. Motion 130,
Motion 130. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 130. Motion 131. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 131.
Motion 132, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 132. Motion 133, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 133. Motion 134, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 134. Motion 135, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 135. Motion 136.
Motion 136, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 136. Motion 137, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 137.
38, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 138. Motion 139, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 139. Motion 140, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 140. Motion 141, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 141. Motion 142, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 142. Motion
number 143, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 143 rather. Motion 144, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 144.
Motion 145, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 145. Motion 146, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 146. Motion 147, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 147. Motion
148, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 148.
Motion 149, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that the bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 149.
Motion 150, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 150. Motion 151, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 151. Motion 152, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 152. Motion 153, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 153. Motion 154, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 154. Motion 155, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 155. Motion numéro 100.
Motion 156. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 156.
Motion 157, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 157. Motion 158, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 158. Motion 159, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 159. Motion 160.
Motion 160. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 160.
Motion 161. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 161. Motion 162. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Gallant, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 162. Motion 163. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 163. Motion 164. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 164. Motion 165. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 165. Did I say Polyev? Okay. Correction on that. The motion 165, it's Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 165. My apologies. Motion 166, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 166. Motion 167, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 167. Motion 168, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 168. Motion 169, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 169. Motion 170, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 170. Motion 171, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 171. Motion 172, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 172. Motion 173, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 173. Motion numéro 100.
Motion 174. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Généreux, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 174.
Motion numéro 175.
Motion 175. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Généreux, move that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 175.
Motion 176, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 176. Motion 177, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 177. Motion 178, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 178. Motion 179, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 179. Motion 180, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 180. Motion 181, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 181. Motion 182, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 182. Motion 183, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 183. Motion numero 100.
Motion 184, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, move that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 184.
Motion 185, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 185. Motion 186, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 186. Motion 187, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 187. Motion 188, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 188. Motion numero 100.
Motion 189, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, move that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 189.
Motion numero 100.
Motion 190. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 190.
Motion 191, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 191. Motion 192, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 192. Motion 193, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 193. Motion 194, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 194. Motion 195, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 195. Motion 196, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 196. Motion 197, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 197. Motion 198, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 198. Motion 199, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 199. Motion 200, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 200. Motion 201, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 201. Motion numero 2.
Motion 202. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 202.
Motion numero.
Motion number 203. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 203.
Motion 204, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 204. Motion 205, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 205. Motion 206, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 206. Motion 207, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 207. Motion numéro 200.
Motion 208, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall. Move that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 208. Motion 209, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall. Moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 209.
Motion 210, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 210. Motion number 211, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 211. Motion 212, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 212. Motion 213, Mr. Sorensen, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 213. Motion number 214. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 214.
Motion 215, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 215. Motion 216, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 216. Motion 217, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 217. Motion 218, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 218. Motion 219, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 219. Motion 220, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 220. Motion 221, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 221. Motion numéro 222.
Motion 222. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 222.
Motion number 223, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 223. Motion 224, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 224. Motion number 225, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 225. Motion 226, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 226. Motion numéro 220.
Motion 227, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 227.
Motion number 228, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 228. Motion 229, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 229. Motion numéro 200.
Motion 230, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 230.
Motion 231, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 231. Motion numéro 230.
Motion 232, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 232.
This is just a little bit too lazy. Motion numéro 2.
Motion 233, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 233.
Motion 234, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 234. Motion 235, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 235. Motion 236, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 236. Motion 237, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 237. Motion 238, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 238. Motion 239, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 239. Motion 240, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 240. Motion 241, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 241. Motion 242, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 242. It's okay, I'm burning it off. Motion 243.
Motion 243, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 243.
Motion 244, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 244. Motion 245, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 245. Motion 246, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 246. Motion 247, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 247. Motion 248, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 248. Motion 249, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 249. Motion numero 2.
Motion 250, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 250.
Motion numero 251.
Motion number 251, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 251.
Motion 252, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 252. Motion 253, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 253. Motion 254, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 254. Motion 255, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 255. Motion 256, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 256. Motion 257, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 257. Motion numero 205.
Motion number 258, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 258. Motion number 259, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 259.
Motion 260, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 260. Motion 261, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 261. Motion 262, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 262. Motion numero 260.
Motion number 263, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 263. Motion number 264, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 264.
Motion 265, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 265. Motion 266, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 266. Motion 267, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 267. Motion 268, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 268. Motion 269, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 269. Motion 270, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 270. Motion 271, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 271. Motion 272, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 272. Motion 273, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 273. Motion 274, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 274. Motion 275, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 275. Motion numero 200.
Motion number 276, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 276.
Motion 7, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 277. Motion 278, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 278. Motion 279, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 279. Motion 280, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 280. Motion numero 200.
Motion 281, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 281.
82, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 282. Motion 283, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 283. Motion 284, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 284. Motion 285, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 285. Motion 286, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 286. Motion 287, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 287. Motion 288, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 288. Motion 289, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 289. Motion 290, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 290. Motion number 291, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 291. Motion 292, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 292. Motion number 293, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minister, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 293. Motion 294, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 294. Motion numero 204.
Motion 295, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 295.
Motion numero 200.
Motion 296. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 296.
Motion 297. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 297. Motion 298. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 298. Motion 299. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 299. Motion 300. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 300. Motion 301. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 301. Motion 302. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 302. Motion numero 303.
Motion 303, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 303. Motion 304. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 304.
304, pardon. Motion numero...
motion number 305. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 305.
Motion numero...
Motion 306. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 306.
Motion numero...
Motion 307. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 307. Motion 308. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 308. Motion number 309. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 309.
Mr. Dussault, appuyé.
Motion 310, Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 310.
Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 311. Motion numero...
Motion 312. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 312. Motion 313. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moved that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 313.
314, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 314. Motion 315, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 315. Motion 316, motion numero 300.
Motion 316, Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 316. Motion 317, Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 317.
318, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 318. Motion 319, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 319. Motion 320, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 320. Motion 321, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Ms. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 321. Motion 322, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 322. Motion 323, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Clark, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 323. Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 324. Motion 325, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 325.
Motion 326, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 326. Motion 327, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 327. Motion 328, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 328. Mr. Dussault,
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 329.
30, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 330. Motion 331, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 331. Motion 332, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 332. Motion numero 330.
Motion 333, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 333. Motion number 334, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 334.
Motion 335, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 335. Motion 336, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 336. Motion 337, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 337. Motion 338, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 338. Motion 339, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 339. Motion 340, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 340.
Motion 341, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 341.
42, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 342. Motion 343, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 343. Motion 344, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 344. Motion 345, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 345. Motion 346, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 346. Motion
347, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 347. Motion 348. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 348.
Motion 349, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 349. Motion 350, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 350. Motion 351, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 351. Motion 352, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 352. Motion 353, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 353. Motion 354, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 354. Motion 355, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 355. Motion numero 300.
Motion 356, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 356. Motion number 357, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 357.
Motion 358, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 358. Motion 359, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 359. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 360. Motion 361, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 361. Can you read out the motion? 360 and 360. Motion 362, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nuttall, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 362. Motion numero 300.
Motion 363, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 363.
Motion 364, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 364. Motion 365, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 365. Motion 366, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 366. Motion 367, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 367. Motion numero.
Motion 368. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 368.
Motion numero 300.
Motion 369. Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 369.
Motion 370, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 370. Motion 371, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 371. Motion 372, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 372. Motion 373, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 373. Motion 374, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 374. Motion numero 12.
Motion 375, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 375. Motion 376, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 376.
Motion 377, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 377. Motion 378, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. McGuire, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 378. Motion 379, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Diot, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 379. Motion 380, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Diot, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 380. Motion 381, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Diot, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 381. Motion numero 304.
Motion 382, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Diot, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 382. Motion 383, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Diot, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 383.
Motion 384, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 384. Motion 385, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 385. Motion 386, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 386. Motion 387, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 387. Motion 388, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 388. Motion 389, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 389. Motion numero 300.
Motion number 390, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 390. Motion 391, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 391.
Motion number 392, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 392. Motion 393, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 393. Motion 394, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting clause 394. Motion 395, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 395. Motion number 396, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 396. Motion 397, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 397. Motion 398, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 398. Motion numero 399.
Motion 399, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 399. Motion number 400, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 400.
Number 401, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 401. Motion 402, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 402. Motion 403, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 403. Motion 404, Mr. Sorensen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 404. Motion 405, Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 405. Motion 406, Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 406. Motion 407, Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 407. Motion numero 408.
Motion 408, Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 408.
Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Nader, moves that Bill C-74 be amended by deleting Clause 409. I was looking for a way to get my word count up a little bit. So we're going to yeah, there we go. We'll now start recorded divisions on the lot. Debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, congratulations working through 409 amendments. You did a great job. I listened intently each time. You didn't miss one, and we do appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, it's drawing close to 10:30 in the evening here tonight, and I am honored to stand in this place once again and to speak on the Budget Implementation Act 2018. On April 4th, I stood in the House to speak on the budget. And during that time, I focused my remarks primarily on our competitiveness, or I should say our lack of competitiveness, and the troubling effect of Budget 2018 on our competitiveness and business investment in this country. We are struggling today, as we were then, to attract capital from abroad, with foreign direct investment plunging last year to the lowest level since 2010. And as I pointed out in this House over a month ago, the province of Alberta has experienced the worst decline in business investment in the country, much because of the NDP government we have there, much because of a lower price of oil, and much because of a Liberal government here. Energy investment is at its lowest level on record, below even the worst of the 2009 global recession. A loss of $80 billion of investment and more than 110,000 jobs. Drilling rigs leaving Canada, heading to the United States, where there is a more hospitable investment climate. There has been a significant decline in capital spending. Mr. Speaker, I stood in this House to debate the budget just 1 week after Kinder Morgan announced that it had suspended its work on the Trans Mountain expansion project and gave the Liberal government until May 31st to provide the necessary assurances that this project would go ahead. We know that they were funding protesters to protest against that pipeline straight from government programs here. And so that was back, way back when the first time I had an opportunity to speak on this budget. Mr. Speaker, their skepticism, Kinder Morgan's skepticism, was based on the fact Canada had approved the project in November 2016 following an expanded environmental review process that included additional consultations with Indigenous communities, and yet, more than 3 months into 2018, no movement. Much added red tape, frustrating Kinder Morgan and others that would invest here in this country, but Kinder Morgan saw no sight, nothing in its immediate sight that would give it any confidence it could go ahead. So it put the ultimatum of May 31st. I laid the blame for that unfortunate thing with Trans Mountain development at the feet of the Prime Minister, and rightfully so. We see that. This Liberal Prime Minister had failed to take any concrete steps to ensure that the project was completed. This failure added to the significant economic difficulties facing my province of Alberta and a number of my constituents, as this project is a pivotal part of both Alberta and the country's economic future. While yesterday's announcement regarding the purchase of Trans Mountain by the federal government may help get our oil finally, someday, to new markets, it came at an extremely high price. And it's a price the taxpayers should not have to pay. And there is no guarantee, given what this government has done, chased $4.5 billion out of Canada to a Texas oil company so that they can invest in America and around the world, because I can tell you very unlikely they will come back here to invest in the soon future. But there is no guarantees that this government is going to ever be able to build that pipeline. Canadian taxpayers are on the hook for $4.5 billion, and that shows the Prime Minister's failure. I have, again, zero confidence that the government can see this pipeline through to completion. The private sector has more experience in building pipelines, more experience in building infrastructure, more experience in building the infrastructure that they need to move their product than any government ever has had. Kinder Morgan never asked for a single dollar of taxpayer money. All the company wanted was certainty. And now Kinder Morgan's assets have been sold. They are abandoning their expansion plans in Canada and taking their significant investment in this country elsewhere. They're doing so at a time, Mr. Speaker, when business investment in Canada has fallen by 5%, or $12.7 billion since 2015. During the same period of time, business investment in the United States has grown by 9%. Foreign direct investment plummeted by 42% in 2016, and then a further 27% in 2017. Why is business investment so weak? Well, Mr. Speaker, for many different reasons. For one reason, because of all the added red tape. Red tape piled upon red tape upon environmental assessments and reassessments and reassessments. It is weak in Canada. Investment is weak in Canada because Canadian businesses understand that they're facing rising costs, such as increased CPP and EI premiums, personal income taxes for entrepreneurs of over 53%, and again, Madam and Mr. Speaker, new carbon taxes. While Budget 2018 did not reveal exactly how much the carbon tax will cost the average Canadian family, and we have tried day after day after day in this House to get from the Minister of Finance what that carbon tax is going to cost the Canadian families, he will not tell us. And although the budget didn't reveal how much, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation predicts that the carbon tax will cost $2,500 per family. Mr. Speaker, at a time where they recognize they have less and less money in their pockets. Trevor Tuom of the University of Calgary estimates it may cost $1,100 per family. The Parliamentary Budget Officer recently released a report which found that the carbon tax will take $10 billion out of the Canadian economy by 2022, while other estimates argue the cost could be as much as $35 billion per year. None of these numbers can be verified because, unfortunately, the Liberal government continues to refuse to tell Canadians exactly how much that carbon tax will cost them. Just like they refuse to tell us the total cost of the nationalization of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. What is the final cost? $4.5 billion for the assets of Trans Mountain today, but what will those costs be by the time that the pipeline is built, if it ever is built? We can ill afford the $4.5 billion price tag, let alone the billions of dollars in untold costs, especially given our massive debt. Madam Speaker, I would also add at this point that the finance minister has finally started picking up on the Conservatives' talking points, that $12 million a day, $42 million a week in differential in the price of oil that we receive because we are not getting our oil to the Asian markets. This can build a school or a hospital a day or a week. Madam Speaker, in their first 3 years in power, the Liberals will have added $60 billion to the national debt. Last year, Canada's net debt reached an all-time high of $670 billion, or $47,612 per Canadian family. The growing debt is a direct result of the Liberals' broken promises on their projected deficits. This fiscal year's deficit is $18 billion, triple what was promised. In comparison, in our 10 years in government, we paid down the national debt, we took surpluses and paid down just under $40 billion. We did, however, during what was considered the worst recession since the Great Depression, run deficits. Although fundamentally opposed to debt and deficit spending, we realized, like every G7 country, we needed to kickstart the economy. And it wasn't enough for the Liberals of the NDP, but Madam Speaker, that is what we did. We invested in large infrastructure programs in Canada, the largest in Canadian history with Canada's Economic Action Plan. We got a significant return on this investment in that we were the first G7 country to come out of the recession and back to growth. Madam Speaker, I see that my time is up. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this budget implementation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the proud representative of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I listened to my colleague with great interest. I didn't hear him talk about the 600,000 jobs that were created since 2015 here in Canada. I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on the direct measure offered to small and medium-sized businesses. There's a tax reduction that will go from to 11% in 2015 and down again in 2 years. What will that tax cut? I'm sorry for having misnamed the riding. It's Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
And again, I thank my colleague across the way for the question. Madam Speaker, when the Conservatives proposed the small, medium-sized business tax cut, initially the Liberals opposed it. In the last election, the NDP, they signed on to that small business tax cut. Finally, the Liberals said, okay, we will do that too. Then in the first budget, they didn't. Madam Speaker, in the first year, they didn't. They gave us no no sign that they were ever going to do that. Madam Speaker, I think because of the strong opposition from the opposition and from the NDP and the Conservative Party, they did put it in the budget. We're thankful for that. But Madam Speaker, when you steal from Peter to pay Paul, you never have a problem with Paul. It's always Peter. And what they have done here is simply they're taking money from the small business. They're saying they're going to cut the small business tax rate, but they're taking money with the carbon tax. They're taking money with the CPP tax with premium increase. They're taking money with an EI premium increase. Madam Speaker, they are simply taking money from one hand, putting it in the pocket, and say, look how much we're giving back to small business. It's a shame.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and many amendments. I think we need to ask ourselves, what is the Conservative strategy here? Because they didn't propose 409 amendments to delete every single clause. In those clauses that they're asking to be deleted, there is a small business tax cut. So it really raises the question, what is their strategy, and why did my colleague propose an amendment that would delete the clause that reduces taxes for small businesses, when he just said that he was calling for that tax cut?
I remember for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, if we would have had more time tonight, we would have come up with more amendments. This is a bad budget. This is just a bad budget. This whole budget should be put back on the shelf and started over again. Madam Speaker, as a comparison, when we were in power, and I want to look forward. I want to look at what we would continue to do, but every once in a while you got to look in the rearview mirror. And Madam Speaker, when we were in power, we cut the corporate tax rate from 22% to 15%. We knew that we were not going to watch head offices heading to the United States. We lowered the corporate tax rate. We made it a place where Canadians wanted to invest, where they wanted to create jobs, where they wanted to have businesses. And we're seeing just the opposite today, Madam Speaker. We're seeing manufacturing jobs leaving Ontario and going to the United States or Mexico. And it's because of bad government here in Ottawa and bad government in Toronto, in Queen's Park with the Liberals there. That's why Ontarians and Canadians are saying we need a new government. We need hope. And certainly here in the province of Ontario, we hope that that change will come with a progressive Conservative Party and real, true hope with a true future.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot. Different perspective on the alberta.ca website, and I'm quoting, Alberta's economic rebound surpassed expectations in 2017. The resurgence was broad-based, with nearly every sector of the economy expanding. Real GDP grew at 4.5%, exports increased by 30%, housing starts up by 20%, retail trade by 7.5%. Is the Honourable Member realizing that his province is doing fantastic thanks to the changes we've made in this budget?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot, brief answer, please.
I want to make sure I get his riding clear and his name clear, because his quote will be in my householder. Because, Madam Speaker, Albertans know it is anything but what he stated. The future of Alberta looks great only because of Jason Kenney coming on the horizon. The future looks great because we have someone down the road who understands the importance of a pipeline, who understands the importance of creating jobs and putting people back to work. That's why Albertans are confident.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise tonight to talk about Bill C-74 at report stage. There were a number of amendments proposed. I think ours were more reasonable than those of our Conservative colleagues. We aimed to delete clauses 69, 73, and several others. And I also wanted to talk a little bit about C-74 as it was studied in committee. We had very limited time to debate this 550-page bill, and so our time in committee was very brief, unfortunately, and we weren't able to get to the bottom of things as, of course, committee members would have liked to do. But time constraints were imposed by the Liberal majority on the committee, just as time allocation is often imposed in the House on debates. So the same type of constraint was imposed at the Finance Committee. But we did manage to put forward a few proposals and amendments to improve the bill, which is certainly not strong enough in its current form. Now, we did have a few small victories, which I'll talk about later. And there were a number of interesting debates that happened, and there was significant criticisms made about Bill C-74 at that time as well. Now, we had a very common experience in committee, which was that it was studied in committee before it even passed a second reading in the House. We started that study before the vote in the House, as though it was already foretold that the House would pass the bill. As I said earlier, I think that we did do constructive work on the bill, and that's really our role as a progressive opposition, contrary to other parties that have other philosophies on that question. We really did try to take a constructive approach. The first thing that we tried to do in the bill, and I mentioned this earlier, is to tackle some of the tax changes. We've all heard about the Morneau reform. Oh, I apologize, I'm not supposed to say his name. The finance minister's reform. Well, in the end, we did get to see that in the bill, and we tried to amend the implementation of those changes for tax year 2019. In the bill, tax measures are implemented retroactively to January 1st, 2018. So the NDP reasonably tried to say that this is not reasonable public policy. You can't have retroactive tax policy applied to previous years. Now, if this were to get a royal assent in June or July, it would apply 6 months retroactively, which is unacceptable. So we tried to change that because the Liberals, although the Liberals ended up opposing that. Now, medical marijuana is another important point here. In Bill C-74, an excise system for marijuana is attempted to be set up, but many experts were furious that the Liberal government was trying to tax medical marijuana. And they said that very clearly in the bill, that that's what they were trying to do. They didn't even try to hide the fact that this was sort of a loophole that meant that medical marijuana would be more expensive for patients with a prescription. And the government refused to change the bill. They refused to listen to reason on this point. They persisted, and they signed off on this change for medical marijuana. They could have chosen to make two distinct systems, one for recreational marijuana use, which could be taxed similarly to wine, spirits, and alcohol, for example. But they should have created a separate category for cannabis that is used for medical purposes, and they refused to do that, unfortunately. In the end, there were over 10,000 Canadians who wrote to the Finance Committee to call out the Liberal government's approach. Now, for cannabis to be exempted from GST and excise taxes, it would need to have a medical identification number. But that's far from being the case now, because it costs millions of dollars to get approval for drugs in Canada, and it's a very long, complicated process, and unfortunately, we're far from seeing that. Now, we also proposed amendments about changes to veterans' pensions, Madam Speaker. In our opinion, it's not clear that the new pension system in Bill C-74 would be more beneficial than the current system. So we asked the government to prove through an independent investigation that these changes really would be beneficial for most veterans. Once again, that amendment was refused. We also tried to propose amendments about the question of carbon taxing. Now, this is a big part of the bill, and we asked for greater transparency in that system. We also called for more transparency in terms of the payments that are made by industry to ensure that industry really does pay for their pollution. We also wanted to limit some of the exemptions that might be possible for some industries. Except, of course, in the case of something that I'll mention momentarily. Now, there had been an exemption for farmers specifically for the fuel that they used in their farming equipment. Now, in committee, we and other experts said that fishers should also be eligible for that exemption, just for the fuel. Now, the Liberals rejected our amendment, but then they brought forward a nearly identical amendment that did essentially the same thing with a few minor differences. So perhaps we can at least celebrate a minor victory on that one. Now, there's also the issue of financial technology. That's why at report stage today we are proposing the deletion of several amendments concerning financial technologies. Now, this bill allows banks to sell personal information of their clients to financial technology companies. For example, companies that sell insurance. We know that it's increasingly common in the market. And so following this, what will happen is that banks will be able to buy financial technology companies that will sell insurance. The Insurance Providers Association of Canada really raised this issue, and they were shut down. But they clearly said that this is a danger, and it threatens the historic separation between banks and insurance companies in Canada. I think that the committee didn't have enough time to work through that to ensure that the provisions were really sufficient to protect that division between banks and insurance companies. There were also a number of questions about the whole issue of the new strengthened CPP system. This doesn't seem like such a great change to us because there's the whole issue of gains, which I'll come back to later. And there was also a lack of consistency in the whole last section of the bill, which we were setting at 9:45 p.m. in the final minutes of debate. And there were major changes made to the criminal code. And we were studying that in the Finance Committee. We only had 15 minutes and one witness to decide if these changes were appropriate or not. That shows a real lack of will for the government to provide adequate time to study such important changes. That was obviously also criticized by many people. I see that my time has expired, Madam Speaker, but I would be pleased. I was pleased to share some of those experiences from committee. And I'm proud to say that I'm opposed to most of what is contained in Bill C-74. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened very attentively to my colleague's speech, and I listened to what he said, but I didn't hear him talk about the Canada Child Benefit. So I'd like him to talk about the very positive effect of that measure, which came into effect in 2016, but which will be continuing and even increasing. In fact, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are being helped by this measure, and it's lifting children out of poverty. So I would like to know what it will help families do, pay for music courses or sports, for example. I'd like to know what effect this measure has had in his riding, this measure which has only been improving. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I thought we were going to be talking about Bill C-74. Now, I know that the indexation of the Canada Child Benefit was mentioned in there. There's no NDP amendment that aimed to get rid of that indexation. Even the Conservatives didn't present such an amendment. But, you know, Liberals have bragged to me about the Canada Child Benefit, and yet my constituents don't talk about that. What I do hear about is the lack of affordable childcare spots in Canada. In Quebec, things are going fairly well in that regard, but elsewhere in Canada, it's very difficult to find quality daycare, childcare services at an affordable price. And I can tell the member across the way that that lack of affordable, high-quality childcare is a real obstacle to Canada's economic growth and development. And it's an obstacle to women's participation in the labour force. And we haven't heard anything about that in the bill. Questions and comments?
Member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Very good, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I oftentimes disagree with my colleagues from the NDP, but one of the things I like to find common ground when we can, and one of the things where we found common ground on was during the election campaign when both of our parties ran on the idea of balanced budgets. Of course, 60%, roughly 60% of Canadians voted for a party that ran on a balanced budget platform. The other 40% voted Liberal, and they voted for a party that promised to balance the budget by 2019. We hear now that, of course, the parliamentary budget officers talking about budgets balanced by 2045 at best. And Madam Speaker, when I think back to a similar era, a Trudeau era in the 70s, where a Prime Minister Trudeau ran budget deficits in 14 out of 15 years, and I think to when we paid the bill for those budget deficits. We paid the bill in the mid-1990s with $35 billion in cuts to healthcare, social services, and education. And while the honourable member was probably not alive at that time, he certainly can understand the importance, I'm sure, and maybe he would want to speak to the potential for future generations to be paying for these massive, unplanned Liberal budget deficits. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. And thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to speak about our very progressive budget plan in 2015, which was very bold in that it invested in the future while still getting the revenue necessary to fund programs. Unfortunately, that wasn't exactly the Conservatives' vision. But that said, in the government's budget documents, we've seen that the cost of servicing the public debt will increase significantly in coming years. It will go from $28 billion to $35 billion approximately. I don't have the exact numbers, but it could cost up to $35 billion per year just to service the debt. $35 billion a year that is going to foreign banks. And for us, that's money that really is not going to the right place. Interest rates will continue to increase, and that's why in the government's budget forecasts, they're looking at now $35 billion per year going to big bankers. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really very pleased to be able to speak tonight, and I'd like to say hello to everyone watching tonight, late at night. I'm sure that they will be pleased to hear me speak about our budget. So the budget is contained in Bill C-74, Budget Implementation Act number 1. This implements a number of measures included in Budget 2018. And I will be talking about employment insurance and particularly, something that interests Canadians, the modernization of rules for work during benefit periods. Now, provisions relating to work during a period when benefits are received help people keep a connection to the labor market while still gaining a reasonable amount of money and receiving benefits. According to the default rules, currently, benefits can save 50 cents of their benefits for every dollar, up to a maximum of 90% in insurable weekly income. This pilot project will end in August 2018, and we are proposing changing the EI Act to make these default rules permanent. To implement this measure, we will dedicate $352 million over 5 years, starting in 2018-2019, and $80 million per year after that. Furthermore, we'll be setting up transitional provisions for beneficiaries who chose to go back to the rules of a previous pilot project launched in 2005. They will continue to be able to follow those optional rules until August 2021, which gives them 3 years to adapt to the new permanent rules. Now I'll talk about maternity and sickness benefits. These provisions already apply to parental benefits and caregivers, but they don't apply to maternity and sick leave. Canadians who want to prepare to return to work after an illness or after the birth of a child have limited ability to do so without compromising their EI benefits. By including maternity and sickness benefits in the new provisions, we will be improving Canadians' options. They will be able to keep much of their EI benefits while if they want to prepare to return to work. Madam Speaker, what I've just discussed will benefit all EI recipients, including seasonal workers. And I'd like to talk about our support for seasonal workers. Our government knows that seasonal workers have specific concerns and difficulties. That is why, in Budget 2018, we announced a series of measures that will help seasonal workers who are temporarily unemployed have access to the support that they need when they need it the most. We will be giving $10 million from existing departmental resources to provide training with the possibility of income support for these seasonal workers. We are working on agreements with key provinces such as Quebec, which I represent. I proudly represent Rivière-des-Mille, as well as New Brunswick, NPI, to provide them that funding. This funding would be available as soon as the agreement was signed, so that seasonal workers would have access to programs and support as quickly as possible. We've already signed an agreement with the government of New Brunswick, which will be receiving $2.5 million. This additional funding will allow the province to provide seasonal workers with a 7-week work experience, essential workplace skills training, or general skills training with income support during the training period. Support will be provided to workers in the fishing, agricultural, forestry, and tourism sectors in New Brunswick. I hope that people in New Brunswick listening tonight will benefit from that. Our government will also be investing $80 million in 2018-2019 and $150 million in 2019-2020, and we'll be working with provinces to find local solutions to help seasonal workers. We'll be using the tools available to us, for example, agreements, labor market agreements. Together we will find solutions that will allow us to better adapt the EI system to local realities. Now, Madam Speaker, Canada is a vast country, and there's a lot of variation between regions, so we need to adapt to that. In conclusion, since we were elected, we have been working to improve the EI system so that it better reflects the realities of today's labor market, because we want the EI system to work for employers and workers. The changes I've just discussed are part of that commitment. Passing Bill C-74 is the next step toward attaining our objective. I strongly recommend that all of my colleagues in the House support this bill so that we can continue to support Canadian families and workers, and the middle class and those working hard to join it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Un point d'ordre.
A point of order, the Honourable Minister. Just a moment. You want to get the right title? Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, it was impossible to come to an agreement under Standing Order 78.1 and 78.2 concerning report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-74, an act to amend certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27th, 2018, and other measures. Under Standing Orders 78.3, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, a minister will move a motion to allow for only a certain number of hours or days for debate.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South. Oh, I just want to make sure I have. Nope, just 1 second here. From Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I wanted to make sure I got the right one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the member's contribution in this place. We all want to see good things happen in this country. But given what we've just heard, where the minister has given notice that fewer members of Parliament are going to be able to speak to an important piece of legislation, how does she feel, first of all, that other members of Parliament, even in her own party, will be denied the ability to speak to the Budget Implementation Act? And again, there's over 20 divisions. Does she support, first of all, cutting off a debate in this way? And second of all, whatever happened to the commitment by the Liberals to allow full scrutiny of omnibus legislation? In fact, they actually originally said, Madam Speaker, that they wouldn't conduct omnibus budget legislation. She can answer those two things. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to say that I'm honestly surprised by my colleague's question. Now, on the other side of the House, today people tried to adjourn debate to stop us from sitting. And right now, I am talking about our extraordinary budget. I think it's very important to talk about the budget. Now, I didn't hear my colleague talk about the 600,000 new jobs created or any of that, or the Canada Child Benefit. I'm sure that that has been having a wonderful effect in his riding. That's $600 per child per month all across Canada. That's creating incredible economic growth.
C'est incroyable. Tout ce que ça. Alors, I just want to remind the members. Alors, remind the members that there's no going back and forth. The honourable member who asked the question had the opportunity to ask the question without interruption, and I would hope that he will ensure that he provides that respect back. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise tonight in this place to ask questions about the Budget Implementation Bill. My question is really, and I appreciate the honourable member didn't speak to this specifically, but I keep waiting and waiting to see a budget bill from the current government that encompasses the climate action of the budget of 2005. Now, the current Minister for Public Safety and Security was then the Minister of Finance. So you can speak to him, I shouldn't say you, Madam Speaker, the honourable members of the Liberal Party can speak with the current Minister of Public Safety about why the budget of 2005 included so many more actions that reduced greenhouse gases than the budget we have before us today. And I would wonder if my honourable colleague across the way would have any thoughts as to why this budget does so little to reduce greenhouse gases.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. You know, I'm so proud of being part of a government that is interested in economic development as well as sustainable development, controlling GHG gases, and meeting our Paris objectives. Of course, we're working very hard to manage the environment, and we are really on the right track.
Brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I'm going to ask two questions, Madam Speaker, and give her the option to answer one or the other. In the Liberal platform in 2015, here's one promise that was made. After the next 2 fiscal years, the deficit will decline and our investment plan will return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019. I'm asking when that will happen. The second promise that I want to read from their platform was just brought up by my honourable colleague here, where the promise was regarding omnibus bills, and it says, we will change the House of Commons standing orders to bring an end to this undemocratic practice. I want to give the honourable member the option to answer one of those two questions. When will that happen?
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, a brief answer, please. Well, I'd say to my honourable colleague that right now, we will achieve an objective that we haven't seen in 40 years. In the G7, in the debt to GDP ratio, we're the best in the G7. We haven't done that in 40 years.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Here, here. Here, here. Bravo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to speak to the Budget Implementation Act, and in particular, Madam Speaker, today I will be focusing my comments on the carbon pricing system that's being put in place by the government in particular. And this government is taking taking very seriously the challenges and opportunities presented by the threat of climate change and the evolution of clean growth. We have already announced historic investments in public transit, green infrastructure, clean innovation, as well as a plan to put a price on carbon pollution across the country. Canadians know that pollution is not free. In recent years, Canadians have encountered more frequent and extreme weather events, such as forest fires and floods. Disasters have cost billions of dollars in damages to taxpayers. As the climate changes, this will only get worse. Many people have lost homes and businesses. For the last decade, the party opposite refused to act on climate change, and some outright denied it was even real. In failing to implement a credible plan, they put our environment and our economy in jeopardy. Today, we can no longer drag our feet. We need to act. And that is exactly what we are doing, Madam Speaker. A central pillar of the plan is a price on pollution, which is widely recognized as one of the most efficient ways to curb greenhouse gas emissions. It also encourages people and businesses to save money and make cleaner choices, like better insulating their homes and upgrading to more efficient equipment. As a result, carbon pricing is a foundation of Canada's clean growth and climate action plan. Pricing pollution has a track record of success in the world and here in Canada, Madam Speaker, where it has helped us tackle the problems such as acid rain while supporting clean growth and innovation. A price on carbon is already in effect in nearly half the world's economy. New analysis by Environment and Climate Change Canada confirms that a price on pollution across Canada will significantly reduce carbon pollution while maintaining a strong and growing economy.
I don't believe that.
The study found that carbon pricing could reduce carbon pollution by up to 90 million tonnes across Canada in 2022, as much as taking 26 million cars off the road or shutting down more than 20 coal plants. Carbon pricing will make a substantial contribution to Canada's 2030 target, but it is not the only thing that we're doing to cut emissions. Canada's climate plan includes many other measures that work together with carbon pricing to reduce pollution. The study also found that GDP growth would remain strong with a nationwide price on carbon pollution. Canada's GDP is expected to grow by approximately 2% per year between now and 2022, with or without carbon pricing. This does not include the huge opportunity of clean innovation. Carbon pricing will help companies create jobs and compete successfully in the globe to shift to cleaner growth, an opportunity the World Bank estimates will be worth $23 trillion globally between now and 2030. More than 80% of Canadians already live in jurisdictions with carbon pricing in place. Our approach recognizes the actions already taken by BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec. Those provinces have the strongest growth in the country, last year. The Pan-Canadian approach builds on the leadership taken by those jurisdictions and provides all provinces and territories the flexibility to implement the type of system that suits their circumstances. It also sets some common criteria to ensure the price on pollution is fair and effective across the country. To ensure a price on carbon pollution is in place across Canada, the government committed to develop and implement a federal carbon price system in the provinces and territories that request it, or that does not have carbon pricing that meets the federal standard. Today, governments pricing carbon pollution in BC, Alberta, Quebec, and Ontario use revenues in a variety of ways. They can return money directly to households and businesses, cut taxes, or fund programs that reduce the cost of clean technology. Provinces and territories have until September 1st to confirm their carbon pricing approach. Direct revenue from the application of the federal carbon pricing backstop will remain in the jurisdiction of origin. In 2017, the 4 provinces with carbon pricing systems in place, British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, were also the top 4 performers in GDP growth across the country. That's the result of a long list of factors, but anyone who says carbon pricing hurts economies isn't basing their arguments on the evidence. Since 2007, British Columbia's carbon tax has reduced emissions by 5 to 15%. Meanwhile, provincial real GDP grew by more than 17% between 2007 and 2015. Per capita gasoline demand dropped by 15% over that same period. British Columbia's growing clean technology sector now brings in an estimated $1.7 billion in annual revenue. We see the same results in other countries. In Sweden, which has the world's highest carbon tax at a €137 per ton price, GDP and industry have grown while emissions have dropped. In addition to estimating the cost, it is important to consider the benefits of reducing pollution. This includes the avoided costs of climate change, the long-term financial benefits of transitioning to a cleaner economy, and the benefits that may flow from innovations driven by carbon pricing. Pollution from coal power plants results in health issues that cost the healthcare system over $800 million annually, according to a study performed in 2014. Canadian businesses already know carbon pricing makes good sense and will help ensure they remain competitive in an emerging low-carbon economy. Pricing carbon pollution helps Canadian companies create jobs and compete successfully in the global shift to clean growth, an opportunity the World Bank estimates will be worth $23 trillion globally between now and 2030. About 85% of the Canadian economy is already covered by carbon pricing systems, and every province has committed to adopt some form of carbon pricing. Canada is creating a business environment that will strengthen and grow the clean economy. Success stories include Carbon Cure, a business that retrofits concrete plants with a technology that recycle carbon dioxide to make stronger, greener concrete. Solar Vision Inc., a Quebec-based business providing solar lighting technology, and many more examples, Madam Speaker. The impacts of changing climate, are already being felt. From 1983 to 2004, insurance claims in Canada from severe weather events totaled almost $400 million. In the past decade, that amount tripled to more than $1 billion per year. Canadians expect polluters to pay because it's the right thing to do for our kids and grandkids. We know that the costs of inaction are much greater than the cost of taking action now. Taking strong action to address climate change is a critical and urgent step, and making sure the carbon price across the country is a matter of fairness for all Canadians. Canadians deserve a plan that spurs innovation and creates well-paying middle-class jobs. They deserve a serious, smart, thoughtful plan to protect the environment and grow the economy, and that's exactly what this government is delivering, Madam Speaker. And I would also like to add, Madam Speaker, at the end of that I very much so appreciate the Minister of Innovation and Science for his participation in today's debate and making sure that all of the relevant points in my speech were highlighted effectively. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
From West Nova to be a reasonable person and just please, I mean, he said I don't know how many times that we need to address climate change in a serious way, and I've stated tonight, I'm sure you listened to me, all the programs we put together, like the EcoFDC for $1.5 billion of great federal cooperation with the province to put forward gas reduction emission. But look, the member has stated, I don't know how many numbers from the IMF, the World Bank, United Nations. Could he tell us a number coming from his government on how much the liberal carbon tax will cost to each family? He stated numbers from all those international organizations, but he's part of a government who has numbers hidden somewhere on how much it's going to cost to each family, the liberal carbon tax. Can we know this number, please?
The member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, if the opposition has been listening since this debate started, they would know that the manner in which people are going to be taxed, the manner in which the price on carbon is going to be introduced is going to be based on an agreement between the province and the federal government. So it's going to be different between each jurisdiction. And furthermore, it all depends on how the money is going to be used. If the province decides to give that back, to cut checks back to people and give all the money back, Madam Speaker, then it will be neutral. But it all depends on how the province decides and plans to use the money. And I mean, that point has been made over and over and over again. And I know the opposition, Madam Speaker, want to continue to ask the question, okay, because they think that they're going to get the gotcha moment at some point. But the reality of the situation is, it's as clean and clear as that. It comes down to how the provinces decide to use the funds that they are generating.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, but I think that at this late hour he has great passion and energy, and that's to his honour, but I'd like to put a question that's very specific. The member for Sherbrooke talked about it a little earlier today. How come a government that wants to legalize marijuana in this bill will impose a tax on people who have a prescription for medical marijuana? You increase the cost for people for whom the only medication that works against chronic and persistent pain, other drugs don't work, it's the only thing that does work. In my office in the past few months, I saw people who were desperate, who were asking the Liberal government to listen to reason, who saw their bills increase drastically and will have to deprive themselves of the only medication that works for them because the Liberals want to tax it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the fact that we're just debating the budget here, so the questions will be on the entirety of the budget. My remarks today were specifically towards the price on carbon, but what I will say is that I think that when it comes to the price of medicine and the costs associated with that, the government has made a very clear position as to what they're going to do and how they're going to move forward on it. We're going to look at pharmacare. We're going to look at how we make it affordable for people to get access to the medicines that they need. I think it's preliminary to try to suggest how that will come out as it relates to medical marijuana, but I'm certainly interested in seeing the results that come forward from the task force that has been set up to undertake that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we're hearing lots about carbon pricing, aka the carbon tax, and all of this fun stuff. But my question for the member is, where's the respect for provincial jurisdiction? I come from a province who has a plan, a climate change plan, and they are not being respected. And this government is forcing a carbon tax on the people of Saskatchewan. So I just want to know if he's proud of the disrespect that he has for this government has for the lack of respect for provincial jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief answer from the member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I think that there is respect, and the respect is shown in the way in which the federal government is choosing to engage with the provinces in terms of setting up that that price on carbon, and how that money is going to be translated and be used within the province. The role of the federal government when it comes to certain issues, and one of those being the national the effects as it relates to our environment nationally, is to set policy and to set the direction, and then to work with the provinces to implement that and see how they want to use the revenues that they're going to be receiving from that.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this place. It's just a tremendous honour and privilege to represent the constituents of Calgary Rocky Ridge. And the constituents of Calgary Rocky Ridge, many of them have very strong feelings on this budget, and it's no mystery that our party is opposed to this budget. We're opposed to the Budget Implementation Act, and notwithstanding the 400-odd amendments that have been introduced and suggested, I mean, we're going to do what we can to try and salvage something from this budget, and we'll see about how this goes on amendment. But I don't think that any number of amendments could possibly salvage this budget in total. So I'm rather down on this budget, as are most of the constituents that I've spoken to about it. And there are several key aspects of this budget that really still need to be addressed. And this budget, when it came out, I think it came out, the book was about 400 pages long. This Budget Implementation Act is similar in length. And nowhere in any of these documents will you see the words balanced budget. And one might ask, well, is that important? Is this an issue? Well, it's important for two reasons. First of all, it's prudent management to eventually either have a balanced budget or have some kind of a plan toward a balanced budget. All 10 provinces and all 3 territorial governments either are running currently a balanced budget or have a clearly articulated plan and path to a balanced budget. The only jurisdiction, the only government in Canada that does not have any type of plan whatsoever for a balanced budget is the federal government. The only finance minister in Canada, among all the provincial and territorial governments, including the federal government, that has no plan for a balanced budget is this finance minister. And that's disappointing for its own sake, or even just on the point of the policy alone. But why this is even more important, or particularly disappointing, is that this government ran on a very clear promise that it made. It said, I've called it up here on page 12 of the Liberal platform in the 2015 election, it says quote, "We will run modest short-term deficits of less than $10 billion in each of the next 2 fiscal years to fund historic investments in infrastructure and our middle class. After the next 2 fiscal years, the deficit will decline and our investment plan will return Canada to a balanced budget in 2019. So they promised no more than $10 billion. They promised to return to balance in 2019. And this wasn't just something they tucked away in some obscure part of their platform and hoped that nobody would notice. This is something they took to the doors. This was something that they said there would be a modest budget only to facilitate this infrastructure spending that they had planned. And I actually want to just depart for one moment and raise how their infrastructure plan is going along. Not too long ago, the Prime Minister made his first visit to Calgary in quite some time, and he came to make an historic spending announcement while he was there in the name of their infrastructure plan. $1.53 billion for the Green Line, an important infrastructure piece for the City of Calgary, a critical piece of infrastructure. The only problem is these are funds that were committed and announced by the previous government. So this government flies around the country re-announcing projects that were already announced, in some cases like this one, before they were even elected, and taking credit for it, and it's seeming to expect extraordinary credit for these projects. But, Madam Speaker, I don't want to digress too far. The whole point is that this budget is a broken election promise. They promised no more than $10 billion in deficits and a return to balance by 2019, and the Finance Minister will not acknowledge in any way that these were commitments made and ignores all questions put to him, including at committee where he was asked repeatedly when the budget will be balanced, to which he ignored the questions. So enough about that part of it. That alone, of course, is enough reason to render this budget and its implementation act unworthy of support. But I want to move briefly to the carbon tax. So the previous speaker devoted his time to his defense of the carbon tax. And the carbon tax, let's even just set aside the arguments for and against a tax on carbon. But what about evidence-based policy, and what about transparency and openness with Canadians? This government refuses to tell Canadians what the tax will cost. Surely that is a minimum standard that this government could hold itself to just simply be honest with Canadians, share with Canadians what this tax is going to cost, as they compel provinces, some of them against their will, some of them in contravention of their own climate change strategies that they have developed through carbon capture, like in the province of Saskatchewan, without telling Canadians what this will cost them, and claiming all the time that this is, they keep saying revenue neutral. Well, do we not know what revenue neutral means? One member once asked me in an earlier debate on this. And I think most Canadians know that that's code for it's really going to actually cost us a whole bunch and you just won't tell us how much. The first part of revenue neutral that is flagrantly false is the fact that there will be GST on the carbon tax that the federal government is going to collect. Well, that's not revenue neutral. That's a tax on the tax that the federal government is going to keep. As far as the provinces and the latitude that this government says that it is leaving provinces to decide how they will deal with the carbon tax, that's not revenue neutral to a family. If a family has to pay a whole bunch more tax on all the normal things that normal families spend money on, like gasoline so they can get to work or take their children to school, and it doesn't matter whether one puts gasoline in a car and drives a child to school, or whether one pays the bus fee so that their child can take a bus to school, this tax applies to all of them. This tax puts giant holes in municipal governments' budgets because municipalities have to pay this tax, and they have to pay the tax when they fuel their buses, so that if people that take public transit still have their cost increased and still have to pay the carbon tax. So food, heating homes in a cold country, Madam Speaker, transportation, these are all things that all normal Canadians spend money on and are made more expensive by this carbon tax. So I wish this government would please just spare us this talk of revenue neutrality, because it's just not washing with Canadians. It really actually doesn't even make any sense. Perhaps the Prime Minister came closest to his true feelings when he encouraged Canadians to, quote, make better choices, unquote, or change behavior when people asked, well, how am I going to afford to fill my car or so that I can go to work? But time marches on, Madam Speaker, and I'm not sure how much time I have left. All right, well, I need to move on to the pipelines. And on page 290 of this budget, in an interesting part there, and the Finance Minister revealed in his budget on page 290 that he basically there took credit for pipelines that were yet to be built, like the Trans Mountain expansion. The Finance Minister acknowledged the differential and the significant discount that Canadians receive for their energy products because of shortage in pipeline, and said that the deficit should, or that the revenue should improve because new pipe is going to reduce the differential. Well, here we are, Madam Speaker. The pipe isn't any closer to being built. We just spent $4.5 billion on an old pipe without even talking and finding out yet what the cost is going to be to build the new pipe and to deal with all the obstacles that were preventing it from being built by Kinder Morgan. And in the budget, their own budget projections rely on new tax revenue that will result from a pipeline that isn't even built yet.
My God. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the honourable member could acknowledge back in 2006, I remember it well, the finance minister of the day left a $13 billion surplus, Madam Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the country was in deficit with the Harper government before the recession hit. And, Madam Speaker, fast forward a few years later, the Harper government created a fake surplus by massively cutting veterans organizations, women's organizations. They closed Status of Women organizations and offices across the country, Madam Speaker. And of course, we know they sold auto shares at a loss. I wonder if the honourable member, as he spoke about evidence and evidence-based decision-making, would acknowledge those facts.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, I maybe caution the member there on his assertion of many of the things he said as facts. And I will point out to this member, we hear this usually not on the record, usually in heckles that occasionally come across from the other side about the massive deficits that were incurred, and yet we know that this party, when it was in opposition, threatened to bring down the government because the deficit that was on offer to deal with an unprecedented financial crisis in conjunction with our G7 partners wasn't a big enough deficit for them then. They were going to bring down the government because it wasn't big enough. They wanted the biggest deficit possible at the time, so I will take no lessons from the Liberals on deficits.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Over the last 2.5 years, we've talked a lot in this House about the need for equity and equality for women. And the title of this budget was called Gender and Growth Budget. And I'm wondering whether my colleague finds it curious that despite that title, Gender and Equality, there's very little in the bill. And would the Conservatives agree that we need pay equity now?
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, he brought up the issue of the budget theme and title, and I will say what a cynical and disingenuous title and theme for its budget. It's insulting and condescending. It mentions the word gender some 400 times throughout it, and yet imposes new taxes on women that many observers have pointed out will perhaps be disproportionately paid by women. So the shameless pandering of this party through the use of just buzzwords and distraction is indeed disappointing.
And comments, the honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge for his presentation tonight. In a previous question, I had indicated from Alberta.ca the incredible success that Alberta is seeing in the growth of their economy, the growth of retail sector and exports. The honourable member was mentioning in his presentation about the carbon pricing program in Alberta, and I just wanted to draw to his attention that a family of four with...
If I'm having trouble hearing the question, it's a problem, and I think that it's a problem as well for the person who's going to have to answer the question, which I know that he's very capable of. So I would say that, you know, instead of having the discussions back and forth between other MPs, they should wait and stand to try to ask questions if they wish. The honourable for Guelph, can you please wrap it up?
Thank you. A family of four with an annual income of $95,000 will receive a $540 tax cut in a situation where they pay $500. So they're actually getting more money back as a result of the carbon pricing program. Would the honourable member not agree that the people of Alberta are creating tremendous growth in their province and succeeding with the tax benefits through the carbon program?
The member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
This member would is tonight hitting it out of the park. We can clip him and put it into our householders and our next election material. My province has been through a devastating economic collapse, and when you fall this far, you can drop anything high. When you drop anything high enough, it'll bounce a little bit maybe when it hits the bottom.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise in this House today to discuss the Budget Implementation Act of 2018, number 1, Bill C-74. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that with our 2018 budget, our government has committed to putting people first and ensuring equal opportunity and fairness for all Canadians. Part of that commitment means taking steps forward to advance equality, especially for women. This is not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, because we know that equality between Canadian women and men will lead to greater prosperity for all Canadians. We're doing this through a number of initiatives, including introducing a new employment insurance parental sharing benefit to support more equal parenting roles, as well as other initiatives to support greater participation of women in the workforce. We will also be putting forward proactive pay equity legislation to ensure that women and men in federally regulated public and private sectors receive equal pay for work of equal value. These are just some of the Budget 2018 measures aimed at promoting greater gender equality in Canada. It should also be noted that in the spirit of putting people first, we are also taking steps to improve how our government delivers its services to all Canadians. We understand that Canadians expect services to be high quality, accessible, secure, and digitally enabled. When it comes to the services provided by Employment and Social Development Canada, more commonly known as ESDC, we strive to meet and exceed those expectations. Since taking office, our government has listened to Canadians and worked hard to ensure that they get the best services possible. These efforts are reflected in the investments made in each of our budgets, and this budget is no different. Budget 2018 will enable ESDC to explore modern approaches to service delivery, beginning with employment insurance. This budget committed to providing stable and predictable funding of up to $90 million over 3 years, starting in 2018-19, for employment insurance claims processing and service delivery for all Canadians. Building on our earlier investments, we have proposed an additional $127.7 million over 3 years to sustain service capacity and improve accessibility to call center agents so that Canadians can receive timely and accurate information and assistance with their EI benefits. Madam Speaker, these services and channels are vital to Canadians, and it is of the utmost importance that we support a modern service delivery system that functions smoothly and works for all. In Budget 2018, we made a promise to make significant new investments to bolster federal government operations. We made this promise because we want to ensure that all Canadians receive the services that they need and deserve, especially people from more vulnerable populations. Madam Speaker, this includes doing more to better serve Indigenous peoples in Canada. That's why we committed to providing funding to helping more Indigenous people across the full range of federal social benefits, including the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Pension Plan, and Old Age Security. We will accomplish this by expanding outreach efforts to Indigenous communities and by conducting pilot outreach activities for urban Indigenous communities. Madam Speaker, we also know that Canadians rely on a broad range of supports in their communities. To make sure that people get the help they need, the Government of Canada provides funding to organizations across the country that delivers social services to Canadians. Madam Speaker, we're talking about services provided to vulnerable populations such as Indigenous people, low-income Canadians, LGBTQ2 Canadians, newcomers, seniors, and persons with disabilities. As announced in our latest budget, we will reallocate $7.8 million over 5 years to increase awareness and understanding of available funding and help organizations that serve vulnerable populations build much-needed capacity. With Bill C-74, we are also making important amendments to the Department of Employment and Social Development Act that will improve how Service Canada serves Canadians. Madam Speaker, each year, ESDC spends more than $122 billion on programs and services for Canadians. That includes employment insurance payments, the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and an additional $1.9 billion in grants and contributions. Service Canada is an important partner in this work. Currently, the Department of Employment and Social Development Act provides Service Canada with the authority to deliver only ESDC programs and services. It does not provide for Service Canada to deliver other federal government programs and services or for delivery partnerships. Simply put, Madam Speaker, this just doesn't make sense. We want to make sure Canadians can benefit from a service delivery model that is better integrated so that they can more easily access the full range of federal services available to them. We can accomplish this by allowing other departments to use the Service Canada network. Right now, for this to happen, the government must provide authority on a case-by-case basis. This approach hinders ESDC's ability to carry out current service delivery responsibilities and respond to evolving partnership opportunities. The changes we are proposing in Bill C-74 will fix this. Bill C-74 proposes to give Service Canada the authority to provide services to the public for partners, including federal government institutions and other levels of government. Specifically, Bill C-74 proposes to clarify accountabilities between ESDC and service partners related to the management of Canadians' personal information. This bill would also allow ESDC and service partners to recognize and use the Canada Revenue Agency's business number to manage business identity and allow ESDC to recover costs from and spend revenues on behalf of service delivery partners. For Canadians and Canadian businesses, this will mean better and more convenient access to the services they need. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments we are seeking through Bill C-74 will broaden the minister's mandate to provide service delivery for partners and help deliver better services to Canadians, including online services. With these changes, ESDC will be able to partner with federal institutions, provinces, territories, municipalities, and specified Indigenous organizations without holding up the services that Canadians need and deserve. I encourage all members of this House to support Bill C-74 and the much-needed amendments to the Department of Employment and Social Development Act. Let's continue to ensure Canadians receive the kind of services they deserve: high quality, accessible, secure, and digitally enabled. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate a fellow member from British Columbia and his presentation tonight. It's always good to have different views on these subjects. He mentioned specifically at the beginning of his speech that he was in support of a benefit where it would allow for a spouse to extend benefits to encourage that both partners be able to spend time with a child in their first year, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Official Opposition, the member for Regina Cabell, has put forward a private member's bill that would actually allow a couple to be able to retain more of their income. But I should also say, Madam Speaker, it also would allow a single parent who is struggling to raise a child by herself or himself to be able to do so. While this benefit does absolutely nothing for single parents, does he not think that there should be more supports for couples at that age, at that very important time, Madam Speaker? And will he vote for the Leader of the Official Opposition's private member bill?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Well, thank you to the honourable member for the question. What my colleague on the other side fails to recognize is the effect of the Canada Child Benefit. This far outweighs the program that you're referring to. This program lifts 9 out.
Just want to remind the member that he's to address the comments and questions to the chairs. The honourable member.
Okay. The Canada Child Benefit has been proven to give more, Madam Speaker, more benefits to families with children. That's real actionable. That's what parents and families need to be able to get along today in this country that we live in. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Oh, sorry. Did I do it right? Elgin, Middlesex, London. That's what I said, yes.
Much. And thank you for my honourable colleague. It's always a joy to listen to you. Just a question.
I want to remind the member to address the questions and comments to the chair. I know it's getting late, but I'm sure they can do it.
Yeah, so one of my questions is, they're going to be putting $17.3 million into Indigenous outreach when it comes to tax filing. And this is a lot to do with the Canada Child Benefits, all of those things. We recognize that lifting children out of poverty, that the Indigenous community, and knowing from the Human Committee that he sits on, that this is a very vulnerable group. How is the government planning? How is the government planning on being respectful to taxpayers? I recognize this is a very important group, but how are we actually going to have measurements on this to make sure that $17.3 million to get people to actually do their filing of taxes is going to actually hit what their target is? And because I do find that's a very excessive amount when we are actually just needing people to file their taxes.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you to my honourable colleague on the other side. I always enjoy your questions. Madam Speaker. To try to answer this question, we have to look at the challenges, and from what we found in HUMA, for instance, was a lot of vulnerable populations were not even aware of some of the programs that were available to them. Part of this budget is being able to educate to the Indigenous populations, to the vulnerable populations, that they actually have access to programs and funds. That's what's more important. We know that seniors had to apply for the OAS and GIS, and a lot of them didn't. So this is one of those programs in this budget that we're hoping to fix with that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, it's indeed an honor to rise again and join the debate on C-74. Now, before I wrote my speech, I wanted to do a bit of research to remind myself exactly what it was the Prime Minister had promised regarding the use of omnibus bills. So an interesting thing occurred. Now, when I Googled the name of the Prime Minister and then used the word promise with quotations, the search screen autofilled with a massive amount of different promises from this Prime Minister. And guess what? They were all broken promises. Every single one of them. Because, of course, that's what this Prime Minister seems to do. He promises things he clearly has no intention of delivering on. And this is no different. Allow me to repeat this one, Madam Speaker. And I quote, Stephen Harper has also used omnibus bills to prevent Parliament from properly reviewing and debating his proposals, end quote. And of course, this Prime Minister promised his Liberal government would, and I quote, bring an end to this undemocratic practice, end quote. Yet here we are. Now, the Prime Minister doing the complete opposite of what he promised he would not do. Now, a constituent of mine recently suggested this Prime Minister is basically a real-life Pinocchio. Now, that comment troubles me, Madam Speaker. But when you look sincerely, when you look Canadians sincerely in the eyes, and you promise something that you have zero intention of delivering on, how do you let that go? How do you say, that's okay? Here's a case in point. Now, over on the Finance Committee, we were reviewing this omnibus bill as best as we could. Well, lo and behold, what did we find buried in this omnibus bill? Now, we find legislation that proposed to modify the criminal code so white-collar crime may be more easily go unpunished. Seriously, why is that in there? Now, Madam Speaker, I've defended governments because of the complex state and wanting to do things. Sometimes you have to be able to change multiple pieces of legislation, and so an omnibus bill may be okay. For example, paying the remuneration for justices. That probably can be added in as a measure because I don't believe that there would be time respectful of this House to table that. I've defended the previous government. I've given this government a lot on that as well. But here's the thing. The Liberal members of the Finance Committee had absolutely no idea this corporate crime, get out of jail for free clause was in this Budget Implementation Act. Now, I have a great amount of respect for my fellow members of the Finance Committee on the government side. We have a productive and good relationship. Now, I'm proud of that fact, even though we found this questionable clause. However, at the same time, it concerns me greatly that this Liberal government is proposing serious changes like this. Now, not only do they try and hide it in a budget implementation bill, they don't even tell their own caucus about it. Now, who is really calling the shots and running the government? Why would they keep their own caucus in the dark? To be fair, I'm not going to say that the Liberals are soft on corporate crime or that this secret payoff intended to help Liberals, Liberal corporate insider friends, but others are saying these exact things. Because in the absence of information, there is misinformation. When something is intentionally hidden from view, people will speculate there must be a reason why it's hidden. These things undermine the integrity of our justice system when it comes to prosecuting white-collar corporate crime. Now, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the government here. I do not believe the intent of this proposed legislative change is to help out white-collar criminals. In fact, I'm certain there are arguments to be made why some believe this measure is a good thing in helping crack down on white-collar crime. But of course, we will not be having that debate because this clause is not before the Justice Committee where it belonged. And that, of course, is because someone in the Prime Minister's office thought it was a good idea to bury this proposal in the Budget Implementation Act instead of in a justice bill where it belongs. And again, Madam Speaker, C-74, a Budget Implementation Act omnibus bill, C-75, a Criminal Justice Reform omnibus bill, 300 pages. It makes no sense that they would put this provision in 74 unless they wanted to evade scrutiny. Not one single witness came to committee to talk about this, Madam Speaker. That's a failure of either of us as parliamentarians or because someone on the government side thought that they could pull a fast one. Anyway, I go back to Madam Speaker. I would, just before moving on, I'd like to thank the members of the Finance Committee. We do what we can do, and we try to do a good job of it for the collective work we've done exposing this questionable piece of legislation. And on a different subject, I would also like to raise the other troubling aspect of the Budget Implementation Act. Now, that is the fact it does not place Canada on a path to a balanced budget by 2019. Yet another broken promise by this Prime Minister, which begs the question, why did this Prime Minister make that promise in the first place? Is it because he believes that a balanced budget is a good thing? Or is it because he believes others think it's a good thing, and he will basically say anything to say that it would help him win votes again? Yeah. Now, we do not know the answer to the question, Madam Speaker. However, it's not unlike the promise, and I go again, quote, while governments grant permits for resource development, only communities can grant permission, end quote. Now, we all know how that broken promise is turning out, which leads to my other question. Out of the blue, the Prime Minister now has promised to borrow another $4.5 billion so he can politically control the timeline of the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Now, where exactly is this money coming from? It is a massive amount of money, yet it is not anywhere in the budget. Further assuming that the Prime Minister actually does intend to build the Trans Mountain pipeline, it will surely cost another $7 million or more, or $7 billion or more. Combined, that's over $11 billion. That is more than the modest $10 billion deficits the Prime Minister promised. Now, nowhere in this budget in this document is that kind of laid out and out of the blue spending referred to, Madam Speaker. All so this Prime Minister can buy himself out of another broken promise while at the same time breaking other promises. Now, it gets complicated with so many broken promises, one begins to lose track. Not unlike his $7 billion slush fund that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said, and I quote, it contains, I quote, incomplete information and weaker spending controls, end quote. I mean, $7 billion of borrowed money, zero information on how that money will be spent, and we're going into an election year next year, Madam Speaker. Meanwhile, the same Liberal government is busy ramming through changes to the Elections Act that limit everything, what everyone else can spend pre-writ, except, of course, the Liberal government itself. Now, how does anyone support that, Madam Speaker? Basically, we have a Prime Minister who has a well-documented history of being willing to promise anything to anyone to win votes, who will be armed with the equivalent of a $7 billion Visa card going into an election. Now, I have sympathy for the members opposite, because we all know when anyone dares to vote against this Prime Minister on the Liberal side, there are serious consequences. Now, despite those promises for free votes and sunny ways, in closing, Madam Speaker, there basically is no possible way I can support this Budget Implementation Act, and to be candid, I would have a hard time supporting it even if I sat on the government side of the House, because it breaks so many of the promises that this Prime Minister made to Canadians. And this same very Prime Minister who once upon a time claimed he was worried about cynicism in Canadian politics. Now, I can think of no previous Prime Minister in the past few decades since I've closely followed federal politics who has broken more promises to Canadians than this Prime Minister. And the most troubling part is, more often than not, it is a do as I say, not as I do approach, much like this omnibus bill I will be voting again. Bad when Stephen Harper did it, when he said he would, bad when he did it as Prime Minister, despite the fact the Prime Minister said he would bring an end to what he called an undemocratic practice. In reality, this Prime Minister has taken it, Madam Speaker, to a whole new level, and from my perspective, that is not right. And I look forward to hearing the comments from all members in this place.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
100,000 new jobs, most of them full-time, the lowest unemployment rate on record. 9 out of 10 families better off under a Canada Child benefit, infrastructure being built, including in the member's home region. This country is leading the world, leading the G7 in growth, and he dares compare this budget bill with budget bills of the past, budget bills that have amended the Navigable Waterways Act, that have repealed the long-form census. He dares speak of omnibus legislation when he's part of a party that invented the term omnibus legislation. Madam Speaker, my question for the member is, if this is not a budget he can support, what on earth kind of budget could he support?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, omnibus in the terms of parliamentary procedure means any time you seek to amend more than 2 acts at one time. So any act that it does that would be described as that. Now, when we did omnibus bills, and we did so on the Economic Action Plan, we would actually take the legislation that amended the Fisheries Act and we sent it to the Fisheries Committee. When we did things on the environment, we sent it to the Environment Committee. Why did they not send that Division 20 of the Deferred Prosecution Agreements to the Justice Bill, or to the Justice Committee, Madam Speaker? It's because they don't want the scrutiny. And lastly, when it comes to infrastructure, when we said we do infrastructure, we did it. In Kelowna, where there are cost overruns that are happening in British Columbia, and the article that I read in the Kelowna Capital News said distinctly that it's because of so much infrastructure, of the same small amount of people being able to contract, so that it's caused inflation to go up. When it comes to the jobs, the 40-year lows, that's because the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that, Madam Speaker, just please let me finish on this, has said specifically it's because more people have left the job market. So when they say it's because of them, it's not. It's because people are getting older and retiring or losing hope and not being part of the...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really thank the member opposite for his very impassioned speech and his dedication to having open debate and prolonging debate. So I think my question to him really is, why did him and his party try to kill the debate earlier today? Why not have that dialogue and continue to talk about the issues that are important to Canadians? Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, simply put, parliamentary democracy involves both the government trying to present an agenda and the opposition trying to question that agenda and to use procedural tactics that are not available when you don't have a majority. So obviously, as the opposition, we will use tools to be able to raise dissent, just like we did last Friday when they tried to actually move and change our schedule. We use the tools that are available to us. Madam Speaker, if this member has, the good fortune of being able to grace the opposition benches, and I hope she has it at some point, then she'll begin to understand that these tools are for all parliamentarians to hold the government to account, and so we have a better public policy process in the end, and not just to have the single will of one single Prime Minister who's intent on breaking every promise he can. Madam Speaker, I really do hope that member will consider that before she ends up on this side.
Questions and comments? A brief question from the member for Brandon Souris.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech tonight. Very accurate and definitive. One of the questions that I want to ask him is if he would expand on the $7 billion slush fund that the government has. I mean, the economy looks like it's boiling along so well. That would he agree with me that probably the reason he doesn't, as he mentioned in his speech, that he doesn't hear any backlash from the backbenchers or the ministers in that government is because they all want a piece of that $7 billion.
Very brief answer from the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to try and finish on a positive note. I served as the parliamentary secretary to the President of the Treasury Board in the last Parliament. Treasury Board has an important function, but as to challenge to make sure when spending happens in government that there's proper oversight. The problem is when parliamentarians in this room, in this chamber, cannot evaluate what those direct spendings are for what the government proposes. The changes proposed in that particular section would blurry the lines. And remember this, we hold a responsibility to make sure that the powers and the privileges of this House are maintained for the next generation of parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, I think it's important we do that by opposing that
resuming debate, and as we resume debate, I just want to advise the next speaker that I will unfortunately have to stop the debate, but he'll be able to take that on at a later date. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed a privilege to be the final speaker in these final few minutes of May 30th, Tuesday. But, Madam Speaker, when it comes to Canada's economy and the environment, our government has been absolutely clear. We believe that the two go hand in hand. Canadians understand that pollution is not free, and they understand, as we do, that the most effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is to put a price on carbon pollution. That is why, Madam Speaker, we introduced the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, part of the Budget Implementation Act, currently before this House. By giving businesses and households an incentive to innovate more and pollute less, we are fulfilling our commitment to invest in growth while respecting and helping to protect our shared environment. And this approach, investing in growth that strengthens and grows our middle class and helps people working hard to join it, is already paying off, Madam Speaker. Let's take a look at the results of our plan so far. The Parliamentary Secretary of Public Services highlighted some of these. Since the government was elected, more than 600,000 jobs have been created, most of them full-time. Canada's unemployment rate is the lowest level we've seen in 40 years. And finally, Madam Speaker, since 2016, Canada has led the G7 in economic growth. Madam Speaker, thank you for this time.
The next time this matter is before the House, the member will have 8 minutes and 40 seconds to finish up his speech. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci,
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In February, I rose in this House to ask the government to strengthen the legislation regarding Gatineau Park by establishing the park's boundaries in law and enshrining ecological integrity as the top priority for the management of the park. At that time, the Prime Minister indicated that the government would work with the National Capital Commission to do, and I quote, everything we can to protect this beautiful wilderness area for generations to come. Unfortunately, thus far, those efforts have stopped short of the common sense measures I raised. Mr. Speaker, this year marks 80 years since Gatineau Park was established. Gatineau is one of the most diverse regions in Quebec and has enormous ecological value. The park is home to 50 mammal species, 200 species of birds, 50 tree species, and some 1,000 species of vascular plants. The park is also home to 125 species of conservation concern, including the Blanding's turtle and the eastern wolf. 80% of all eastern red cedar trees in Quebec are in Gatineau Park. Mr. Speaker, in addition to its many Madam Speaker, in addition to its many ecological benefits, Gatineau Park also makes a significant economic and social contribution to the National Capital Region, receiving more than 2.6 million visits per year. And if any members of Parliament haven't yet been to the park, I encourage you to do so. You can even get there by bicycle, I know, because I did that last year. According to a study conducted by the National Capital Commission, the park generated approximately $241.5 million to the local economy from September 2015 to August 2016, including through such things as spending at local restaurants, on sports and recreational equipment and services, and on other shopping related to visiting the park. Madam Speaker, it is clear that Gatineau Park has a special place in the hearts of many residents of our nation's capital region. But despite all of its obvious benefits, the park does not have the same legislative protection as those afforded to our national park system. For nearly 50 years now, the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society has been striving for stronger protection for Gatineau Park. Despite the park's ecological and social importance in this region, there are still no restrictions on development within the park. There are also no set borders for the park, meaning that its future is dependent upon whoever sits on the National Capital Commission board at any given time. While the boundaries of the park have been recognized through NCC policy and an order in council, they can still be amended without the same oversight as an Act of Parliament would require for a national park. The NCC is reviewing the Parks Master Plan this year, which is great, but there's no reason to wait until the master plan is complete to strengthen the park's legislative protections. These processes can occur in parallel. The government has repeatedly reiterated its commitment to protecting 17% of our land by 2020. Rouge National Urban Park in the GTA has given us an example of what national park conservation in an urban environment can look like. Let us use this opportunity to follow that example and strengthen the legislative protections for Gatineau Park. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that at one time or another, all parties have made commitments to protect Gatineau Park. Former NDP MP Nicole Turmel introduced a private member's bill in 2012 that would have established the park's boundaries in law and emphasized ecological protection in the management of the park. The Prime Minister and the Liberal Party voted in favor of Madam Turmel's bill when they were in opposition. And when I raised this issue in February, the Prime Minister described Gatineau Park, and I quote, as a true jewel in our national capital region. He went on to say, we will work to continue to ensure that we are doing everything we can to protect this.
Unfortunately, the time is up. I'll see if the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Canadian Heritage is able to respond. I'm sure he will be.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia, for the question and for his interest in Gatineau Park. Gatineau Park is a stunning natural conservation area located just minutes from the centre of our nation's capital. As the Prime Minister has said, the park's trails, forests and lakes are truly a jewel of the capital region. With its diverse ecosystems and heritage features, Gatineau Park is a prime destination that attracts some 2.6 million visitors each year.
Since the creation of Gatineau Park, conservation and preservation have been in the forefront. The National Capital Commission works with all stakeholders to ensure the conservation of resources while offering visitors recreational and leisure activities that are eco-responsible. The Gatineau Park Master Plan, prepared by the NCC, establishes a vision of the park as a natural conservation area and secondarily for leisure activities. The Gatineau Park is the conservation park of the capital.
All publicly held lands within Gatineau Park are reserved for park purposes. Any public infrastructure development is very carefully considered with the overall goal of enhancing the conservation of the park's ecological integrity and cultural resources. De plus, le CCN.
Moreover, the NCC generally, insofar as possible, acquires private property within the periphery of the park in order to ensure conservation of these lands. In 2008, Gatineau Park included 405 private properties, over 600 hectares. Ever since, in its conservation mandate, the NCC has acquired over a third of these lands. Today, the park only has 344 private properties, covering only 386 hectares.
On conservation have been positive. The 2016-17 report on Gatineau Park ecosystems found that the overall condition of the park is good and that this condition is stable. This is a clear improvement from the 2006 report, which found the park's condition to be acceptable. Au sujet de la question de...
With regard to the limits of Gatineau Park, there are clear and well-defined boundaries. They were officially established by the Board of Directors of the NCC in 1997, and in 2008 they were accepted by the government as the legal foundation of any acquisition of future lands by the park. It is within those long-term boundaries that the organization manages the park.
This is achieved since 2005. The NCC is currently renewing the Gatineau Park Master Plan, involving broad consultations with the public, local municipalities, the conservation community, user groups, and other stakeholder groups. The review process provides an opportunity to take the plan forward into the 21st century and preserve the health and integrity of the park for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's easy to go overtime when you're talking about Gatineau Park. So when the Prime Minister responded to my question in February, he said, "We will continue to work to ensure that we are doing everything we can to protect this beautiful wilderness area for generations to come." So as we celebrate 80 years of this natural treasure, will the government take the necessary steps to protect it for future generations? And so I'll ask the question again. Will the government amend the National Capital Act to protect the ecological integrity of Gatineau Park and establish its boundaries in law? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are proud of the efforts deployed in the past several years by the NCC to preserve the ecological integrity of Gatineau Park. If the park is flourishing today, it's because of the long tradition of preserving green spaces in the National Capital Region.
The capital Gatineau Park's ecological integrity will always remain in the forefront while still providing for public enjoyment. In fact, it is the NCC's conservation efforts and the work that it does with different user groups to maintain the ecological integrity of the park that makes Gatineau Park so popular. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Foothills is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajoute.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. Therefore, the House remains adjourned until later today at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.